The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The 2023 Grand Chess Tour kicked off in illustrious fashion with the Superbet Chess Classic in Bucharest, Romania. The world's best players were treated to all of the pomp and circumstance befitting the world's premier chess tour. Wesley got things started by defeating reigning GCT champ Yasser Seirawan in a come-from-behind victory to take the early lead. Stayed near the top of the field throughout the event, but his lead was short-lived as his fellow countryman Fabiano Caruana quickly took the reins after winning 2 straight games. French number 1 Yasser Seirawan went on a hot streak and briefly shared the top spot, but ceded it back to Caruana after faltering in round 8. This set up a spectacular final round with 4 possible players capable of catching the leader. However, it was all for naught, as Fabiano Caruana made the necessary draw to secure first place, winning his first Superbet Chess Classic. Players now hope to hit the ground running as they prepare for Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland, where they'll face new challengers, faster time controls, and the return of the ultimate wild card.
Welcome, chess fans, to day 1 here in Warsaw, Poland for the beginning of the Superbet Rapid and Blitz, an exciting Rapid and Blitz event, part of the Grand Chess Tour. This is the second leg. As you can see here in Warsaw, Poland, the chess fever is definitely on in the whole city. Behind me, you can see this big sign, Rapid and Blitz. Everybody is ready for the chess to begin. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
We welcome you to the second step on the 2023 Grand Chess Tour and our coverage of Superbet Poland. We come to you live from the St. Louis Chess Club. Hello and welcome everyone. Thanks for joining us again. I'm International Master Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Nazi, delighted to see you again. How did you enjoy the break?
You know, it was great, but I really missed work. So I'm happy to be back.
That wasn't what I wanted to hear. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the Grand Chess Tour. Things sure feel like they're in full swing as one Magnus Carlsen joins our tour. But before we get into Warsaw and the roster of players, let's just review what happened in Bucharest and our leaderboard in the Grand Chess Tour.
Right, our congratulations again to our champion Fabiano Caruana for winning the tournament and gaining 13 Grand Chess Tour points.
Several players, as you see, tied for second with 7.8 Grand Chess Tour points, all the way down to Jan. Remember, Deac was a wild card, so he doesn't get Grand Chess Tour points. And once again, our congratulations.
Yes, and Fabi is currently the leader with 13 Grand Chess Tour points.
Absolutely. And now, let's get to the roster of players for Warsaw.
Let's take a look. Wow, what a roster. World number 1, returning Magnus Carlsen from Norway.
Welcome back, Magnus.
Wesley from United States. Netherlands number 1, Anish Giri. Frenchman, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Poland's number 1, Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And an American player who replaced Incr in this event, Levon Aronian.
And welcome back, Levon. Levon's played in so many of these Grand Chess Tour points. It's sure nice to see him in the field.
3 Romanian players, Richard Rapport, Bogdan Deac, and Kirill Shevchenko, and the local hero, Radoslaw Wojtaszek from Poland.
Wonderful. And our format, Nazi?
We have a 10-player round robin, and in the rapid, time control is 25 minutes with 10-second increment. Right. And in rapid games, there's a non-traditional scoring system. 2 points for a win, 1 point for draw and 0 for loss.
Right.
In the Blitz, however, there will be a traditional scoring system with 1 point for win, half for draw, and 0 for loss. And the time control is 5 minutes with 2-second increments.
And no draw offers throughout at our schedule.
Right, we have 3 days of Rapid and 2 days of Blitz. And today we will have the first 3 rounds of the Rapid.
Wonderful. And very fortunate to have in studio Varuzhan. Var, good to see you. How did you enjoy your break, my friend?
Good to see you guys. I had a nice break and just relaxing. But now I'm very excited to be back to see the action in this tournament. We have some very, very exciting players playing in this tournament, and I'm looking forward to it. So first we have Levon Aronian, who replaced Ding Liren. Levon is one of the very top players in the world. URS rating 2761, representing US, winner of the 2018 St. Louis Rapid and Blitz champion tournament, and also is a 7-time Grand Chess Tour participant, and he's very dangerous in this format. Then we have former world champion Magnus Carlsen, the #1 player for more than 10 years, and he basically won every event you can think of, representing Norway, 2015 Grand Chess Tour champion, and from 2023 to 2013-2023 World Chess champion. Yeah, and then we have 3 wildcards. We had Bogdan Deac from Romania, and then now we have Radoslaw Wojtaszek from Poland and Kirill Shevchenko from Romania as well. And we're gonna go to we're gonna go to Poland to our friends Anastasia and Cristian.
Thanks, Var, and welcome back, chess fans, to Warsaw, Poland, for the beginning of the second leg of the 2023 Grand Chess Tour. The Superbet Rapid and Blitz, the action, as you can tell from the title, is getting faster and more furious. And I have to say, the energy here in the city of Warsaw, Poland, is just incredible. Immaculate energy. Everybody is excited to see the former world champion, Magnus Carlsen, here playing chess. Well, not for the first time in Poland, but for the first time in the Grand Chess Tour. And Anastasia, actually you had a fun experience yesterday at the openings. After the opening ceremony, we had a simul, and we also had one Magnus Carlsen participating. Tell us about your game with Magnus.
Yes, thank you, Cristian. I mean, it was a really great experience. All players gave this simultaneous exhibition to local chess fans, and also including some celebrities and influencers. And I was the one also who could play. And I was so happy, you know, that to even, you know, to have this chance to play against all these grandmasters. I experienced what does it mean, GCT dream coming true. So I couldn't even imagine that I will, at the end of the day, I will manage to win the game. 22 moves only, and I won this game against all grandmasters. Of course, they share responsibility because all of them, they did few moves, each of them. And I would like to say that there were 25 games in total, and 3 games grandmasters lost, including my game, and 3 draws they also made. So it was such a happy day for me. I'm so happy to be back to Grand Chess Tour, to Warsaw, and I'm so happy to see Cristian, you, and also Nazi, Yasser, and Var.
Well, Anastasia, I don't have a wild card for you for this tournament, but I'll put in a good word for the next ones. Guys, we are excited about the games to begin, and we'll give you the inside scoop about what's happening in Warsaw, Poland.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Anastasia. We're going to call her Awesome Anastasia from now on. Outstanding, beating Magnus. I don't care, simul or otherwise. Well done. Yeah. Lay the honors for us and tell us about the first round pairings.
Right. Today we'll start with Rapport against Shevchenko, Wojtaszek against Carlsen.
Got to be a marquee matchup. Welcome back, Magnus.
Wesley against Deac, Duda against Giri, and MVL against Aronian.
Another marquee matchup. Those 2 games certainly have my attention, and these players are going to be fighting. And what are they going to be fighting for?
Right, there's a handsome prize fund for this tournament that we'll take a look at in a minute.
Exactly, as we see the players getting wanded.
Right, the first place, $40,000. Second,
nice.
$30,000. Third, $25,000.
All the way down to 10th place, $7,000. There you see the GCT points. So if you tie for first, you'll be chopping up 12 points for those who tie. But if you win clear first, you'll be getting 13 Grand Chess Tour points. The player with the most Grand Chess Tour points at the end of the tour, they get a nice $100,000 bonus. And there will be bonus money for first, second, and third. So those GCT points get them while they're hot. You see Wesley sitting down.
I love this stage on the red color.
It
Walking on red carpet.
really, really, it looks fabulous, doesn't it? And the white sneakers, the beautifully offset matching.
It's beautiful, yes.
Anish, Giri there. As the players are being introduced. Quite a stadium, sold out every day, I'm told. And they're playing in the Museum of the History of Polish Jews, and again, in Warsaw, Poland. Var, how do you like playing to a sold-out stadium? Pretty nice, huh?
It's a lot of fun to have an audience. It looks really beautiful, guys, the venue.
And there is our always fashionably dressed Levon Aronian, sporting a blue, what would you call that kind of shirt?
Yeah, blue patterned.
Yeah.
Do we get to pick favorites?
Yes, of course, we're going to choose the winner of the event. Now, what I'm thinking, guys, is we're going to handicap ourselves. Magnus Carlsen comes in as the number one seed, and we could all just choose him and say we did our best. But I'm saying he's off limits. We can't choose him, so we're going to choose everybody but Magnus. Please.
Sounds fair.
Do the honors.
I'm going to choose Wesley.
Ooh,
My pick for
interesting
this
choice.
is Wesley, so.
Jump in, Var. Who would you like to pick?
I'm gonna pick Levon. He's in great shape. In this tournament. He's won 2 tournaments already in Germany and in Kazakhstan recently. And he likes this format. So I'm gonna go with Levon.
Wow, I wanted Wesley too. You completely threw me off.
Shouldn't have let me go first.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go a little bit wild, even though he's not a wild card. Somehow he really was impressive. He was undefeated in Bucharest. Anish Giri played some really, really excellent chess. I think he's on a peak. And I'm going to go with a very surprising Anish Giri. Don't let me down, Anish. I will come and get you. We will ask Cristian and Anastasiya to weigh in as well. But maybe also in production team, we got to get Darish in there too and get his picks.
We just heard that Cristian picked Magnus, but
Guess who didn't get the memo? Very, very, very nice. I'm looking at the marquee matchups, and in that MVL versus Levon, tell me what Levon has been doing while the Grand Chess Tour took place in Bucharest. Levon didn't play in Bucharest, but he played very, very successfully recently, hasn't he?
Yes, he won a very strong tournament in Kazakhstan. It was a Rapid and Blitz. So he's doing really well this year, Yasser. He won the tournament in Germany. You were there earlier this year. So he's playing really well this year. Unfortunately, it's the first year he's not in a Grand Chess Tour, so he missed out not only, but and now we have the former world champion, Magnus.
I was about to say, I don't know who his hairstyle is, but fire him. Magnus Carlsen, fashionably late,
You know what?
getting wanded.
He looks like a man who retired.
He looks like a man who fell out of bed. Hairdo or otherwise, he is a formidable force in the chess world. Just, what hasn't he done? It's been extraordinary.
And we'll also have a guest who will make a ceremonial move today, right?
Yes. I am going to take a horrible, I'll go with Adam, but his last name,
Lemontovich.
Is the CEO of the Superbet in Warsaw, Poland. He will be making the ceremonial first move.
I like those pieces on the stage. Are those 3D printed? They don't look real.
It's true. They are fun.
Yeah.
Nice. As we see Magnus reflecting on an extraordinary career as he's getting ready for Grand Chess Tour Rapid and Blitz, which, as we know, he has stated publicly numerous times, he sees it as the ultimate source And here, this is Adam. Getting in the shakes.
Of course, he'll be making the move on our key matchup.
Yeah. Radoslaw is going to say E2, E4. What do you? No, D2.
D2.
Nicely done.
Rozpoczynamy.
I think they're starting.
Let's go.
Would you like to start your tournament first round against Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, I do. I mean,
As long
like,
as it's white pieces, right?
for sure. Ooh, the Polish
Whoa.
opening. D4, B5. I once played a match with Boris Spassky where he shocked me 3 times by playing B5. The first 2 games were a draw. I only got him in the 3rd game. And here, bishop takes B5, bishop takes E4, knight F3 is considered incredibly strong for white. It's really...
I wasn't aware of those theory here.
Oh, yes. I only discovered it after my match with Boris Spassky. But a big surprise. Tell us about the Polish defense to 1d4 var.
Yeah, I see. I found your game from 1990, Yasser.
There you go.
Yeah, so definitely.
Probably before you were born, right?
Yeah, no, I was born in 1990, but I agree with you. Bishop takes b5, bishop takes e4, knight f3 should be a big advantage for white there. But Wojtaszek wants to keep his center, so let's take a look now. Magnus just played knight f6 in this position.
Whoops.
There are some games actually. Wojtaszek had a game like this. Played in
Sorry to interrupt,
2010.
Var.
Yes.
We have one game that's already headed to a draw, MVL Levon. Or actually, there's some repetition, but I think MVL didn't repeat the 3rd time.
Right.
But we can take a look. That's also a very interesting opening.
Yes, yes.
What a start.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go back for a second to the Magnus's game. So how knight f6 is played now, attacking the pawn on e4.
Right.
And you cannot play the move e5, of course, to attack the knight because the bishop is going to capture the pawn on g2. And it's a big problem here. You lose your rook. So you need to find a way to defend this pawn here. There are a few options here. I see not so many games in database here. This knight f6 is actually more rare move here. There are more games after the move e6 in this position, for example. But after knight f6, you can play the move queen e2, which is the main line. I see 24 games played. I like this move, knight f3, queen e2 defending, and then you want to get the knight on f3 and castle, just maintaining the control of the center. So Wojtaszek is still thinking, you definitely don't want to play the move f3 because that's just going to be weakening the position. Another alternative would be the move knight d2.
Which he just played.
To protect the
He
pawn.
did play
and he just
knight
played.
D2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you cannot play the move knight c3 because you have the move b4. So that's why. So knight d2 is played, and there are a few ways Magnus can respond here, and he just played the move c5. Trying to put pressure in the center here. Very interesting opening choice so far.
For sure.
But the
Magnus.
aggression that Magnus is showing right out of the box is, for me, at least a little bit stunning, because with black, the whole idea is to equalize, and only then, after equalizing, do you go into mode of attack. But this is amazing.
Do you think he chose this because it's called the Polish defense and he's playing in Poland?
Oftentimes, the answer is yes, that the players are aware that of their location and things like that, city. So, for example, in Latvia, there was the Latvian gambit that was being played by Edmar Mednis against Michael Tal. So that's amazing. But let's turn to that game, another marquee matchup between MBL and Levon, because those players played very quickly a London. And Levon said, "Give me your pawn." It's
Very
like a
sharp line for black.
Yeah, is this called the poison pawn in the London? Because that's what it sure seems like to me. Well, there it goes. Queen takes b2. Knight jumps out. Obviously, we're threatening a fork to the king and the rook, picking up the rook. Also, the queen could be left high and dry. So black has to be careful that his queen doesn't get trapped. Knight d5 defends the square c7, but simultaneously attacks the bishop on f4. And it would be very useful to get rid of that bishop, as well as to sidestep the threat of knight c7. And this is what you were saying, Nasi, that we could see, again, a very early draw repetition. MVL said, no, I'm not finished with you yet. Knight f3, and we're up to date with the players. And jump right in, Var, and tell us what the theoretically recommended moves are at this point.
Only one game played in
Only
database,
one game?
Yasser. Yeah, and here Levon has few options. He can play the move knight a6 here, and that still will allow white to repeat if he wants to with rook b1, rook a1. So that's one option. Another option he has is to take on d4. So I think he has to probably choose between these two moves.
I assume it makes no sense for us to go knight c7 check and take a rook after knight takes f4.
After knight takes f4, let's see here. Yeah, just e takes f4 would be nice.
Simple.
This position, and still the threat of knight c7 is very strong. So I think it's important to keep the knight on d5 for now, just to control that c7 square here. So the top moves are, as I mentioned, knight a6 in this position and c takes d4. So there's a very interesting variation after c takes d4.
Okay.
There is a move bishop d3, just trying to catch up on the development, because black is really behind in development. At this point, white doesn't care about the material so much. And now queen b4 check. And now you give up another pawn. You're going to be 4 pawns down now, guys. c3.
Wow.
D takes c3, and you castle. But you have such a big lead in development that despite being down 4 pawns, you actually have very strong compensation here.
Wow, 4 pawns.
4 pawns.
That's
I'm
a lot.
used to the Danish gambit, which was sacrificing 2 pawns as a scholastic player, But 4 pawns.
Yeah,
But that is a
look.
huge
Yeah,
lead
let's
in
take a look.
development.
Like this position, it's very sharp now, and you still need this move knight a6. Looks like you really need this move when the knight is on b5 to cover the c7 square. And here white can retreat bishop g3 and then get ready to play the move e4 to remove this knight from d5. Black needs a lot of moves to complete the development to castle. So this is one interesting line. And the question is if Levon will go for this, because it's very dangerous. You could be in a receiving end of like the game where you just lose under 20 moves because you have no development.
Receiving end of a brilliancy. Let's just take a look around the stage. We'll jump in the game between Rapport and Kirill, as this looks like a very intriguing Rosalimo. G7, G6, takes, D4 takes, queen takes, and now you want to sidestep the move knight f6, e5. So f7, f6. Black has the 2 bishops, big center, a little bit awkward though, development. Queen a4, I presume to sidestep e5s, d5s as well. You keep a little pressure on the c6 pawn, bishop g7, c4, setting up a Maroczy bind kind of situation. Queen b6 castles, knight h6, and what is the state of the theory in this one, Var? This looks way off the beaten track for me.
I see one game in my database, very high-profile game. MVL was playing with white against Rajabov. And this is from 2019. If we go back a few moves, the move queen a4 is actually a very rare move in this position. So in this position, instead of queen a4, most people play the natural move castle or the move c4. So queen a4, it has been played a few times, but only a few times. After queen a4, and I want to get to the current position here, and white has nice control of the center and looks like a little bit easier to play, but the advantage for black is that he has the pair of the bishops here. So here white can continue with the move knight c3, which is a very natural move. And then when you put a knight on h6 in this position, almost always you put it back here on f7 to control the e5 and d6 squares. And here, white can try to go for this b4 idea. The point is to try to put a pawn on c5 and move the queen from b6. So, and then we can enter some very interesting variations after f5, c5. Now queen has to retreat say queen a6, queen b3, and engines are showing a slight advantage in this position for white, which is not surprising because you have a better lead in development, and black king is still in the middle of the board as well.
Thank you, Var. I'm just being told that in this very, very sharp gambit game between MVL and Levon, that Darush doesn't like this move knight c6. That MVL actually, his move orders kind of threw Levon off track a bit. Knight c6 was not on the computer's top moves. Why is that, Var?
This move actually will allow the move c4. I think the move c4 is critical in this position to try to have an advantage because you need to remove that knight from d5. So let's take a look. After the move c4, so black has a few options here. Can take on f4 or can play the move knight cb4. Let's start out with knight cb4 because now you have a very dangerous threat of knight c2 check. But this move is actually losing now because after the move rook b1, you're attacking the queen. And if you play the move knight c2 check, white can simply play king d2, and then you have to move your queen, and then queen takes c2, you're losing a piece. So that's why knight c2 doesn't work. And if you play the move queen a2, which is the only square to go to here, and white can just simply play bishop d3. Just developing the bishop, controlling the c2 square, and getting ready to castle now. And the knight c7 threat is still remaining, and it's going to be a big problem for black here. This is actually completely winning position now for white.
Completely winning?
Yeah, it's like plus, almost +4 here.
If the knight goes to b4, if the knight takes...
Yeah, let's take a look at knight takes f4. I think that's more critical here. Knight takes f4 makes more sense because you're actually eliminating the bishop. But this is also not as good because a very important move here, in-between move. Rook b1 attacking the queen. And now queen has to go to a2 only move. And here we don't have to capture on c7. We can simply go for this move, knight c7 check. King goes on d8 and knight takes a8. And white is up a exchange. The knight is still hanging on f4. And if you retreat knight g6, white can actually play the move knight g5 now attacking on f7. So again, this is a big advantage for white.
Position.
That knight g5 is a very unpleasant one. And there we see Levon doing his little stroll, shaking off cobwebs of his opening.
You know, I've noticed that he likes to walk during the game.
Yes.
But even during Rapid and Blitz, he still walks a lot.
Which you think, hey, you know, like, how do you pace yourself with such a fast tempo?
At the American Cup, when he was playing Blitz against, I think, Wesley or Fabian, he was, taking his time walking around. Wish I could do that.
I know. I'm too nervous. I want to sit at the board. Let's just, again, sorry we're not going through all of the positions, but let's just jump back to the game of Magnus for a second. Radoslaw just played the move d4, d5. I mean, he's made a great effort at keeping his center intact. And normally speaking, if you were white here, you might want to stop the move knight b4. You go a3, you go b3, you go bishop b2. Petite little moves. You stay behind your classical central pawn duo. No.
Yeah, sir. If it wasn't Magnus playing this with black, I would think white is just winning.
Yeah.
Look at this position that we have on the board.
Well, okay, let's go for it. You attack me, I attack
actually,
you.
we have few moves on the board.
Yes, he took actually.
Magnus took and allowed e5.
Well, I kind of thought it was going to go that way. I was about to play knight b4, bishop back, and then take. But take e5. I think that's a crucial follow-up, if you will. And, okay, I'm a pawn grabber. Magnus played the move knight h5, and just he's essentially saying, do your worst. And what is the worst? What's going to happen next?
I think white needs to move the knight from d2 so I can open up my bishop.
Right.
Maybe knight b3, just so I have knight d4 option as well.
Okay, so giving yourself this square. I didn't know if you were going to come back. But I do see, I mean, like, okay, I got a visual on that incoming. So g7, g6.
Now bishop h6.
Right, to give I was going to give my knight a square, but you're not going to allow me an easy life. Now, how weird is this? I'm starting to look at positions where you've played g4 and g takes h5, and your king is a little exposed. So the question is
Yeah, I was going to say, if I block the diagonal, then I'll
I
just be
got
up
nothing.
a piece.
Yeah,
Yes.
you'll just be up a piece.
I don't know.
I
White
don't think
looks
it's
very
going to
good,
work.
right?
No, I don't. I'm not impressed by my own clever designs. Bishop f8, just to give myself
I
again.
think we have these moves on the board, by the way.
We do have knight
Yeah,
b3.
we have
do.
g6 on the board.
Once per broadcast, I really like to get this in. These guys are good.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Well, they're pretty good. And standing room only in the aisles, as we see. If you don't get here early, you don't get a seat. And I know that feeling. I was in the Soviet Union where, you know, it was more crowded than a bus in Kiev, is what Alex Wojtaszek said to me. Jump in, Var. I'm not feeling it for Magnus. In fact, I'm looking at this position, and Nazi was bringing the heat, and it feels very uncomfortable.
Absolutely, yeah. Knight b3 is a great move, actually opening up the diagonal for the bishop.
We have bishop h6 on the board as well, by the way.
Yes, and it's a very big advantage here for white here, and I will show you how can Wojtaszek continue. And I think Magnus is really taking a big risk in this game here. So in this position now, bishop h6 played, and the threat is g4, and after which your knight will be trapped. So you can play, you have two options. You have to play bishop f8, which is the best move, or rook g8, which is going to be a very ugly move, just the
Magnus
idea
just
that you can go
played
back.
rook g8.
Oh, wow.
He went with ugly.
Yeah, so this is really bad. I mean, this whole position here. Here, white actually can just do many different things here, but for example, you can bring your bishop back on e3 here, and now you're threatening the move knight c5. So if you play, let's say, knight g7, you need to bring this knight into the game because it's doing absolutely nothing on h5. Then you play the move knight c5, attacking the bishop, and bishop takes c5. Play bishop c5. Now you have a very strong dark square bishop. Yes, your knight will land on e6, but now this bishop is just going to be a monster there. So this is a very big advantage for white in this position. If you don't want to give up your dark square bishop after the move knight c5, you can play something like queen b8. So if I capture, you take back with the queen. But here, white doesn't have to take immediately, can play the move bishop c2. Now putting pressure on d5, at some point bishop can go on b3 as well. Again, blocking is stuck in the middle of the board and doesn't look like you're going to be able to castle anywhere. So there's a big danger here for Magnus in this game.
Not for nothing, but I don't find bishop e3 so intuitive. I would have thought something like rook c1, similarly going for knight c5. Only, as you were pointing out, reasons why bishop e3, bishop takes c5, do I suddenly find it attractive. But you went bishop h6, and now your very next turn playing bishop e3. Not easy to do.
Rook c1 is also a great move, Yasser.
Yeah,
so you can actually just play rook c1 here as well and still have like a very big advantage.
Very big advantage. Let's just jump to the game of MVL and Levon, because that...
Queens are up. And can I ask you to go back just onto move 11 when queen c1 was played?
Okay, we just saw the move knight c6. Yes. We were expecting c4. Instead came bishop c4, knight c3, queen c1.
Check.
Oop, check.
And just look at this position, this c file.
It's like it's completely full.
On move 12 or
Right.
11, I don't think I've ever seen this before.
Have you ever gotten on an elevator that says 1,200 kilos a maximum? I mean, that's what the C file feels like a full elevator, nobody else can get on. Bishop c4 looked pretty good, and this position, well, we have to trade queens because the rook is hanging, the queen is hanging, so takes, e5.
This is so hard to evaluate.
Well, in a correspondence game, I might have trouble. In a rapid game, wow. Okay, e5, good stuff. But you have to do it.
We chess players, we're good at recognizing patterns, and that's how we evaluate positions.
Sure.
But no one has seen 8 pieces on one file like this. It's very hard for me to figure out what's going on, which pieces are hanging, which pieces are safe.
And which pieces are important. There was a moment there, okay, and by the way, before we get too deep, Wow. These players know each other well. 15 wins in Rapid versus 3 losses. MVL has a huge...
MVL is pretty good in Rapid, yes.
And I would have never guessed that because they have met some often in these knockout tournaments, these 128-player knockout, the World Cup tournaments. And I thought that Levon actually got the better of MVL in those events. So anyway, here, there was this one line a moment ago where Var was telling us about takes, and knight g5 was a very, very awkward move for black to meet because you want to take this pawn. In this particular position, d5, and you were just saying a moment ago, I don't know how to evaluate because because I'm not used to seeing both knights in the corner.
Wow.
Var, you got to jump in and bail us out on this one. I have no idea what's going on.
Absolutely crazy, and that's the main line, guys.
That's the main line.
That's the main line, actually, and I went a little bit deeper here. I will show you.
Please.
But it looks like Levon is doing great at the end of this line here. Let me show you. So in the current position after the move e5, MVL has to take knight a. That's the best move here. Everything else is going to be much worse for him. So after knight a8, we take the bishop. Now knight g5 again, only move, because this knight is going to get trapped and you will just simply lose the game if you don't play the move knight g5. So knight g5, d5,
Okay.
attacking the bishop, knight f7, king e8. Now the knight is hanging, so we take. And it's very unusual. You took both rooks on a8 and h8, and you lost your both bishops, one on f4 and now one on c4. At least we see a symmetry of what's happening here. So now knight c7, you need to get the knight back into the game. And because this knight is trapped right now, and if you allow black to play bishop d6, this other knight is going to get trapped. So you need this move. And now king d7 comes in. Knight is still trapped on c7, and only way to escape is try to push this move d5 to try to get that e6 square for the knight to go to. But in this case, black would just take on c6, and now you play king c6. And here we have a very strong knight on c3, a lot of pawns here on the queen side here. White does have the extra material here, but evaluation is actually close to be equal, but very hard to understand what's going on. So e takes f4 is the best move, and now black can play the move bishop e6 just to control the f7 square, so the knight cannot come out. And if f5 is played, you don't want to take this pawn because the knight will come back on f7. You play the move bishop d5. So you centralize the bishop. You're still controlling the f7 square. And at some point, you're going to start pushing this pawns here. So complicated position, but I think it's a little bit easier to play for black because your pawn is very direct. Just advance your pawns on a queen side here. But the position's still around equal at this point.
Remarkable. Materially, I think black is doing great, but it's a very, very strange position. I have another game I was just looking at, and that was between Duda and Anish Giri. And right up until here, it's been a King's Indian / Benoni with bishop d3 and f3. And I always had this theory that I carried with me that Benoni is bad. The Benoni is a bad defense for black when all the pieces are on the board. If black early in the game can trade a single piece of minor pieces, whether it be knights or bishops, much of the space disadvantage goes away. So in this particular game, Anish has managed to trade off a knight for a bishop. So I think he's doing really pretty decently right about this point as black. And I would have expected some kind of a Benoni-like move of a6 and possibly even f5, recognizing the potential of a good square. Move b5 was a
More Benko style move.
yeah, but also a kind of an overreach, like, why do you need it? So, well, Duda said I take it.
Because it's rapid.
Because it's rapid.
I can take more risks.
There we go. Knight takes b5. And from Duda's point of view, you've got to prove something. I'm going to play knight c4, and I'm going to try to capture this pawn on d6. Now, of course, you can go bishop b5, a4, and maybe even on a good day, on a good day, even win this pawn. But you've done me such a service of playing b5 and giving me the c4 square that I'm really confused. And if you play rook pardon me, if you play rook b8 and I just retreat. Like,
Can Anish just go g4 and play on the king side?
let's try. Let's
And put pressure.
It does feel a little bit illogical. Well,
Premature, maybe?
Well, no. You're going to go b5 on one hand and g4. Where are you playing? You want to beat me on both sides of the
Yep.
board. Okay.
Well, b5 was a distraction, so the
Exactly,
knight's
a
a little bit
decoy.
far away now from
A
the king
decoy.
side. Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure what I'm afraid of. Are you going to take? Are you going to go check? Or I'm not exactly sure what I should be afraid of. So go ahead and let's say do your worst, like beat me.
All right, let's follow up with f5.
Okay, and now I want to get rid of this knight somehow. Let's get rid of that knight.
Let's take on e4.
Okay, now I pause because before I didn't think I was going to have much of a choice. Like I was going to play knight takes e4 all the time. Here I'm kind of considering rook takes e4 just because I have...
To the tempo.
Yeah, okay, I'll fall for it.
Can I do bishop f5, or I will not get two pieces?
I'll take one. I don't care about the... But here also I feel like even if worse comes to worse and I lose an exchange, I get something. So Var, help clear the cobwebs a bit. b5, was that an overreach by Anish, or he has a very specific follow-up in mind?
b5 is a move that it's okay to play, but it wasn't necessary. He could have simply played the move b6 in that position and had that same plan bishop a6 coming up. And black is actually slightly better in this position.
Exactly.
Also, he could have just played the move f5 there instead of the move b6. Again, black is slightly better because it looks really nice. You have two bishops, excellent knight on f4. It's a dream Benoni / King's Indian type of position. So the move b5 is... but he does have a compensation here, and we see a couple of moves played after the move knight b5. So knight b5, rook b8 played.
A4.
Now you get the open file. That's the main idea why he played this move. And now a6 is played because a4, and now a6. Now removing the knight, and here you have to go back on c3. That's the only move. Knight a7, you're going to lose on b2. So only move will be knight c3, and here. You just gain an open file for your rook, and here you have to continue with the move f5. You really need this move to try to put some pressure in the center and bring the bishop into the game. It's a complicated position. Evaluation is equal right now, but again, two bishops and an open b file. I find this easier to play with the black pieces. So
the initiative.
Couple of more moves we can look at it. Rook a1, and then f takes e4, and if you take with the knight, either of the knights, bishop f5 will come in. So good compensation for Anish, but again, the pawn sacrifice wasn't completely necessary.
Exactly. Let's just turn back to our game of the world's #1 player, Radoslaw versus Magnus. When we left it, we saw bishop h6, rook g8, and we called black's position ugly, which it is. But one follow-up is you want to play for the c5, knight c5 move, try to force black to give up the bishop. The engine's preference for that is to start with bishop e3, which white did,
found, yes.
and then queen c7. I just found bishop takes c5 too ugly.
Yes.
I just thought that this position, I mean, it's
like Ermitin. I should not have played this opening.
yeah, I mean, that bishop on d6 just makes such a powerful impression. And Magnus didn't want anything to do with that. He played queen c7, suggesting, yeah, I'm ready to exit, and maybe also play knight e6. Rook c1, knight e6, takes, bishop. Interesting, because somehow I had it in my mind the bishop was coming to b1, bishop to f1 by white, bishop to b4, rook e2, knight e7. Well, he had to make room to defend. He won a pawn. As ugly as it is, at least he's clinging to something, like a life raft. He's got to maintain something for his ugly position. And we have rook double on c2. I mean, optically, it feels like white's got just about everything. After all, where is black going to put his king? How good or bad do you think this is, Nassim?
I think White's winning.
Just winning. It's just
winning.
so strong, yeah? I mean, control of the open file. But what Magnus has going in his favor is,
That he's Magnus Carlsen.
well, he's got the business squares on the C file covered up.
For now.
Yeah. So if I go like knight f5, hoping to get in some bishops of opposite color, if I ever get rid of the dark square bishop, my king could castle by hand.
Look at the current position. I loved what Wojtaszek did. He put the bishop on f6.
Let's see what he did. I'm just going to refresh my board, everybody. Don't be mad. Rook c2, knight f8. He did go knight f5. And he said, your best piece is the knight on e6. I'm willing to let you trade it off, but you have to give me your knight on e6. Magnus said bishop back, bishop f6. Sorry to interrupt you. You like what you're seeing.
I love it, because if Magnus exchanges the bishop now, the pawn
Yes.
goes to f6,
Yep.
and black king can never hide on g7.
That's what I was about to say. I like the idea
that
of
f6 pawn is just
taking
split
it-
in black's position in half.
Exactly. Here I can understand why the bishop could easily go to g2 and pressure d5. Bishop f6, so you're right. I'm not going to take on, but that
Magnus
leaves
played
me...
knight f to g7. I think he's headed to h5, trying to
Back.
somehow get rid of that bishop.
Wow. The world's number one is taking an insane amount of liberties in this game. And I'm sensing serious upset of our... Tell me your thoughts and feelings.
Absolutely agree with you. I think Wojtaszek is playing a great game, and Magnus is just really, really gambling in this game here. And here, Wojtaszek has an incredible move here. He just needs to calculate a little bit and find it. That move is knight g5 here.
Knight g5?
Yes, sacrificing a piece, but the idea is every time you capture this knight with your knight on e6, you're going to allow me this move rook c7.
Okay.
And that's going to be a big problem here. I will show you the lines now, guys. So knight
Sure.
g5. And first it seems like, wait a minute, it looks like just blundering a piece. But once you take it, rook c7 comes in, attacking the queen. And the next thing is d5 pawn is going to fall here. So if you play the move queen b8, I simply play queen takes d5. And now d7 is hanging. And you don't have a good way to protect it. And if you go queen d8, then it's a very nice finish. Queen takes a8, queen
Oops.
takes a8, rook c8 check. You take, and then you get a back rank checkmate on d8 here. Once again, king is stuck in the middle of the board here. But he did not play that move knight g5. It's kind of a tough move to find. So he played the move queen d3. And this is actually losing some of his advantage, because the point of this move knight g7 is to play the move knight h5 now and try to force this bishop to exchange, and that way king can take on e7, and finally black can connect his rooks here. And that's what is Magnus trying to achieve in this position. So I think he will play this move knight h5 now, and there is no way for you to protect f6 anymore. So I feel like now he's coming back into the game here. So white is still better after bishop e7, king e7, but at least the king is fine and the rooks are going to be connected. Still an advantage for white, but not as much.
The queen
Thank
d3
you,
move was quite surprising.
For me especially, I thought g3 and bishop g2 was on white's agenda there. So the move queen d3 and bishop takes. And
Oh, he
Magnus
took
is
with the bishop
saying,
instead of going knight h5.
well, Magnus is trying to say, I think the pawn on f6 is weak, as we just see this move knight h5. Let me just put
So
that
the only
on
way
my-
to defend
Yeah,
now is
and
queen
now-
c3, right? It's the only move that defends the pawn?
Yes, but that's kind of a... It feels awkward,
The
right?
thing is, if you play b4, do I have queen c8? I think I do.
There is a knight d8 business, but then you got to check on the...
Then
This
I
is
have
a
rook
very
e1.
yeah. This is a very funny check.
If b4,
yeah.
queen c8,
I will have to take
rook
it.
takes, and if knight d8, that will
Yeah.
definitely lead to a checkmate after rook e1.
That is cute.
King
That
f8
pawn,
and rook
yeah,
d8.
that pawn on f6 is... And by the way, time-wise...
Wojtaszek's down to 10 minutes, and Magnus still has 14 minutes. Not in time trouble yet.
But just in that line that we were looking at, if I return the queen, Nazi, the pawn on f6 is vulnerable. Well,
True, but
I'm trying to
I can
pick
pick
it
up
off.
queenside pawns maybe.
Like
I can win
bishop
a6
takes.
and probably b4 as well.
And something of this nature. Although, I mean, this doesn't feel like completely clean. I mean, you know, so
And
queen
queen
c3
c3
is
on the board.
On the board. So they're up to this moment, and now this is the key moment. There is d5, d4.
Maybe that's better.
Considerable as a consideration. There is b4. The whole idea is you can't live with this pawn on f6. Got to get rid of it. Sorry, we're just gonna. Along with Bruce Harper, a very dear friend of mine, we wrote a book called King Walks. Whenever I see the king going on a voluntary march, I just have to look. And
So MVL did not take on a8.
he did not take on a8. He took on e5 and essentially allowed this position where, first of all, Black's king is remarkably safe. I mean, you can't even check the king.
That knight on c3 is
It's so
also
good.
amazing.
Secondly, materially speaking, I'm sorry, I'm still calculating.
I'm
I've
not
got
sure
two-
either.
I've got 2 pieces for a rook, right?
Yes, or
So
no. White is in exchange up, but black has 2 pawns for it.
because the knight is not yet captured. But look at those pawns. I mean, this queenside majority is going to be just enormous. My first thought is that this is all going spectacularly well for Levon. Like, he can play c4, bishop a3, win back his exchange very nicely. He started with
Bishop
bishop
takes h7 here. Maybe I can get my knight out.
The training. Look at you going, grabbing pawns. I thought the same, though. Maybe the difference is Levon is looking to take on d4 and play bishop b4.
I think I need to get my knight out right now. Knight g6.
Bishop to b4.
Yeah, this is
Starting
not
to look
great.
scary, right?
yeah.
And there you go. I mean, it's not greed. It's really trying to save the knight.
A white can castle because of knight e2.
Castle's 92 is definitely a check you didn't want to see. That is right.
And Levon did go c4.
c4. So actually, he could have done it a different move order. I thought c4 was the most forcing a moment ago. But bishop e6, bishop takes h7, instead of capturing on d4, which I was doing for the tempo. c4, clear, excuse me, clear ideas of bishop a3 and bishop b4. Really, I don't like MVL's position. If this is good for MVL, I'm stunned. I mean, I think he's got to start thinking about f3, king f2, and bailing out, because his game's not good.
Yeah, white's trying to survive, I think.
I think so too. Again, let me just check in, because Radoslaw.
Yeah, he is really making
Okay,
Magnus
queen c3,
suffer a little bit here.
rook d8. So no b4s, no d4s. a3, just sidestepping b4 for the time being and asking Magnus to do something. I just want to say that the immediate d4 knight takes, it doesn't allow you to capture, because knight takes will be winning for white. So d5, d4 doesn't offer much of a
No,
solace.
instead of a3, I really liked rook e1.
I like
Because
that
I feel
move.
like we don't need to have 3 pieces on c-file anymore.
Exactly. I like rook e1. Rook e1 to my, again, just to echo your words, you don't need to
Fear it, yeah. Because
Yeah.
we have queen e5. if
queen
b4.
e5. And again, I'm kind of sorry to pound the table here, but I really like g3 and bishop g2 as well. a3 was played, and Magnus, is time a factor again?
Not yet. Magnus is 5 minutes up. He has 12 minutes, while Wojtaszek has 7.
Okay, well, you start to feel it just a little bit. Sorry, we did not look at the Wesley So game. Apologies to our Wesley fans, of which I include myself. We'll do it very quickly. It came from a
This is
Joko
the
piano.
only classical opening we have today so far.
So far. And white, okay, a little bit better, but I must say that I always find these positions that very much resemble Rui Lopez as very hard to determine who has an advantage. So we've just seen takes, and I imagine black will recapture with the pawn, attacking the pawn on e4. As
Knight
white,
C4 maybe?
yeah, as white,
It's about equal, right?
yeah, that's my feeling too. As white, I would want to return the favor as soon as possible and play knight to c4. By the way, Anish Giri, let me just quickly check. When we left it,
Oh, there, rook b2, kind of sacrifice or exchange happened.
oh, that's nasty. A royal fork. Go ahead, take my bishop, make my day. It will cost you your queen. So the queen went to a2. And
So now we have opposite color bishops.
right, but black won back his pawn, a petite combination, and we're up to date here.
I prefer white, just because the black square bishop is missing from g7. I feel like black king is slightly weak.
More vulnerable, absolutely. But now, having said that, you know, black is the one, after all, with the passer. That's the advantage of the Benoni, that you get a queenside. Again, I'm going to jump back to our game of, well, the round at the moment. Magnus Carlsen just played the move queen b8.
Probably
Oh.
headed to f4.
Yeah, but I've been...
Finally, g3.
G3, will somebody please
I think he will play it now.
reach across the board and
Magnus
play
is
G3.
really provoking it now.
Right, exactly.
So after g3, do you think Magnus will play queen d6?
Yeah, try
I
to
don't
cozy.
really-
What else? You
What
want
else
him
can
to-
you do with
right.
black, right? There we go, g3.
Thank you. And if we do see queen d6, I liked what you said a moment ago. Let me play rook e1 just to...
So earlier when I was playing rook e1, if black moved the king to f8, I had queen b4 check, which was unpleasant.
But
No.
now with the queen on d6, moving the king to f8 makes a lot more sense. As in this case, you do have d4 on your agenda.
Yes.
And I agree. I think
Maybe
queen
Magnus
d6.
is slightly
Fighting-
improving his position, coming back.
fighting out of it. Richard Rapport, by the way, and again, apologies, we left it at queen a4. Sometimes in these rapids, the games get lost as the excitement moves elsewhere. Queen a4, queen b6. Now, Richie said, hey, I can see what MVL did. I can sacrifice my b2 pawn. Poison pawn, you can't take it. Yes, I can, said Kirill. Do your worst. Queen b7. Okay, so white won a number of tempi to achieve precisely what? Well, he got his pawn back.
I'm
That was
really
good.
liking Richard's position, especially the current one, yes.
That's very good.
c5, this looks
C5.
great.
I'm
Queenside.
thinking I have to play d5. So I'm just trying to catch up with the players. Are you going to kill me with knight to d4?
Knight f d4 probably?
Yeah, either one. And I don't know if I
Very
should.
unpleasant.
I feel like I'm on the back foot as black. But is there a knockout though?
Knight takes c6 and the other knight to d4?
Absolutely. I feel like I'm in a game show.
I feel
You know, like you know, somebody was gonna whack.
Maybe immediately c6, threatening rook b7 and knight b5. I mean, this is
Yeah.
complete domination on the queen side.
No
Yeah.
argument from me. Yeah, this looks like Kirill's on the back foot for sure. Let's just jump to Magnus for a moment. And after this move, G3, Var, we've been looking at Queen D6 and King F8, and the combination of Queen D6 first. And we think Magnus is fighting his way back.
Yeah, he's actually, he's still much worse, but not as much. Earlier, Wojtaszek had a great opportunity. I will show you. He had a huge advantage if he found this move Queen E5 here instead of the move A3. So if we just go back to this position after the move Rook D8, he had this move Queen E5. It's very strong now, this move, because you're also getting ready to play Rook C7 here. And if you play the move D6, then you simply go Queen to E3, and now Rook C7 again is going to be very, very strong. If you, let's say, capture on F6 now, Rook C7, attacking the Queen, Queen B8, and once again we see this move Knight G5 coming in. Again, King is stuck in the middle of the board here, and this is just simply winning here. This A3 move, it's a nice move. You're preventing the move B4 because the idea was try to deflect the Queen from here and try to pick up the pawn F6. But now Black is going to bring the Queen into the game with Queen B8 and Queen D6, I think, coming up. So after G3, here Queen D6, White is still better, but there are some chances to pick up this pawn at some point, and then King will be safe here. So with the time advantage as well, I think Magnus has some chances now to get back into the game.
And talking about time, actually, Magnus caught up with Wojtaszek. They both have
Equal
yes,
amount of
6
time.
minutes and 40 seconds or something like that. So I think everything will be decided in this blitz now that
Wow! And Magnus came
G5.
up with a move we certainly were not considering. G6, G5. That's where that
I think this is in
5 minutes went. I mean, okay, obviously his idea is pretty straightforward.
This is so inviting Knight D4, isn't it? Knight D4, Knight F5.
It sure does look good. Yeah. Knight D4.
Now my
Ooh.
bishop's open. I can go to G2 or H3, or even on the other side if needed, E2 or D3. You know.
Yeah. Well, let's try to imagine that
Knight F5.
Black follows up with his idea of rook, and he's rounding up the pawn. Okay, he's just asking you, if I take the pawn.
So the rook is defended by the knight. I thought I could maybe somehow, maybe first bishop H3 and then bishop G4.
Bishop H3, bishop G.
I don't think you're going to make it.
Well, I'm going to kind of try. I'm trying to roll with the punches here, and King F8. We did indeed see after the move G5, by the
Rook
way.
E1.
Rook E1. Knight D4 has an attraction, but okay, Rook E1.
Also looks very good.
And jump in, Var. It feels like the game is going to be decided in the next few moves. Oh, by the way, we have a repetition going on between MVL and... but let's throw it to Bucharest and get the... Pardon me, Bucharest. Let's throw it to Cristian and in Warsaw, a view from Warsaw. Var infected me.
Just a quick update on that game between Wojtaszek and Magnus. Magnus opening up with the Polish opening. This is something that he's done before as well in actually much more serious encounters, and won at the World Championship match against Sergei Karyakin in 2016. After Donald Trump just got elected, he played the Trumpovsky in game 1, and that was a last-minute decision. We just got that information from one of his seconds in that match. Gustafsson, who is here with Anish, Giri. So quite an interesting outcome in that one. He did pile on the pressure with the white pieces in that particular game. Right now, it seems like he is getting punished for his courageous decision to open up with the Polish. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Cristian. And we did have a repetition in a very roller coaster ride of a game between MVL and Levon. I thought that Levon really had an advantage coming out of this strange London system, as the players themselves are a bit confused, sorting the details out. But let them sort the details out. Var, I'm going to jump it over to you with the game of Magnus, because I'm thinking in the next few moves, this game's going to be decided one way or another.
I think so. Magnus is in big trouble. I didn't like this move G5 at all. It really weakens the position. Yeah, and now he played the move G4 actually. Now he's trying to remove the knight from F3. And here this is just going to force the knight to go to a good square on D4. You actually can play knight H4 here as well if you want to, but I like this move knight D4, just more centralizing. You cannot take on F6 because I can simply take on E6 and then capture the knight on F6, so that loses a piece.
That's simple.
So I think he's trying to play this move Rook G6 and try to finally get rid of the knight on the pawn on F6. But now we have the move Bishop D3 coming in, attacking the rook. Rook takes F6, and now the move knight F5. And again, knight is very bad on H5 now. The rook is vulnerable. King stuck in the middle of the board. So really, really difficult position here. The best move here is to play B4 to sacrifice a pawn. And after A takes B4, try to play this move King F8.
I think I was just going to say, so if black doesn't play B4, white's just going to play Queen B4 and take on G4 and game over.
Right.
Exactly. If you play King F8, Queen B4 check, picking up on G4, that will be game over immediately.
The desirable King F8, King G8 running for the king side actually ends up losing a pawn with a check, and you're getting nothing for it. Therefore, B4. But also, the more I look at it, and I like centralized knights, the reason why I find my eye drawn to knight H4 is it kind of crosses up your plan.
Yeah.
There's no more rook G6, rook takes F6. My knight's still coming to F5. I don't lose that option, but I do deny rook G6. So I find myself attracted to knight H4.
Maybe black can play rook G5?
Okay,
instead?
rook G5, but at least in this particular case, you're not gobbling my F6 pawn right away. And I do always, thanks to the pin, I was like, thank you. You're not giving me your pawn for free. That would be delish.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't find good moves for black.
It's not easy. It's not easy. As again, sorry to ask, but it's time. They've been playing so slowly.
They are. So Wojtaszek's down to 3.5 minutes now.
And he played the centralizing move, knight to D4, is inviting rook G6 and that whole idea B4. Var, if the engine was to give this an estimation of who stands better, what's the score?
It's +4 for white, yes.
No way.
Yes.
I wouldn't have guessed it was that high. I was
still
thinking
that
plus
high.
+1.5,
maybe.
+2, +4. That's a whole piece. Why is it so bad? Rook G6, what we looked at.
Yes, Bishop D3.
We looked at rook takes F6. We looked at knight F5. We looked at B4, AB, King F8. We more or less stopped here. And this is the +4?
Yes, after AB, King F8, and actually white plays the move B5 here, just to give up that pawn to get that square on B4 for the queen.
Nice. Nice. Okay, we're just going to take a pause, and we're going to jump over to Richie Rapport's game against Kirill, because
he's about to win.
Yeah, we think the rook just went dominating square. Rook C7, Queen D5 on the board. Now Queen E7.
Queen E7, Queen E5, and knight E6, I guess that will be the end.
Queen E5 and knight E6, and black cannot protect the 7th rank. He's going to lose a piece or get checkmated here.
And he's just played Queen E7. We're expecting knight E6.
Very smooth win.
Wow.
Great start.
Richie. Nobody picked Richie. Queen check. King H2, bishop to E5 check, but that's just, oh, excuse me. No, we can.
No, we can go King H2.
We can go bishop C1.
Oh, that's easier.
That's much easier. Mm-hmm. Because King H2, bishop E5 check and takes is still a little bit tricky, right? Mm-hmm. I've got G7 covered by the queen, but bishop C1.
Yep, game over.
And we do have a handshake. Our congratulations to Richie. Shame on you guys. Nobody picked Richie. He was undefeated in Bucharest. No love. No love. And Magnus, we do have knight D4, rook G5
so not
on
rook
the board.
G6, rook G5.
Sometimes it's very difficult to pinpoint where Magnus is going. I mean, he makes this obvious suggestion that he's going to go take the pawn and then he goes rook g5?
I think he's just trying to get Radoslaw in serious time trouble so he can have chances.
And again, how serious is the
White's
time
down
trouble?
to 2 minutes now.
Okay, it's
And
getting,
Magnus has 3 minutes and 42 seconds, so
it's
almost,
getting intriguing.
almost twice as much time now for
Well,
Magnus.
we've been talking about the power of that square f5 and the fact that the knight was standing so beautifully there with the move bishop d3 and the knight coming to f5. Magnus might be preparing an exchange sacrifice. Simply, he's looking to play knight takes f6, and when knight does land on f5, you could sacrifice exchange. Again, a minute 40 seconds. I tell you, when you're at the board, you think your clock is ticking faster than it is.
Yeah, for sure. And sometimes you think you only been thinking for 2 seconds, and you look at the clock, and
30
your
seconds
2 minutes
have
is gone.
passed. Yeah, right. Like what
Yeah.
happened?
So he really needs to.
Var jumped right in. We just saw
Hurry
the
up.
move rook g5. Your engine is saying +4. We're confused. We don't know why it's such a high valuation for white. So help us out. How?
It's +5 now, yes, sir.
+5.
But
excuse
it's not
me.
easy to play. It's like there's still a lot of moves that you have to find. And, you know, let me show you, for example, this one variation here after rook g5. So bishop d3 needs to be played.
Okay.
I think this is a logical move to play. So now after bishop d3,
Yep.
let's say if you play the move king f8.
Which
because
is
I think
very
This is
logical.
what he's going to play, the move king f8. And now you have to play knight takes e6.
Oh, that's hard.
And d takes e6, and then bishop takes h7, and this is where you retain a big advantage because now threatening to play queen b4 or queen c5 check. And at the end there is a move queen d6 because black is just one move away, so just to pick up that pawn on f6, then he's going to be very happy. But after queen d6 there is a move queen e3, attacking the rook, and you're winning the exchange in this variation.
But
Wow.
finding such precise moves
Knight
with
it's not
takes
easy.
e6 is
few
a
seconds
hard,
on the clock.
But at least from White's point of view, he started well. Bishop d3. He's eyeballing h7, just as you suggested. Take the pawn on h7. Stop the king from getting to the king side. But I find that move, knight takes e6, counterintuitive.
I would never
And
touch
queen
that.
e3, and follow it up with queen e3 after that.
Yeah.
Is
And
also
follow
very
it up
important.
with queen e3 as well. That is really tough. So king f8, knight takes e6, takes on e6, bishop takes h7, queen d6, queen e3. Give me the rook, give me the square h6, and that's why it's +5.
Yes, but White only has 50 seconds on the clock, so
50 seconds. That 3 minutes melted like that.
yeah. And none of these moves that Var was showing are intuitive moves.
Well,
so-
bishop d3, I can get behind that one. Now the question for black is, if king f8 and king g8 is a dead end, you start looking for alternatives. Var, alternatives for beside king f8.
b4 is another alternative here. Again,
Okay.
it's very important in a lot of these lines to blockade that diagonal.
Okay.
So
AB.
b4, ab.
Yeah.
And here you can play the move rook e5. Just to complicate the matters, Wojtaszek has only 50 seconds, so still a lot of pieces on the board, and you still have to navigate through some of the complications here
Exactly.
after rook e5. Like, for example, here, the best move is rook c1.
Rook
this position.
c1.
Not
Again,
rook
not,
e2?
not intuitive. Not
Like-
rook e2. What?
Rook
Yeah.
c to e2 seems so logical.
Yeah, let's say you play rook c to e2. You still have an advantage, but now it dropped a little bit. I can take on e2, and then after rook takes e2, I can play the move rook
By
c8.
the way, we did have, after the move bishop d3, Magnus did not play b4. He played rook e5. Excuse me, I'm just going to refresh my board.
And Wojtaszek immediately responded with knight f5.
So bishop d3, rook e5, knight f5, rook takes e1 check, queen takes e1 on the board, knight takes f6.
The pawn's
and
off.
Magnus got rid of this pawn that was clutching at his throat. Knight takes f6, and Var jump in. Has the assessment changed greatly? Queen b4.
Yeah, that's a great move now, threatening checkmate on e7. And
Checkmate in one is
forcing
always
the move d6.
After D6?
After
as serious
D6,
as
you
a
play the
heart
move
attack.
Queen C3 now.
Oh, you don't play Rook C6.
No, just Queen C.
D6 on the board.
What's wrong with
Rook C6 is also very strong.
Okay. 'Cause
They
that's-
both-
Because I thought that was a follow-up
Yeah.
to Queen B4. You wanted to, but you say Queen to C3 is even stronger.
Yeah, they're both very strong actually. Queen C3 is attacking the knight on F6, and
So two great moves for White, but 30 seconds.
Yeah,
Let's see.
Radoslaw is so close to beating Magnus Carlsen.
And he's got
But
two great moves, and he's got to
he has
choose one of them.
25 seconds on the clock.
He's got to choose one.
I can't imagine how stressed and excited he is right
I
now.
can tell you, your heart is racing. You feel like
Oh, he played Queen C3. Great move.
Wow. Okay, Var, jump in. Queen C3. That really puts a test
and
to
he
Magnus.
can play D4 maybe just to mix
Otherwise,
things up
Queen's
here.
going to H8, right?
Yes, Queen can go on H8.
Queen to H8. Teleporting to H8.
So he can play D4 and then knight takes D4
Yeah.
and play B4 is another idea, just to sacrifice a pawn to.
But Black's king looks awfully vulnerable after D4, knight takes D4. I don't see how D5, D4 really help.
Yeah, it's like
And
plus
Magnus
5
getting
here.
nervous here. Look
Mm-hmm.
at Magnus's clock.
Catching up, down to 45 seconds.
Whoa.
And do they get increment after move 60?
No, it's just they're playing on their
Oh, I think
increment.
that's for the blitz. I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they're just playing on their increment. Queen C3, knight D7.
Whoa.
You're
Isn't this-
inviting Queen H8 check. What you said, teleporting to H8.
I smell checkmate. Queen H8,
Knight has to go drop
and then
back.
Queen F6.
He's done it. Queen H8 check. So let's
have
see.
Queen
Well,
B7.
I can't bring the other knight because that will
Mm-hmm.
only invite rook. So I have to go knight D7 to F8. Magnus
And Queen F6 now.
is behaving like, he doesn't want to play the only move on the board, which is knight D7 to F8. It's like, and Queen F6, just as you suggested,
Queen
mate in
B7.
one.
And how do we distract that queen?
Well,
I need a
rook
deflection
C6,
move.
Rook C6, decoy.
Rook C6, Rook B6 could be it.
Rook C6, Rook D6, Rook
Seems like
C6.
there should
knight.
be a completely winning move here, but I don't see it.
10 sec. Knight. No.
Plays knight G6.
After Queen F6, he played knight G6,
Now
defending.
Rook E2 maybe?
Oh boy,
wow.
you're channeling, channeling the players as knight G7 check. Threat. It's a killer threat. Knight G7 is a killer threat. What are we going to do about that?
Oh, Magnus down to 3 seconds.
2. It's over. There is
One?
just no move.
Wow, he made a move on 1 second.
Did he really? But knight
Yes.
F7 check is going to. He's going to lose all of his bits.
He's
Yes.
going to lose a piece now.
He resigns. Wow.
After
Knight G7, Magnus resigned.
Magnus resigned. Wow.
Great win for Radoslaw.
Wow. Knight G7. Bravo, bravo.
And I
As there's a
hear-
big applause.
Applause.
I can hear the applause from the audience.
And we've got Warsaw muted.
But there are other players still playing, and audience was still
Yes.
clapping.
That's the way it goes. Wesley So
Oh,
is
looks like-
enjoying a winning advantage, it looks like to
Nice.
me, against Deac. And quickly, I wanted to see Anish Giri.
Duda also looks like he's playing for a win.
He sure does. I mean,
Yeah.
that A pawn is nice, but it's going to be lassoed. But let's just stay with the Wesley So game for a moment, as we do expect.
He's my pick.
Wow, you stole him from me. He was going to be my horse.
Yeah, this is definitely, it should be an easy win, right? 3 versus 1 on the same side.
Exactly. Deac definitely suffering as he's, and G5 is hanging, and
Rook G5, King F6.
Rook D5.
Oh, nice. Nice. And there we go.
And
Wesley
yes.
wins his game.
Bravo, Wesley, as we jump to our one remaining game, and this is winning. This is an
Yes.
extra pawn, but it's not just the extra pawn, it's the nice feeling of White's position, White's pieces
No
as being
weaknesses
better.
in White's position at all.
Exactly.
Just have to slowly improve.
I'm cursed. My picks. I picked Dingler in Bucharest. As we know, Ding had a terrible tournament.
Well, it's a bit early, I would say,
yeah?
here, because Duda's down to 10 seconds, so anything can happen still.
10 seconds.
Yes, it's so easy to blunder when you have no time.
But it just feels like he's got 10 seconds and position. How bad is it, Var?
It's like +3 here.
+3.
And
That's
perhaps
big, yeah.
he had a little bit stronger move. He had a move knight c6 instead of knight c2. The knight would have been very strong there. But again, I think it's technically winning position here.
Well, I think what Duda really wants to do is drop his knight to the c4 square. That is like, in so many Benoni positions, that's always been, the key square.
Yeah, that weakness on d6 is showing itself now.
It's like a magnet, right? Like, I'm going to tackle you.
So after, let's say, white knight gets to c4 and black plays king e7, do we attack with rook a6 or do we push e5?
E5.
E5. Should be
E5
winning,
is just
yes.
a clean.
Oh, yes, because of the pin and everything.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a technical win from here.
I must say this looks like a good technique, though. I love this knight coming to the c4 square. Check doesn't really help. Either king d4 or king d2 both get my vote. Again, this is what it's all about. We take this pawn, and then it goes. King
Anish
d8.
is suffering right now.
Big time. And his answer to knight c4.
Maybe immediately e5 right now, without even knight
e5.
c4. Because my king is
Yes.
going to d6.
Yes.
And I'm just going for a checkmate.
Reminds me of a Tigran Petrosian Michael Botvinnik World Championship match game where White's king went all the way right through the diagonal down to g7 and checkmated Botvinnik's king on the d8 square. So I like e5.
e5 is excellent here. Yep.
And
he
he's
plays
done
it.
it. As he's looking to go takes and king to d6, setting up mating nets. I always say this to beginning players because they really don't understand it, but in the endgame, the king can be an incredibly powerful piece.
Yes,
The
stronger
king-
than a knight or a bishop. Yeah.
Exactly. The king often sets up mating nets against the opposing king. Time a factor?
They have both about 20 seconds each.
King d6 plays itself, rook takes.
Oh, we're in the rook endgame now.
Rook ending.
Looks completely winning, right? Rook g7. Rook g5. Yeah.
Threatening
this will
rook
be-
e5 check, by the way. That's nasty. Rook e5
And
check.
there we go.
And
Wow.
Anish has to resign.
4 white wins in the first round.
Wow. Wesley,
Amazing.
yeah, everybody doing Richie. And let's jump to Warsaw and Cristian and Anastasiya.
Just a perfect start for the Polish players, guys. And I just want to show you a funny moment at the end of this game between Wojtaszek and Magnus, because I believe it was Nazi that was mentioning this move, queen to b7 at this point. After queen to f6, obviously the threat is to go queen to e7. That ends the game. Checkmate in one move. You have to defend that square somehow. You have 3 options. You can go rook to d7 to defend it with a rook. You can go knight to g6, which was Magnus's option. And you can go queen to b7, which to my eyes, and I think Magnus and Nazi as well and everybody, it seems to be the most practical choice. Nevertheless, after queen to b7, there's a spectacular move in the position, taking advantage that after rook to c8, check this move out. After rook to c8, you cannot take that rook with either of the pieces. You cannot take with a queen because queen to e7 finishes the game. You cannot take it with the rook because knight takes d6. I'm going to capture the queen in the position, and that's going to be all she wrote. So this is definitely a beautiful moment in this game. I have to say, just an impeccable execution by by Wojtaszek, Radoslaw, and I have to say I was impressed with his compatriot as well, Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Anish, Giri, and both of the players with the black pieces, Magnus and Anish, seems to be quite emboldened by the time format. They really are ready to take some extra chances. You can see the opening choice of Anish, G6, E6, C5, moving a lot with the pawns, creating a lot of weaknesses, transitioning into some sort of a Benoni structure. We know the Benoni is not great. Don't play it at home, kids. Don't play the Benoni. I played it myself, but forget about that. Nevertheless, let's see what happened, because it wasn't as smooth sailing. Nevertheless, it was Jan-Krzysztof Duda that was making the right decisions. So b5, sacrifice a pawn with the sole purpose of opening up the b file, giving the bishop on g7 in connection with potentially a rook coming on the b file, some action on the b file, especially that square b2, the weak square in white's position. That's why you see rook to b8, a4, a6, knight to c3, and rook to b2. This was the tactical shot that Anish looked at from afar when he played the move b5, getting the pawn back after bishop takes c3. The problem is you have to give up the dark square bishop, and that's going to allow me to have potentially quite a vicious attack against your king. Let's see what happened. a5, bishop to e3, bishop to a6, rook to b1. There was a moment I was looking through the motion. As you can see, okay, sure, the black knight found a nice square on b4. Very, very nice controlling square. The problem is you're not attacking anything. You have to create some weaknesses, potentially looking at that pawn d5. But in order to weaken the pawn d5, you have to play the move f5, which in return weakens your own king's position. That's why black plays the move f6 to defend against checkmate on g7, bishop to d2, knight to c2, transitioning the knight to a more central square. But once again, it's a beautiful knight. The problem is it's not attacking anything. And without the knight on b4, my forces are ready to penetrate via the b file, and that's going to create havoc in black's position. That's exactly what happened. And as we can see, we see this endgame. You guys saw how it finished. Very, very beautiful, precise win by Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And let's take a look at what else we have in this round. I believe the game, but we do have to go right now because I believe the games are about to start. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Well, that was fast, Cristian. Just the results quickly, if you don't mind. Nazi, 4 wins, you said.
Right.
All
what an
with the white
exciting
pieces.
game. After the first round, we have 4 co-leaders. Wesley, Richard, Rapport, Duda, and Wojtaszek.
All win.
All win. And Levon and MVL drew. And
there you go. Just to remind everybody, in the Rapids, they're double points, so that was only 1 game. And as we get ready to go to break, oh, pardon me, the pairings that are coming up.
Right, we have Shevchenko against Aronian, Giri versus MVL, Deac, Duda, Carlsen against the leader Wesley,
Nice.
Rapport against Wojtaszek, also 2 leaders.
Very nice. As we prepare for our break, as we know, we always check in with our friends at Q Boutique, and let me read here what we got. We got Gear Up, in the newest apparel from St. Louis Chess Club, with this official branded puffy vest. Features the chess club's signature logo across the left breast pocket, 100% polyester. Check out QBoutiqueStLouis.com. And as we go to break, we're going to treat you to some of the opening ceremonies during the break. See you on the other side.
Welcome to the opening ceremony of Superbet Rapid and Blitz tournament in Warsaw, second leg of Grand Chess Tour. We'll have the opening ceremony starting soon with drawing of lots and of course with speeches and simultaneous exhibition. Chess fans are waiting for Magnus, Carlsen, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, so let's go and see the action.
It was great. I had a lot of fun seeing Magnus here after a very long time. It was definitely exciting for the fans.
I think it went very well. Very grateful to Augusta for organizing it.
It's the second time in Poland. It's the 4th time in Romania this year. Thank you, and especially to the chess player and to our distinguished guests, being together with us and helping to do it.
The simul was quite amazing. Everybody's excited to play all these gangsters here in Poland. I think everybody is ready for the start of the tournament. The games are going to be absolutely fire.
It was amazing opening ceremony. All chess fans were happy to play in the simultaneous exhibition. And now let's get back to the games.
Welcome back, everyone, and talk about starting with a bang. Here are our results.
Right, we had 4 wins. Wesley So, Richard Rapport, Jan Duda, and Radoslaw Wojtaszek all winning with the white pieces.
A single draw.
Single draw between Levon, Aronian, and MVL. And Magnus starting with a loss.
Welcome to Warsaw. And what about the pairings coming up? Nazi, do the honors for round
We
2.
have Shevchenko playing against Aronian, Giri versus MVL, Deac against Duda, Carlsen against the leader Wesley So,
That's a marquee matchup.
and 2 other leaders, Rapport against Wojtaszek.
Another one, absolutely, as we get ready for round 2. And again, starting with a bang, 4 out of 5. And all with the white pieces, by the way, as we saw Magnus Carlsen go down. But Var, I mean, it was because Radoslaw played great.
Absolutely, he played an amazing game, very precise. Okay, of course, Magnus played a very risky opening, the Polish, and eventually he took too many risks, G5, G4 in particular as well.
Sure.
But Wojtaszek played very, very precise. Even in time trouble, he found this very precise moves at the very end to finish the game.
Nicely done. What impressed you?
It's the only way to beat Magnus, right? You have to make all the best moves.
But I got to say that from Magnus' point of view, he was pushing it even from the very start.
From move 1.
Polish defense, 1b5 to 1d4. But hey, that's how you become number 1. I mean, you play for a win with the white or the black pieces. Sometimes you get... well, you overdo it, as we see in empty stage, as the players will shortly be on stage. You've been seeing a packed audience. And from the reports from Warsaw, just wonderful opening ceremonies that took place yesterday. And again, a big
And I like the big clap that Radoslaw got after he won his game.
while the match, while the games were still while the games were still in progress.
So
And when we think of the marquee matchup between Magnus and Wesley, how do they match up? Holy
they
smokes.
have played so many times, over 150-ish, something
And
like that.
rapid
This is just
chess.
rapid.
53 wins to 26 losses. Wesley's tickled him, but what?
I mean,
56
having
draws?
26 wins against Magnus.
That sounds really good.
Yeah.
You know, right? In rapid chess, you're a player.
But now Wesley's playing with the black pieces, even
Right.
though he started with a win, playing angry Magnus.
Yes. 2-to-1 advantage in that win ratio for Magnus, but you're absolutely right. Playing an angry Magnus.
Extra scary, right?
Yeah, Magnus will come with the white pieces. And what can we expect, Var, from an angry Magnus? What does he do when he's angry?
I think he's going to try to win. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something unusual again from him. But Wesley is a very solid player, and he's very dangerous in this rapid and blitz formats. He just doesn't make too many mistakes.
So you're saying I made a great pick.
Yes,
Absolutely, yeah, definitely.
So players don't get a very long break in between the games?
I think that more or less there's supposed to be 90 minutes for each round, like it's a schedule. And sometimes because of the increment, there's not much of a break. I mean, imagine your feelings if you're Radoslaw at this exact moment. You've just beat Magnus Carlsen. What do you want to do?
Celebrate.
Exactly. You want to go out with your buddies, celebrate? No.
You got 5 minutes and that's it.
And prepare for your next round.
Forget and move on.
But you know what? If I beat Magnus in round 1, I take a second look at the prize fund. Right? Right?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, let's be fair. I mean, you just beat the number 1 seed in the tournament.
But we know it doesn't matter if Magnus starts well or he doesn't. He can come back and beat anyone at any time. So
He
he's
is.
still looking for that first place.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. He's dangerous, even when wounded, no question about it. I also want to say that the Giri MVL, it's early days. But for Giri, who just lost, and then lost 2 points, essentially because of the double score you get in the rapid, MVL, kind of a bit of a roller coaster round 1. I think he's happy that he got a point out of that. But something telling me that there's going to be
Anything can
blood
happen
on the
in
board
this game.
here. And look at their scores together.
They have 27 draws, but also 12 wins for Anish and 15 losses. So pretty even, anything can happen.
Very unfairly, Anish gets painted with this drawing reputation. But you can see, you know, if you take MVL down 12 times and 27 draws in Rapid, you're doing something right, as Anish will look to snap back. What games of this round 2 have caught your eye, Var?
I'm really looking forward to see how Wojtaszek will play this game against Rapport, and they both won the first games. They both played really good games, so I think it will be interesting to see if Wojtaszek can play another great game against Rapport in this round.
And I'll point out Richie has second white, so he was the first seed in the tournament.
Right, he drew number 1 as you get 2 whites. Now, keep in mind that for the Grand Chess Tour players, the Grand Chess Tour players have to play in the classical events, and they get 2 of the 3 Rapid and Blitz events that they have to play. And this particular event is featuring a number of wild card players.
Including the ultimate wild card, Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah,
right?
I love that. That really is an ultimate wild card.
And he's wearing his designed Puma shoes, the chess shoes that he had collaboration with Puma.
Oh, yeah,
Very cool sneakers. I really want to get my hands on it.
Are they Air Magnus? What do we call them?
I'm not sure, but they're very cool.
All right, all right. As Wesley is sporting a very new haircut, and Magnus isn't.
Maybe during the tournament, if he's not happy with how it's going, he'll get a haircut.
Exactly. So there we get a look
comes
at.
off.
Yeah, but we get a look at the shoes. Just a brief look there. They look like some pretty awesome white sneakers.
And Anastasia doing our social media coverage from Poland.
Leonard Otis with the blue hair, the photographer she's taking a picture of Anastasia, is taking a picture of the players. And they are off, as they say. A wounded Magnus coming out with 1 D4 when he really wants to win, Var.
Yes, D5, and let's see.
We have 1 E4 and all the other games are D4.
Only 1 E4 game.
In Richard Rapport Wojtaszek game, we have the Sicilian.
And we see not exactly a London, but okay, I'll move 3. Bishop F4, and I tell you, it's just somehow it's getting increasingly popular, this London system, and I'm really not that sure what's so attractive about it, but talk about fashion. C7, C5, and they're in London, are the players, Magnus Carlsen, Wesley So.
I think the appeal of London is that it's easy to play with white.
True. You avoid a lot of theory. You sidestep a lot of theory. There are some tricky, dangerous lines that Black needs to know. But if he sidesteps it all, I always think he comes out pretty well. I mean, even, by the way, Bishop E2, to my eyes, this still invites the move Queen B6. I think Wesley might just go for the E6, Bishop D6 variations, which are very, very solid, and that suits Wesley's style a lot. But jumping over to you, Var, what's caught your eye?
A very interesting opening choice here. We see a pawn sacrifice already by Anish. Let's take a look at the theory here, guys. So in this position, it started off with Queen's Gambit accepted.
Okay.
And E4 is the sharpest way to play against this. And now we see E5 comes in, trying to break the center. And in this position, we know that the most popular move here is E takes D4, and there aligns with Queen takes D4 as well here. Most popular move here. But Black played the move Knight F6. And now putting pressure on E4. And we don't have as many games now in the database. Still some Bishop C4 now played. And now the pawn on E4 is hanging. So E takes D4 played. Knight takes D4. And now castles. So we see a position where there is a pawn sacrifice. White has 2 bishops now here. And there are a few options here how to continue. Only 4 games in database, some big games by Mamedyarov against Dominguez. and Luke van Velde here again. So white can play the move bishop a3 here to put pressure on the rook. And if you play rook e8 in this position, then there is some serious trouble here after the move queen b3, because now it's very difficult to protect f7 pawn here. So the best move after bishop a3 would be to retreat with a knight on d6 or play the move c5. And here white can try to put some more pressure and has the move knight b5 here. Very, very complicated line, and now there is pressure on the d8 as well. So if you take the bishop with knight takes c4, bishop takes f8, queen takes 7. We see another idea like the Aronian game, knight c7. Again, white is a little bit better, but still complicated position, guys.
I got to jump in and say, would you mind please taking a look at the Wesley Magnus Carlsen game? Because, shall we say, the position just blowed up.
Absolutely, and so in this position, knight h5 is very rare actually. Bishop e2 is already not the most popular move, and knight h5 a very rare move attacking the bishop. And now bishop e5 played f6, and again black is a little bit weakening the position and the light squares, but now wants to try to get the bishop in this position. So and now c4 played.
Right. This is okay. First of all, we're kind of in novel territory, are we, Var?
Absolutely, yeah.
And then the move c4, sacrificing a piece. I mean, what's going on?
So the natural move is actually just to play bishop g3 back after inducing the f6 move. And now if captures, white will be, I think, slightly better in this position because the structure is a little bit weakened. Black can play e6, can try to, claim that, have two bishops, but slightly better here for white after the move c4. But instead, he played the move c4 here. It's a really crazy move, trying to open up the center. Now the bishop is hanging, so you have to take the bishop.
Okay.
And now c takes d5, attacking the knight. Queen takes d5, and now knight c3. Now you're down a full piece at the moment, but you do have a lot of compensation. After the move, let's say queen d8, you want to play the move d5, deflecting this knight, and then you capture the pawn on e5 with your knight, threatening the move bishop b5 check. So I see some compensation here for white, but really a crazy position, guys.
Well, boy, what to say? I'm stunned by c4. And by the way, he didn't take the bishop. Wesley said.
I was just going to say that. I wouldn't touch that bishop either.
Takes the bishop, takes on d5, takes on d5, knight c3. I kind of get it, although.
Walking into this line when Magnus is prepared and you're not, in rapid?
Yeah, but, a piece as a piece. I don't quite see the refutation.
It's almost checkmate. Is bishop h5 anything, or you just play g6?
I think I can just, for the moment at least, yeah, I know what you mean. It's almost checkmate, but almost.
Now that's a checkmate.
Now that's a checkmate. I would, of course, have to play queen, and I get my king. A piece sacrifice, Wesley said, kind of what you were saying there too, Nazi, that hey, look, I'm not about to let you have your fun. e7, e6, drop back with your bishop, just as Var has been suggesting you do, and I'll take that.
Or you can take first on d5. I think this is better.
He did take on d5.
CD, ED, and then bishop g3.
Right. So you get so kind of an isolated queen pawn in the offing, but
pawn
then,
on f6.
Yes.
Yeah. So definitely a
you don't
positional
feel good
advantage for white.
Right. You don't feel good about the pawn on f6. Now, having said that, okay, at the moment you haven't castled. I really want to be active, queen to b6, because I am thinking I want to grab that pawn.
I think I would castle and let you take the pawn.
Right, so castles, let me take this guy. Now, I waited specifically for you to castle so that you didn't want to play king f1 and leave your rook on h1. And now I'll just ask the key question. Queen takes b2, knight here, and I don't know, either captures or even c4, just saying, yeah, I mean, prove yourself. Yeah, not that I don't think white has great compensation. I think white has fine compensation, but at least, prove yourself. That's why I would find myself attracted to queen b6. Did Wesley make a move yet?
He's thinking. After
He
bishop
is thinking.
G3.
I think it's always important whenever you're starting a next round is you look at the guys who are leading. I mean, I think it's respectful. So let's just jump to the game of Richie versus Radoslaw for a moment, because it was a crazy bishop b5 check. It's a Najdorf turned
With early A4, A5.
Dragendorf,
Dragendorf.
and a6, and then comes d3, b5. This is weird stuff. I don't even know what this is called. Jump in, Var. What are we looking
Let's
at?
just call it Sicilian. And that's it.
Yeah, open Sicilian. No, it's
Yeah,
not even
it's-
open Sicilian.
It's definitely obscure Sicilian we have here. There are still 3 games played in a database in this position here, and 1 game by a very young American grandmaster, Mishra. So, and here...
Our youngest ever.
Youngest ever, absolutely. So here, queen takes b6, played in all 3 games in this position, and then, of course, the move knight c4 will be played, putting pressure on the queen, and then you can go, let's say, queen c7. The idea is to play bishop f3,
Right.
attacking the rook. This a5 pawn is really weak. Right now, black is up a pawn, actually. You have, 4, and yeah, you're up a pawn here, but white needs to try to get one of the pawns back. Eventually, black is going to give up one of the pawns, like bishop b7 here. So we're going to see something like this. Bishop takes, queen takes, rook a5, and rook takes a5, knight a5, and the knight will eventually come back on c4 with a very, very slightly better position, but I think black is actually doing fine here.
Thank you for that, Var. Sorry, I'm just finding myself once again drawn to the game between Magnus and Wesley. I don't know what it is about Magnus's games, but I mean, he really is a magnet, and he's playing a very interesting line. When we left it, Wesley immediately took on g3, wasn't even waiting for the decision to castle, and then followed up with c5, c4. a2, a3. Clearly, Magnus does not want to see bishop b4 check and the potential for a trade on c3, so he played a3. Here, he's also looking at the potential of playing queen c2, e4.
If black's pawn wasn't on f6, if it was on f7, I would say black is great.
I'd like black's position,
2
actually.
bishops, pawn on c4, it'd be great.
Agreed.
How do we fix that?
Exactly. I mean, you might as well, in some ways, just suggest, like I'm going to have to play f5, so you do it. You go like bishop e6. So one of the things, if I'm in black shoes, I really don't want to see e4 come. Because when the move e3, e4 is played, it undermines my pawn on c4, like any trades where I get to go queen takes e4, and I'm going to. So I'm thinking that whether you like it or not, the move f6, f5 does 2 things. It stops e4, but it also kind of proves that your move f7, f6 isn't absolutely terrible. Once again, because the rook is on h1, I'm start looking, how can I exploit that? And the move queen c2.
Should white even castle short? Because of open h-file, maybe black should think about long castle.
I'm thinking that I wouldn't mind just, okay, let's say I play queen c2. Let's just put queen c2. Oops, it's part of me.
Magnus played knight c3, so it's black to move. Let's say queen d7, for example.
Perfect. Queen d7, queen c2. And yeah, I genuinely am thinking of rook takes h7.
Let's say I castle long.
Wow.
So rook h7, at the moment I have bishop f5.
I agree with that. Well, e4, d4 is hanging, yeah, but e6 is hanging. I'm having a hard time just on this one.
Because if you play e4, your king is still in the center as well.
Yeah, I'm going to play king f1 to g1. I'm just thinking, how am I supposed to be doing this? Okay, let's say I go b3. So it's a little bit, after all, I'm trying to suggest that maybe your king isn't ultra safe.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I should take it or leave it on c4.
I'm probably going to force you one day to take it. The desirable e4, why I resisted playing e4 is, first of all, because my king is still in the center, not because I was afraid so much of knight takes e4. I just didn't feel like I had a very good response to the move bishop to f5. And if my king's still in the center, I felt a little bit awkward, so I went b3.
One idea, guys, after
Yeah.
queen d7 in the current position, there is
Yeah.
interesting move bishop takes c4.
Ah,
And to try to play d5 very quickly.
bishop takes c4 and d5.
Yeah, and it looks
Actually,
like
I
there'll
like
be a
that.
slight advantage for white at the end because you have a nice lead in development, actually.
I like that move very much because it also it keeps my rook alive, and trading off of light squared bishops feels right. By the way, Magnus made
We have few moves on the board. Magnus played b3.
a very
instead of-
sensible move. I
Yes.
went queen c2 and b3. Magnus said, well, yes, can't we save a tempo and play b3 right away? And then we took
Wesley took.
Queen
And now,
takes b3.
castling long, I would be afraid walking right into open B and C file.
exactly. In those cases,
And now I think,
yeah, I would play with castles and rook
right,
c1.
maybe
Sorry,
black
Messi.
should just play king f7 and leave the king there.
Very easy for us to say king f7, leave the king there. How are we supposed to be defending the b7 pawn, say after rook b1?
I don't want to play b6, so I guess rook b8.
Yeah, b6. My intention, of course, was queen a4, bishop
And
b5.
by
kind
the
of
way, I didn't
business.
mean king f7 immediately. Maybe
Ah.
develop the black squared bishop first,
Sure.
and just instead of castling, eventually go king f7.
Okay, bishop e7 first makes sense. So rook b1, rook b8, yeah, something like this. And now, at last, let me try to exploit.
So maybe now king f7?
You're living a dangerous life here.
So in g6 you'll just take
Yes,
on h7,
rook
yeah.
takes h7, le petit combination. We do have rook c8 on the board, and I like that move by Wesley because it basically says, I do see the potential of the b7 pawn becoming weak. I can defend it by rook c7. Yes, knight b5 can chase me away, but big deal.
Also, maybe he wants to play knight a5, knight c4 if he has time for it.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Always you have to be just
Yeah.
mindful, at least, of the move bishop b5. But I do like this move, rook c8. Var, jump right in, please. How does the engines assess the position? Is it novel? Are we in novel territory?
Yes, there are no games played in this position, and white is better here. I would personally play the move castle here and try to put my rooks or rook fc1, rook ab1, and I think white is clearly better here. The pressure on b file and also d5 pawn is weak. But there is another move in this position that computers like. The move is knight h4 here.
Ooh.
The idea is to play just simply knight g6 here. And this move is actually forcing a move that you probably don't want to play, the move rook g8, because then you can no longer castle. So just the knight h4 main point is just to provoke this move rook g8, because there's no other good way to stop the move knight g6 here. So after move rook g8, you can just castle and then follow it up with the same idea, rook fc1, rook ab1, and slightly better position for white. But black still have the pair of the bishops, so I think he does have some chances later on in the game. In particular, I like this idea of knight a5, knight c4 you guys mentioned. So slightly better for Magnus at the moment.
Thank you for that, Bar. Just turning our attention to Anish Giri versus MVL. That was that pawn sacrifice. And the more I'm looking at the position, I really enjoy Anish's position because, first of all, the extra pawn that black is enjoying is a double pawn, so that diminishes the quality of the extra pawn. Then second, if you just kind of look at the two bishops, you can see that this bishop is really some very awkward kind of pressure. This bishop is doing yeoman's work. This bishop on c8, a little bit passive. Sometimes the queen might saddle up to a5, attacking pawn on c7. So I'm finding it easier to play Anish's position. Let's just jump to Kirill versus Levon position. This is a Queen's Indian defense, a very famous pawn sacrifice, you lose the pawn on c4.
thought it was Catalan.
Catalan, yeah. Queen's Indian Catalan, because it's a closed Catalan,
closed
right, with
Catalan, yes.
c7, c6. But you sacrifice a pawn, you get your big center, and the theory has always been kind of vague.
Bishop h4, bishop h3 is interesting. I like it. Not common in Catalan. The bishop stays on that diagonal.
Right.
Actually.
It almost looks like a Boris Gelfand kind of idea. I've seen Boris do these things a lot in his favorite kinds of Catalans where he's playing for g4, g5. But Levon's rolling with the punches saying, I'm not interested in opening up the A file. And as long as you're not capturing me on c4, I'll just complete my development. I'll keep an eye on the d5 square. Probably I'll throw in h7, h6 as needed, and show me what you got for the pawn.
You know whose position I really like? Wojtaszek against Rapport.
Let's go there.
I don't know if black is actually better, but I like
what
I see.
When we left it, we were like a pawn up. There goes our extra pawn. We come back.
e3. I don't know if black has something immediate here. Maybe.
Because you can always take, right?
I would love to play f5, but I hate knight g5.
But wait a minute. This isn't.
Do I have a good follow-up?
I think so.
Okay, knight e5.
Because the point is, if you can get h6 in and you can chase away the knight, white's pieces look daft. That's what my mother says. Britishism. He didn't play f5. He took on b2. He just kind of solved. Bishop takes b2. And, okay, at a certain moment, you want to play c4. I don't see any problems whatsoever for black. In fact, I'm kind of liking the fact that this bishop is staring down the bishop on b2, slight pin. And I feel black is really doing very well. Let me jump to the Wesley So game. Not
No
much is
updates.
happening, no updates. And finally, game we haven't seen at all, Deac versus Duda. Easy for me to say, by the way, Deac versus Duda. This is a Grunfeld with the early e3. Oh, this reminds me of a game I played with Gary, where I played b4. But it's a different move order. So, like, you see this position, what you have right here. And what I played with Gary was bishop to g5, knight to e4, takes, e6, knight back, takes, e3, castles, b4. This was my game with Gary. And
It's very similar.
yeah, exactly. They just got here kind of a different way, b4. a4, let's go. So the minority attack. Two bishops, minority attack. I think overall black is happy. He has no specific weaknesses that white can nibble on. What white's overall strategical idea is to plant a knight on c5. And that's why we see Duda playing the move a5, just to be as disruptive as possible. I assume we're about to see takes, and something like rook a7 or even queen c7. Balanced position.
Looks pretty equal.
Where would you like to take us, Nazi? What game has caught your eye early in this round?
I think Anish MVL looks very interesting.
Whoa, queen c5. Now that is not for the faint of heart. You play a move queen c5, you have to be very, very confident that after bishop takes f6, g takes f6, you can hold your king side together. I mean,
Black's
the move
pawns
queen
in this position, just terrible.
Queen f4 is one of those triple threats, right?
C7 will also be hanging back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't think for a second. I haven't imagined that the pawn on c7 is hanging. Bishop e4. Love this move. To my way of thinking, that's an introduction to a rover, a rook up and over. You're just getting out of the way. And in the meanwhile, by the way, yes, I'm very interested in recapturing the pawn. It looks to me like MVL is on the back foot. Anish is enjoying the moment. We'll leave it there, and again, we'll pop in on Wesley for a moment, because we did see Magnus playing, well, I would say a little bit of a peculiar move.
I guess he's prepping against knight a5.
He's stopping knight, well, yeah, stopping knight a5 is strong, but stepping away from knight a5. But I have to tell you, Var, you had me with the move knight h4. That move I found particularly attractive, not just because you're threatening knight g6, but it's this whole idea of exploiting the potential light squares, bishop h5 check, bishop f3. Why didn't he play knight h4? What dissuaded him from playing knight h4?
I'm not exactly sure, but perhaps he probably wants to bring this knight back at some point. Maybe even like castle, rook fc1, knight e1, knight d3. I've seen this idea before, trying to bring the knight to f4. Yeah. Because it will be very well placed there, putting pressure on the bishop and on d5. He probably thought if I play knight h4, he plays rook g8, then I don't really have too many prospects for that knight to go from there. The move queen b2 is fine. I think he's still slightly better here, but it's not that big of an advantage here. Wesley should play the move bishop e7 here and just try to get ready to castle here.
But once again, queen b2, prophylaxis, but what is the thinking? Where's the logic? Explain the logic of queen b2.
Queen b2, I think it's mainly doesn't want to be hit by a tempo with knight a5. So, like, yeah, I will show you now in this position. So now knight a5 wouldn't, you can't even play this move now anymore, because now you have the move bishop b5 coming up. But in a previous variations, I can actually get my knight a5 tempo and then put it on c4, blockading the bishop in some of these lines. But after the move queen b2 here, Wesley can play bishop e7.
Right.
And I think he wants to play the move knight d2. The knight is not doing anything on f3 here. Pawn on f6 is actually restricting it. So putting it on d2 is I think, one of his ideas. And possible after the castle, he can even play the move knight to b3. Knight on b3 is actually doing two things. Threatening at some point to go knight c5, but also most important thing, you control the a5 square so the opponent cannot go there. And then you want to play castle here, and then rook fc1. And again, look for an opportunity to play the move knight c5 at some point. So this would be a slightly better position. And the big problem for black is going to be this permanent weakness on d5, that you always have to have one of your pieces protect. So always going to be like bishop f3 ideas, putting pressure on d5. That's why this is a long-term advantage for white.
All right, thank you for that.
I like that idea of moving the queen down so your knight can take the b3 square. It's a very long-term plan.
These prophylactic measures always kind of confounded me, in the sense that I was always looking for the most direct, forcing. I love the plan of knight h4 and knight g6. I also love the plan of knight e1 to d3 to f4. You tickle the bishop, you tickle the pawn, and it just feels so much better on f4. But putting the knight on b3, defensively minded to stop knight a5, that's like a groaner to start with. And then the idea that you go to c5, it just feels like, okay, but hey, this is chess at the highest level. This prophylactic measures are vital. Jumping into our tournament leaders, Richie and Radoslaw, we saw a surprise for me, rook takes, because I felt that was what white wanted. The queen protects the bishop, which means this pin has been subdued, but actually the queen on a1 looks really good. I mean, it could bounce to a7, it could bounce to a5.
It did.
And it did. Queen a7, give me the bishop. Queen b8, want to trade? No thanks. I'll defend my bishop. We were talking about in round one, the C file. Everybody loaded up on the C file. An overloaded, overloaded elevator on the C file. Here I can see that the B file might be well trafficked in the very near future. By the way, gift me the pawn. Queen c7 would invite me to play knight b5. So for the moment, I think there's still some problems to solve. At least Richie's queen, to my way of thinking, is active on a3, and that earlier fear that I had of c5, c4 is dissipated, and I think white is doing fine. Back over to you, Var. What has caught your attention?
It looks like maybe Levon missed something here, and here Shevchenko has a really strong possibility here. Levon just played the move bishop b4 here. He should have, and here white should play the move e5 here. The best move here for black would have been to play rook cd8 or even knight f8 just to wait for a moment. You always need to watch out for this move e5. And here, actually, e5 is very strong because you're attacking the knight. And if you play knight d5, knight takes d5. You cannot recapture immediately because the bishop is hanging. So you play the move bishop d2. It looks like after the recapture, you just take back cd and you're going to be very happy. But there is this very nice idea, knight f6 check first.
In between.
If you take back with a pawn, then your king position is going to be compromised and you're really, really weak and good attacking chances there. So you need to take back with the knight on f6. And how you take back with the knight on d2. The knight is still hanging on f6. And if you play the move knight d5, the knight e4 comes in, and now this knight is going to land on d6. And I think also there's a potential with the move knight g5, so the white is actually going to be much better in this position. So big opportunity for Shevchenko to play e5.
Nice, thank you for that. And Nazi couldn't help but point out to me that Wesley's king has landed on f7, as you suggested quite some time ago. King on f7 for white. And by the way, the same petit combination that I was trying to do when your king was on f7 a time ago. Queen b1 by Magnus. So the idea here is I want to take.
Wait,
and
maybe
g6.
I can play g6 now because queen is on b1. So let's not
So
calculate.
this was, of course, the petite combination.
Take back.
Gift me the pawn.
King g7.
And give me the rook.
And rook h8.
Hello, who's attacking who? Hello, so I have to come back.
Rook. Okay,
Check.
so you're
Check, I will come
covering
back.
time.
But here,
I also had some other ideas, like knight discovery moves, right?
I was thinking,
Oh,
yes.
there's also f5.
Right, that was the one that but you're right. You do have some discoveries against my knight you could take, but the move maybe, which is a little bit weird, is f5, right?
Trapping
Because,
the bishop.
yeah, the bishop is like, oh man.
And we do have g6 on the board. Wesley's not afraid of this combination.
Wow. Okay, g7, g6, maybe.
Well, if this combination isn't working, then black
Then-
king can go to g7, and it's completely fine, right?
And why did I play queen b1? Because for sure Magnus was thinking, he has played the move knight e2. I was about to say, if you don't go rook takes h7, and there was this loose knight, right? So knight e2,
King g7, let's say,
it preps knight f4.
and bishop f7.
Now this is a different kettle of fish. Here the king feels very secure. The bishops really look well defended, and there's no rook h7 combinations whatsoever. Wesley landed on his feet, Var.
Absolutely. Wesley slightly better, Yasser.
Two bishops. And
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he will play bishop d6 now. Then he has a very, very clear plan what he wants to do. He wants to play a6, knight a5, b5, and very clear
Play on
plan.
the queen side.
At the meantime, white, it's unclear what is white going to do. You don't have any breakthroughs on the king side. You don't really want to play the move e4 anymore because that will just open up the position, which will help black. And if you stay passively, then black is just going to expand on the queen side here. And you have that big problem on a3, that pawn on a3 eventually going to become weak as well here. So knight f4, bishop f7 played, and
castles.
yes, so castles, yeah. Now
Very-
that takes away all the pressure from the
Magnus
h-file as well now.
Gave up on the h-file.
Yeah, but I got to tell you, if I'm in Wesley's shoes, it's a sense of relief. Even though the rook takes h7 wasn't really there, it's just that now I feel like, okay, my king's perfectly safe, and I could start thinking about, using my queen side, knight a5, maybe on a good day, even double the rooks on the c-file. Why not? So knight a5,
Knight
a6.
a5, rook c3 is also another option after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, just put some pressure on a3.
I like it. I like it.
Black looks very comfortable.
Wesley is one of those players where he's with you. He just stays with you. It's like a kind of a Djokovic. He's returning the ball. He's staying with you. He's in the game. He's in the game. And if you slip, don't be surprised when Wesley says, no, 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 draw. And what's happening in the MVL game, Laura?
Looks like MVL is slightly better here.
What?
Actually, yeah, it's just about equal, actually, sorry, in this position. There were some combinations here, so let's take a look. So bishop e4 after you played. So very interesting way to develop the bishop here. The move bishop a6 came in.
I didn't see that.
The point is now your queen is protecting the bishop. If you take immediately, rook takes e4 here will come in. And now bishop takes c6, attacking both rooks, a8 and e8. Bishop takes f1. And now rook takes f1. Queen e5, centralizing the queen. And here white needs to create a loop, so h3 is the expected move. And now I think black needs to start out with a move a5 here. Now, so because a7 pawn will be hanging a lot of the variations, but now the queen is actually protecting that pawn. So, and let's say you can play move c4. And now rook eb8, bishop takes e8, you take back with a rook. And pawn structure is a little bit weakened, but it's not as much material left on the board here. Very small plus here for white, but I think with accurate play, probably black will hold this position. So,
Thank you, Var. And can you also please show us Rapport Wojtaszek came? Because I see that Radoslaw got c4 in somehow.
yes, so c4 is just played in this position. And he also had the option to play bishop takes e4 in this position. That would have been fine as well. Bishop takes e4, d takes e4, and play something like e6 here, controlling the dark squares. And there's a very, very good bishop here on g7, and knight is actually out of place on a4. Black is doing absolutely fine, perhaps even slightly better here if he had taken on e4. But he actually played the move c4, and now knight ec5 played. This is the current position here. Black should take on c5, and now knight takes c5.
Knight takes, yeah.
Just takes on d3. And you're going to end up with isolated pawn here. So if anything, black is better in this position. So c takes d3, for example. And now you can play the move bishop c8, or even the move bishop c6 here. d4, knight d7. We're going to see some exchanges now.
And we do have a few moves being made.
I think they
Yes,
exchanged.
they exchange, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there is a possibility that we'll see some exchanges, and the position can fizzle out to a draw at some point.
One exciting game that's going on also is between Kirill and Levon. It's one of those positions where you got two bishops versus two knights. Not the type of imbalance we're used to seeing at the very elite level, but in Levon's case, he's got a pawn to go with the two knights. White has the dynamic classical central pawn duo. Again, two bishops versus two knights, extra pawn for...
Bishop f1 surprised me. I was expecting more like g4, go all in.
Go all in, g4, g5, let's go. I must say, I'm a provocateur. So I love it when my opponent does that type of thing, because I feel that it's kind of one of those bridge-burning moves, g4. You lift your kimono in front of your king. Always your king is a little bit weak. Bishop f1, queen b4, rook e3. And for me, as black, I am always mindful this bishop is in ambush, right? I'm always mindful of the dynamic break d6, d5. If I can keep an eye on that, maybe I like the move knight f8, just a little bit keeping control, if you will, on the d5 square. Here also, well, again, maybe it's too provocative, but c5 with the idea c4 and b5.
I think c5 definitely invites d5.
Yes, exactly, it does.
That's a bit
right?
risky unless immediate c4 is working.
Yeah,
it looks quite dangerous.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, that I do want to play c4 with the idea of b5, trying to shut down the bishops. This is a double-edged, very sharp position. Is time a factor, I wanted to ask?
Not yet. Levon has 12 minutes and Kirill has about 8 minutes.
By the way, Queen f8 by Levon.
Trying to be safe.
Super safe, right? A pawn up, do your worst, what's it going to be? And it's like one of those things, when I play c5, you play d5, I want to trade and immediately put a knight on d6, the old blockading knight. So it's possible that the move queen f8 is a prelude to a knight e8 maneuver. Sorry, once again, what did you say about the clock?
8
time?
minutes versus 12.
And a2, a4. I like this move. This is a kind of move where you don't know when black is going to push his pawns, but you know it's coming. So you might as well get in the move a4 as a, as something to stop this majority, early. I like the move a4.
And white is definitely ready to respond with d5 after c5.
Exactly.
So it's like a waiting game. Black's waiting for white to attack on the king side. White's waiting for black to push c5 and play d5.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just your feeling in general, would you rather be white?
Definitely.
Definitely, because you like the initiative, you
Always.
like it during, and like I would be very happy to be black, like very happy to be
We
black.
should play this game.
Exactly. I mean, this is a type of position, Var, where both players can be happy.
I agree. I don't like the last move Levon played, Queen f8. I think it's a little bit too passive. He should have, I think, played the move b5, which would have allowed him some options like knight b6, knight c4, and just to keep white thinking about, at some point the knight is going to get active here. And after Queen f8, a4 is a great move because now you don't have the b5 option. It's very hard now to move actually for black. Because you don't have e5, if you play c5, you're going to run into d5, and your light squares are really weak. So I find this easier to play for white. There are more options. In fact, earlier the Nazi mentioned that g4, g5 is actually a very strong idea as well. Instead of the move bishop f1 a few moves ago, g4, g5 was the top suggestion for engines to continue the aggressive play on the king side.
Yeah, the more I'm looking at this move a4, another very, very good reason for playing a4. I was always thinking that the bishop was going to be operating on the long diagonal. In truth, the move bishop a3 could be very annoying, especially, for example, if you were to drop back, hoping to remaneuver your knights in some beautiful fashion. Bishop a3 undercuts it. By the way, I'm being told there is a repetition that is occurring between Anish and MBL at the moment. Check, check. We just had a couple of checks. I don't think Anish is ready to throw in the towel with the draw, especially because after after check, king g7, I can take the rook, followed by
Maybe
queen b7.
Slight edge for white, but nothing serious, right?
Nothing serious, but hey, I mean, you're the one with the damaged goods. I mean, your king on g7 and the pawn. If I was white, I'd be taking the rook on a8. I'd be making luft, either with h3 or g3, and I would just say, okay, let's see where it goes. We'll keep an eye on that one.
Let's jump back to Magnus's game because a lot has happened.
Indeed, when we left it, we just left it here, where you saw the move bishop f7, we thought Wesley was doing fine. Knight a5 fits in perfectly with Wesley's strategy of utilizing his queenside structure. e4, maybe not the most joyful moment for Magnus to get in the move e4. Bishop d6.
I think he didn't want to get slightly worse passive position, so instead he opened things up more and oh wow, knight e5 lost him.
Well, exactly. This move, this whole maneuver, knight d6, is very characteristic of a check Benoni, which I love to play. I just think that black's knight is just so gorgeous here. Knight e5, that's an indication to me that Magnus is very, very uncomfortable. He doesn't want to see, a queen g4 land or something. Knight e5. What do
Why
you think
can
of
I
that?
take that?
Right? I mean, I'm so happy. Yeah, exactly. Why can't I take that? Takes.
And take on e4.
Okay, what can I do? I'm going to take on e4.
And then queen f5.
And queen f5.
Am I just up a piece?
Yes, you are. But there are two
queen d4 is
connected.
nice.
And by the way, he didn't even take. We didn't even get a chance to look at the piece sacrifice.
He played queen e7.
Almost without thinking.
He says, I respect Magnus, and I'm sure he has something prepared.
I'm not interested, says Wesley. Queen e7. And by the way, I wanted to say just about the check Benoni for just a moment. I'm used to having this pawn on f7. But this knight is gorgeous. If you don't get to play rook e6, I would say you're strategically lost as black, but as white. But if you teleport your rook to the e6 square, you've got chances. Right now, I just think that the knight versus the bishop, and no contest is going on right now.
If white can activate pieces really fast, then white will be better. But if we look at this positionally, white's pawn structure is not great. And like you said, the knight versus bishop, knight is definitely better.
No contest. So the one thing I don't want to see is rook e1, rook e6. So I'm assuming Wesley is planning rook e8 so that you make my day. If you play rook e1, I will trade everything and I claim game. But rook e1 is not what Magnus is going to do. It's a clock's a factor.
Yes, so Wesley's down to 5 minutes,
Okay.
and Magnus has 11 minutes. So that's
Again, a 2-to-1 advantage.
quite a big advantage on the clock.
Magnus had the same time advantage, I want to say, in the first game, a game he lost. And this move, queen b4, okay, that post up, we can definitely be supportive of because, again, rook e1, rook e6, even at the cost of the pawn, if that bishop ever gets unleashed on d5, then it's good. Rook to c4, queen to d2. And Var, jump in. I'm overstating for sure what Wesley wants, but it's not so easy to keep Magnus under lock and key here. He's got his ideas.
Absolutely, yeah. Current position is more or less equal here, but Wesley had an opportunity a few moves earlier when the 95 move was played.
Yes.
If you go back a few moves right there, 95 is not the best one. The best move there was knight d4, and position is about equal. After 95, very strong move is queen a4.
Queen a4.
Yes.
Gift
Now
me
you're
the
attacking
bishop.
the bishop, so you're forcing the move knight takes f7, and after king takes f7, if you move the bishop, I simply take the pawn on f4.
That's
and
comfy.
you're actually winning a pawn here, and black would have had a nice advantage here after queen f4.
That's very, very comfy.
And of course, if he wanted to make a draw, he could have just simply taken the knight as the line you guys were looking at it. Take on e5, pawn takes e5, knight takes e4, queen takes e4, and just move rook h e8. I was looking at. The idea is when you play e6, just simply sacrifice, bishop takes e6, back, eliminating this pawn, queen takes, queen b7, and rook e7. It looks like it's going to be a very, very easy draw here. So I'm not sure if Wesley is playing for a win, but he had a few options here after the move 95. The current position is about equal. Again, the danger is white landing a rook at some point on e6, but it's not going to be easy to do it. And with some exchanges of the rooks in the long run, actually, black would be better in this position. If we get an endgame with queen and knight versus queen and bishop, for example, that could be a big problem here for Magnus.
Well, I do see queen c5, rook c2 on Wesley's agenda. Please jump in.
I'm going to try to guess Magnus's next move. And it's going to be f5.
f5.
Yes.
Yeah, you're looking
because if
at
you
queen
take
h6.
with the knight, I have d6.
Which is your dream boat variation because suddenly the bishop comes crashing in on the party. And if I don't take, you go king g7, well, then you've traded off a weakness.
Oh, no, he didn't play it.
But your logic was impeccable. I love the logic.
No, f5 was a good move.
Yeah.
Definitely exchange the pawns.
Yeah. Well, a3, a4, kind of borrowing a page of Kirill for a moment, taking care of the queenside majority. But now having suggested that f4, f5 is on white's agenda.
Black should play f5?
Well, I'm thinking black should get in his punches by the way, we do have a draw, a repetition between Anish and MBL. Let's stay with Magnus for a second. I'm thinking if I'm Wesley, I want to play rook c2 and queen c5 ASAP.
He played queen c5 first.
Okay, which is, you know...
Threatening rook c2. Magnus goes rook a to c1.
Right.
And quickly rook e7. Yeah,
Rook
I think Wesley's playing
e7.
fast because he's down to 4 minutes and he doesn't want to get into complete time trouble, down
Right.
a few seconds. So a couple of fast moves.
At times, Wesley is so very, very practical. Move rook e7. I tell you, it's one of these positions where if Magnus doesn't have a bishop d5, if Magnus doesn't have an f4, f5, he could easily end up in a position where he's simply very, very passive.
I think he's going to try to have a counterplay. If you try to exchange queens every time you go rook c7, he's going to try to get a counterplay on the e file with a move like queen e3, for example. So you do need to keep that rook on e7 to make sure that the rook never lands on e6 as well. It's a position is equal, but I find with the time situation, Magnus is going to try to press here. I could see him playing g3, king g2 at some point. I didn't like the fact that Wesley allowed his pawn on a5. I wanted him to play the move b6 earlier when he had a chance, instead of the move queen c5, because the pawn on a4 would have been, I think, a little bit weaker here. And now on a5, your b7 pawn is going to be hanging in some positions as soon as you move the knight from d6. Position is equal again, but I think with the time situation, it's just a little bit easier to play for Magnus.
Rook c7 played on the board does invite queen e3. You're eyeballing the pawn on a7. You're eyeballing the e6 square. I suppose that the immediate queen e3 would invite, I don't know, a trade of... Somehow I like the f4 pawn.
Yeah, it's double, but it's also a good pawn.
Yeah, and I do like very much your suggestion of g3 and king g2. Who knows? Sometimes the h-file can be a very good avenue of attack. Rook c7 on the board.
Here, guys, g3 is going to be not as good, I think, because the move queen c3.
g3, queen c3.
Yeah.
That's a nice move,
and if
by
you
the
play
way.
queen e2, rook e7, and that's going to force the exchange of queens.
For sure, you're taking away my intended queen e3 idea. Maybe I should go back
You have f5 still,
to
yes.
f5.
Absolutely. f5 is a move here.
And start looking at queen h6 ideas. And
Oh yeah, because queens on c4, the tactic still works, right? If knight f5, d6.
exactly the same on my bishop.
Oh, he played it. Yay.
Yay. Okay, f5.
So
again, the
king
clock
g7,
comes.
I guess?
Yes, forced.
Wesley
And
has 3.5 minutes, Magnus 8 minutes.
in this particular case, now the move queen e3 doesn't really...
First take on g6, right? So there's no
Yes.
tempo knight f5.
Correct. So
We
he first
exchange.
takes, queen e3. Now, and we do have a trade on g6. We do have queen e3. Give me the pawn on a7. I'm saying queen c5. I'm inviting queen e6. And my intention was actually to do nothing. But
it's
play
uncomfortable.
It's
Have
there.
the queen on e6.
Yeah, he's posted it up, has Magnus. But, okay, for the moment, I was about to say, for the moment,
Rook f7.
I don't see
Maybe he
how
wants
you're
to-
going to improve. Like my knight, my rook. I was with the rook on c7, by the way, my intention had been to play b5,
Yeah.
AB, and push my b pawn.
Create a pass pawn, yeah.
Go, baby! Push him!
Great counterplay, yeah.
Let's do it. He
I like
didn't. He
that.
played rook f7. Var, jump right in.
Thank you.
First of all, the engine's assessment, evenish.
No, it's better now for Magnus.
Better for Magnus.
Yeah, Wesley's just played a few moves passively, and now g3, he wants to at some point play king g2. So,
So you could say Wesley drifted a little
a
bit?
little bit, yeah. After g3, your b5 move is an option to try to create a pass pawn. But after that, white can play king g2, just not even taking en passant. And if you, let's say, play the move b4, then there is a problem now. After the move king g2, white has a threat, and that threat is actually very, very strong. It's the move queen h3. Now setting up the move rook h1,
Right.
and it's going to be some serious problems on the h file.
Who opened up the H file? Sort of like, who let the dogs out? Ooh, yeah, no, I see that. Queen H3, nice. I
Yeah,
must say, I wasn't a big fan. And by the way, Richie and Radoslaw all smiles as the two co-leaders make a draw. And as we know, the draw is worth 1 point in Rapid. So both of those players will go to 3 out of 4. After 2 rounds, and we're following the game between Magnus Carlsen, Wesley. So for those of you who are joining us late,
is on h3.
hello, hello. Magnus went down in round 1 to Radoslaw, and it was play on 1 goal. I want to say Magnus really did get destroyed in that game. By the way, Queen H3, that is a very uncomfortable Wesley. So, as Var explained, rook to h1, queen h8 will be mate.
So you played queen c8.
Offering the trade of queens.
Best move.
Okay. Can white hide the queen somewhere so that you can still threaten rook h1? Maybe queen h2, or is that too passive?
Well, I'm thinking queen h8 is on black's agenda. I wanted to play bishop g4 until maybe queen h8 again, right? Forcing the trade of queens, even at the cost of allowing the bishop to e6. A queen trade would be a dream for Wesley. Then I think no more checkmates. I like this move, queen c8 Var. Good
Absolutely.
defensive move.
It's a great defensive move. And
oh, trade.
And
d6.
Oh, I think a lot of exchanges happening leading to an equal endgame. Rook takes d6 now.
Well, there's some positions that are equal. I've always felt that rook and bishop versus rook and knight favored the bishop, where there's pawns on both sides of the board. By the way, knight takes d6 on the board. I think if Wesley had played rook takes, I'm not interested in trading rooks, but I am interested in playing rook c1 to c7.
Or you can play rook e1 here, Yasser. That wins the pawn on a7. After rook d6,
Nice.
rook e1, because now the knight has no squares to go to. You have to go rook d8. And then after capturing on c8, you can win the a pawn. And again, that position is not clear if we're going to win that even. But
right. But knight
We've seen
takes
Magnus
d6.
convert a lot of Troyes rook endgames. So.
Right. Now, knight takes d6, a6, or bishop c6, or what do we like?
yeah, both moves are playable, but I think black is fine. The rook will go on d8, and then you're going to play f5, king f6. And you don't really have a way to win that a7 pawn, and it's just equal at the moment.
So should
Okay, so optically the pin is not meaningful then. Okay,
Yeah.
we'll keep an
Should
eye
be an
on this
easy
one.
defense for black.
An easy defense, easy for you to say.
Not against Magnus, of course.
Kirill versus Levon. We left it some time ago, but we catch up with the players right now, and Levon is enjoying life. He's actually traded queens, which is a big success. He's currently a pawn up, and white still has a lot to prove.
He's also up on the clock. He has 5 minutes versus 1. Yeah, it looks pretty equal.
Well, equal, or once again, I like the extra pawn.
Well, there's rook c5, rook c7.
Well, excuse me, just a second. Rook c5, knight takes e4, rook c7. Give me a Hakasito, and let me take this guy. I'll let you take this guy. And I was going to take this guy. And
I could have played king f3 and make you take with the knight.
maybe that was a better option for sure. Maybe. And, well, aren't you a little bit worried that your king might get, you know, one of those h5, knight g4 types of doodads?
But Kirill avoided all this. He played e5.
He played e5. Takes. No take.
Yeah, e5 here.
e5 here. So he's inviting knight g4, right? Same
Or knight e4 as well. Defending
Or-
c5.
Or knight e4 as well. For some reason, I was afraid of bishop c6. Was I right to be afraid of bishop c6?
It's rook d4, and we would exchange c pawn for the a pawn.
Yeah.
Which I mean, black would be up a pawn.
Yes.
Oh, that was pretty good. In time trouble, that's...
So actually, I have a problem. Knight e4 is attractive, but so is knight g4. Clear the cobwebs. What's wrong with knight g4, Var?
Knight g4 is played, but I was looking at it. The rook takes c5 will be played.
Knight g4, rook takes c5, check.
Yeah, and I was looking at rook d2 immediately, but let's...
Okay.
If rook d2 immediately, there is f4. And looks like...
wow.
It looks a little bit dangerous, but look, white has enough counterplay because you're going to win this a pawn, and that like rook c8, rook c7 at some point, and then you have good counterplay. So, but if we play the rook d1 check instead,
yeah.
So let's take a look at
King
that.
g2, rook d2.
Yes, king g2, rook d2, and then this king f3 is very strong now.
King f3. My pieces are a little goofy, yeah?
Yes.
Knight takes f2. Or, wait a minute, no, h5?
Yeah, h5 is a move, and then rook
Bishop e2.
c8 check.
King h7.
King h7, and here...
By the way, I'll interrupt ourselves to say that after some thought, Levon was attracted to knight g4. He did play the move knight e4 after all.
Yes. So...
And I will point out that one of our leaders, Duda, who started with a win...
Who we forgot about. Thank you. Yes, Nazi.
Also has a very good position in this game, trying to
Against
outplay Deac. Yes.
Nice. By the way, knight, for some reason, is sitting on d2 in the game of Levon, but let's switch to the Duda game because I do see that that's on our board there. Oh, this is the Grunfeld, not
Yes.
Grunfeld.
Grunfeld, not Grunfeld, yes.
Okay, and we have Queen B. What's the time situation?
They're both very low on time. Deac has 1 minute, Duda has 2 minutes.
I'm seeing, visually, I'm seeing a knight coming to c4, and I'm loving that. If I'm black, if I can get the knight to c4, it defends b6. And
Bishop can also go to f5, which looks
Yes.
also nice. Yeah, black looks like there's a lot of options.
And knight d6, by the way, I love the bishop f5.
More active pieces. Yeah, very unpleasant for white.
Right. By the way, I thought I saw Deac just reaching for the bishop on f3. It's not doing much. There's no sacrifices, but this knight coming to c4 is too strong. Bishop to e2.
Do you think you should take?
I would. I wouldn't want that knight to live on c4 too long.
So then we would have 2 bishops versus 2 knights.
Yeah. Exactly. A straight 2 bishops versus 2 knights. And by the way, just to say that Wesley's held on. I mean, an angry Magnus with the white pieces didn't end Wesley. And we think a repetition is actually in store at the moment.
Maybe not a repetition yet, but it definitely looks like a draw endgame.
Gosh, for some strange reason, I thought the players were repeating position.
So on rook e6, will black just play knight e8, or?
Magnus has just played rook e6, and you're right, knight e8. You called it before he could play it. But yes, I suppose he's ready to meet bishop a4 with rook e7. You always have to be careful about those king and pawn endgames, right, Var? Is that a ridiculous idea for white to jump into a king and pawn endgame?
Yeah, you can. I think black is holding the, but yeah, you have to calculate because after bishop a4, you really have no moves but to play the move.
I thought black might be better because a6 is overpushed, and maybe black can win that pawn.
Well, I mean, it's one of those crazy races, right?
Anything can happen here.
Yeah, but maybe the table base will tell us something.
It looks like a draw.
Ah.
Is it?
Well, I don't know. But let's jump back to the game between Deac and Duda because there was no knight c4. There was no bishop f5, and somehow the bishop magically jumped. Ah, rook
Duda
b7.
played rook b7.
That's a straight. Wow, rook b7. Well,
And
why is the rook
Duda's
better
down
on
to 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
Deac up to 45. I think Duda's maybe not clear on the plan, and he's just making a couple of moves to gain
Sure.
time.
Solid chess, Var. Solid chess, but
Yeah,
a little bit passive.
absolutely. I think Duda definitely last few moves were not the best. Here I think I like white now. Queen c2,
Yeah.
setting up a little tactic with bishop g6. So
And
opponent needs to watch out.
he has
And
played knight e2.
that's another good move as well, because then you finally want to bring that knight from g2, which has been doing nothing there for a long time. You bring it to f4, and you have some pressure. You have pressure on g6, pressure on c6. Now this b6 pawn needs some attention as well. So
I'm beginning to like White's position. By the way, the move knight e2 also threatened queen c2. Kind of a strange double attack, right? I'm ready to take on c6, but I'm also ready to take on g6. And after knight c4, rook b2, b5, the game is really heating up.
Deac did not take on c4,
He
which
did
I think
not.
he should have.
taking would have been better, absolutely.
Yeah.
He had
Yeah.
to take on c4.
So
Now-
b7, b5, pardon me, b6, b5, knight, whoa.
I think we'll see.
Both players on 20 seconds
I think
playing
we'll
on their
see white
increments.
playing on the king side, black's playing on the queen side, and the whole will be stronger, quicker.
Exactly. Take your pick. Knight
Do that
setting
down to
up by
6 seconds.
setting up sacrifices, whether they be on h5 or g6, and queen d6 ignoring. Is knight h5 ridiculous? I suppose it is. You can take it and play bishop g7, but it's something I would think about. After all, White's play is all on the king side, as you were mentioning, Nasi. 10 seconds and
5
counting
seconds.
fast.
4. Oh my God.
3. And it
On
was
1
like he
second.
was reaching for his bishop, his knight, and somehow he
I
found
think
rook
he just
a1.
found he touched the closest piece to the clock and moved
Right.
it quickly.
Something about this move I like, because after b3, you can play bishop to c2, and maybe knight. Oh, he took on e6. That is a surprise.
I think when you're down to 5 seconds, you just can't really calculate anything. Just make a move.
And he's done it. So rook a1, rook a2. Deac's lost the thread here, Var.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, Levon is now winning. Shevchenko made a huge blunder, guys. At some point, we can look at it. He had basically a draw, but then he just made a really big blunder. I think Levon is going to win this game now.
Okay.
Interesting.
We'll stay with this one just because of the time clock situation. We're invested. we
Deac again down to 5 seconds.
Rook a2, e2, finally getting back on track to where his trumps lie. His trumps are on the king side and in the center. This move clearly telegraphs e3, e4. Knight a5.
Wanting to push b3 or
Now or never, let's do it. No, he didn't go e4, bishop c2. Remarkable restraint. Wild horses couldn't have stopped me from playing e4 in that position. Get that pawn going. Okay, he's stopping b3. Is he going to play knight e1 to d3? Again, a lot of maneuvering to and froing.
I know it's actually not helpful when
He's
you have
done
too
it.
many options and you have 5 seconds on the clock.
I
It'd
know.
be way better if you had only moves.
Exactly. Sometimes it's so much simpler when the path is narrow. Bishop f8.
E4 is
Preparing
looking good, and
knight
he
d3.
does it. He played e4.
What took him so long? I mean, e3, e4, that's where the trump is. You've got to do it. And rook takes e4. Suddenly, I
White's
mean,
looking good again.
yeah, the clouds have parted. There's some action for white. On a good day, knight to f3 to g5, rook e8 is suggestive. Pardon me, rook
I
e8 to
think
pin.
this game, anything can happen. 3
Oh,
results
3
are possible.
results, for sure. It felt like 2 results for a moment, but now knight f3. Here we go. White, I don't know. It could be
Maybe c5 quickly,
I
just
think
to
so.
open things up.
c5. Again, I've been told that Magnus and Wesley are definitely heading towards remise. King G2, a useful little move. I would have been probably more invested in Rook F4, but okay, Rook E7.
Maybe Rook E5 now? I like that move.
I like that move. I like that move a lot. In fact, Rook E5, Rook E5, Queen D3, Rook E5, Queen E2. Rook
He made
takes.
that move with 1 second on the clock.
1 second, oh dear. Okay, Queen D3, Queen A6, let's go. Come on. Deac.
Just not enough time to think.
Just not, yeah, but that move, gosh, I don't like that move. In my mind, that kind of invites, I hate being pinned, and I hate allowing my opponent to pin me, like Queen E4, Bishop C2, Queen D5. Why did I allow the pin? Rook C1.
Yeah, I'm liking black again now.
Yeah, it's amazing how the advantage can twist and turn with each move. Bishop D6, useful, as was King G7 too, by the way.
Yeah. And we have a draw, Magnus against Wesley.
Magnus is not going to like day one
Not so far.
Of the Warsaw Rapid
Wesley
Blitz.
is having a great start though. First game win and then holding Magnus with the black pieces.
That's a brilliant start. By the way, Deac really playing so defensively minded these last few
I think
moves.
they both gained some time. They were up to half a minute, down from 5 seconds, so that's something. But still, time disappears so quickly.
Again, and we talk about rook and bishop for a second. I don't say it's winning or anything like that, but just to clarify who's got the advantage.
Levon has won his game.
Welcome back to the Grand Chess Tour, Levon Aronian.
And he started with 2 black pieces, first 2 games.
Which means he's got the last number. Rook A7, I was about to suggest knight takes B3, queen takes B3, queen D5 with the rook on E7 would have clarified the rook and bishop versus rook and knight setup, which I think would have favored Levon. Pardon me, Levon. I just saw Levon's face. So
Deac.
Duda. I think black
sorry.
is much better had he played knight takes B3 a move ago. Now, with the bishop coming to E4, I gotta say, I feel that all 3 results are possible
Do you think
again.
they're both playing for a win?
No, I really think Deac has been trying to hold for some time. But now, having said that, wow.
But last 30 moves have been all made with 10 seconds.
With
Less
the
than 10
increments
seconds.
for both players,
Yeah, so
Okay,
I'm actually
Thank goodness
amazed
for-
neither of them have made any blunders yet.
right? Well, it's too early, right? But yeah, I was about to say, with the bishop, when you're no longer pinned, with the bishop on E4, you really start to think, can I get away with knight G5, rook E3, rook F3? You really start heading in those directions.
But Duda also put in pressure on the queen side because his B pawn is a very nice pass pawn.
Yep.
If he can manage to push it without losing it, that would, oh, rook E3, I like that move too, but
Hello. May I
but
introduce
maybe it's not so great.
knight C4?
Knight
What-
C4 is looking very good. 'Cause
Knight
that
C-
forces bishop C4,
And
kind
he's
of.
done
right?
it. And he's done it in a nice way because once again, it's rook and bishop. By the way, queen takes, and this move, queen D5, is so strong, you
that I-
start to think.
White should
right?
sack the pawn.
Yeah, D4, D5 in order to put your rook.
Oh no, he
didn't
played
do
queen
it.
A1. Now after queen D5, again, he played with 2 seconds on the clock, so
Deac
we can't
playing
judge these
queen.
players for not finding the best moves. They
Right,
have
with
no
no
time to
time.
think. They're just playing intuitively, making moves as quickly as possible. But Duda definitely looking like he can be a sole leader now if he wins this.
Oh, absolutely. No question about it. You start to
And
think
now
that
rook e7 is very strong, guys. Just
Rook
exchange the rooks.
rook E7, the knight. Yeah, I was about to say,
I like his move.
I really find myself attracted to the move bishop f6 because On a good day, if I get to play c5 with my bishop already on f6, my position plays
I mean,
itself.
my rook looks good on a7, attacking a4, right?
Right, queen d1, no time. How much time how many seconds?
2 seconds again.
2 seconds. Bishop f6.
Or c5.
c5.
Because we're pinned now again.
The only reason for queen d1 was that I could play rook e5 against c5. He's
c5
done
on
it.
the board.
So rook e5, I'm sure, was Deac's intention.
Rook e5 now.
Queen d7, asking,
Attacking a4.
Attacking a4.
I guess winning a4, right? Because white cannot defend it.
Yes. But e7 is hanging,
Oh, but I can't
right?
take it, right? Not yet.
So takes, and this is, now it's looking like a 2-result game suddenly.
Now if rook d5, then queen takes a4, right?
Exactly. So I'm thinking rook b5. Oh, a5. I thought he was going to play rook b5 for a moment.
Now rook c7, maybe?
Rook
Would the rook c3 come in, if I have time for it?
He has played bishop f6, inviting rook d5, queen e6.
That's nice too.
a5 is hanging. He's got to stay on the 5th rank, but he didn't want to walk into that pin. Rook d5, queen e6 would have been deadly. Rook c5.
Can black just push d3?
Yeah.
D3, d2 very quickly?
This feels like d3, queen takes b4. We're closing in on victory for black, but
and
is
Duda
it
down
real?
to 4 seconds.
Queen d8 is a great move because now you cannot take on before bishop e7.
Nice.
Nice.
And he also wants to play rook takes a5 now. So excellent move, queen d8.
That he found with 4 seconds left on the clock.
Yes.
Amazing.
King g2, rook takes a5, queen takes b4.
Oh,
Queen takes
I just
b4.
saw Deac's reaction. I think he just blundered that pawn.
Well, I think he actually played it well, king g2. You know, sometimes you make what you think is a blunder, and it turns out that maybe it was the best move. D3, but now, aren't I in time to set up some kind of a blockade? Queen e3 maybe allows bishop c3. I'm not sure I like that.
So white has to start with knight d2?
Yeah, and I'm looking at
Queen
queen
A
a8
check.
check as being the most annoying, right? Well,
then
he's
queen
reached for his
A2.
knight. By the way, Deac's queen is somewhere between c5 and c6.
But it's supposed to be on c5.
Right. But it's not what we would call centralized.
King g1, so now queen a1 check, then
Practically speaking,
Maybe
Var,
no.
what's your impression of this ending?
This is completely winning.
Completely
Yes,
winning.
just need to play accurately. The fact that this pawn reached d3, it made a whole difference. If you somehow blockaded this pawn on d4, I would think if you're with a knight on d3, I think you're probably holding this pretty
Right.
comfortably. But with the pawn on d3, I think you just simply not going to be able to hold because this bishop c3 idea will always be there, and then eventually pushing the pawn on d2. And we know the queen endgames are lost as well here.
Question, with the
pawn on d3.
endgame, if the queens got exchanged, I thought Duda was thinking maybe to play queen c3, would that be winning?
Let's take a look. So
Instead of queen e1,
Queen
c3.
c3.
yeah, queen c3 was also winning.
It is.
Actually, and now I play queen e1.
But queen e1 is on the board. Funnily enough, I was attracted to queen e1 because I saw knight f3, queen e4. He played queen e3, and he's getting the same ending, right?
Yeah, with the
So
worst
can-
pawn structure for white, so
So why can't he just take on...
I think he
Oh,
could
he
have.
went queen e2, which he could have taken on e3 and played bishop c3. What was the answer?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
And
that
pawns
was
just
winning as
promoting.
well, absolutely. He could have traded and bishop c3. The line goes knight e4 there,
Bishop e1?
and then you have a very important move, bishop e1.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The idea is you're going to meet...
Knight e4?
Knight e4, actually.
I apologize.
If knight b1, just bishop b4, and the knight is trapped on b1.
And now you're playing
Now you're
f5.
hitting f5. King f1, you have f5.
So what has happened is they have traded, and he has played bishop e3, king to f2. I guess it's time for...
White is kind of in Zugzwang, right?
well, he's going to play e4
So
and
let's
king
play
e3.
f5.
f5.
Ah.
Very important
The
f5.
moment you were waiting for me to suggest what move I had in mind. What White had in mind was e4 and king f2. he stopped it with f5.
I think this is it. f5 was a brilliant last move to
Last
show that.
final touch, yeah.
Yep. Now black is winning.
And I feel like we're going to have the applause again, guys.
By the way, for Duda, I mean, the Polish audience must be going wild
All right.
at this exact moment, saying, holy smokes, we just had Radoslaw winning crushingly over world #1 Magnus. And
The
now
Polish
we've got
players really feeling the home advantage.
2 out of 2 or 4 out of 4, if you will. And knight h3, teasing the possibility of bishop.
Should we worry about the g6 pawn or just go king e5, king e4?
I think it's time just to push him. Yeah, king e5. Well, let's have a look. Knight f. No, he didn't even play king. He wasn't interested in allowing king e4.
Now maybe bishop e1, or that doesn't do much.
I know it does a lot because you are threatening e2, right? And followed by bishop takes g3.
I see.
Or
And it's on
bishop
the
takes
board.
g3 right away.
Nice.
Yes, maybe that's even nicer, right? Bishop takes g3. Oh, pardon me, this is a check, so we
So
have to play
d2?
e2.
King e2 only move now? Well, there's
King-
knight e3 check, but
Right, that doesn't, knight d3 is just kind of a temporary. Knight d3, king f6, and we lose everybody.
so we can just take g3, h4 now, right?
Is it?
Or
Okay, so
maybe king f6 is more precise,
maybe king f6. I like that.
because g3 is ours anyways.
Preset, bingo. King, but I'm going to play
Yep.
king f6, knight g2. I have to play knight g2. Bishop takes, king takes. Maybe I
But
can
still-
resist.
He played knight d5, by the way, so I think
Was
that
this
allows,
a step in the wrong direction, Var? I'm not a fan.
I think black can pick up both
Because
g3 and h4 now.
Yes, that's precisely what I'm worried about.
Yeah, I
Let's see.
think now it's just
If he had
Complete
left
the
his
winning.
knight on g2, ooh, e4.
Again,
Deac is
on
going
one-
out. He's
and with the 1 second on the clock.
no way, really?
He has done that at
I
least
mean,
4
he's
or
a
5
thrill
times
seeker.
just in this game.
He's a thrill seeker. By the way, if I take knight c3, I can queen. No, you take with the knight. Oh, that's fine. You take with the knight. I take on g3.
Right.
Well, he
black
can go-
just play e. No, e3 doesn't do it.
I could,
Just king e6. Simple.
Ah.
Bring the king.
True that.
We're
I wanted
complicating
to,
things.
yeah, I wanted to play brilliantly with d1 equals queen. Anytime.
Yeah, king goes to g4 and picking up both pawns.
That sure makes life a lot more simple, doesn't it?
Yeah. Deac was hoping maybe to get some just h pawn and the bishop, but unlikely to happen.
Impressive play by Duda as he's outplayed his opponent very comprehensively, I would say, Var.
absolutely. Yeah, Duda could have just taken on g3 and h4 and just win that endgame as well, because you cannot sacrifice the knight for that pawn. But I think this is the way he's playing is just much, much better here. Now bishop takes g3.
Something to be said for king takes
Or king
g3,
takes G3.
knight e5, king takes h4, and just
And
the
just
fact
push the
that
h pawn, of course.
yeah, king takes h4, knight takes g6, king g3, and you can sacrifice the knight for one pawn, and there he has it. He's won.
Deac won.
2 out of 2, 4 out of 4, if you
Big
will.
applause.
Big round of applause.
I am telling you, they love it in Warsaw.
Yeah.
But it's a thrilling moment when you're the last person on stage, and you know all the applause is for you, not the guy down the down the road. Let's jump over to Warsaw and Cristian for an inside view.
Well, I didn't know there's a thing such as home court advantage in chess. You don't have the screaming fans throughout the game, but you definitely have them afterwards. And you could see that after this game, it definitely seems like there is a home court advantage for the two Polish players. And let's take a look at what happened in this game between Deac and Duda that you guys just caught the end of. And this was a battle of intent. From the early get-go, it felt like Black Duda, that is, was playing for a victory. And I have to say, Deac, he was playing quite passively throughout this game. And take a look at this. You have the Grunfeld early on, knight to f3, bishop to g7, e3. Already a very passive approach. You don't go for the main lines. We're taking on d5, e4, or maybe h4, the move that we've seen in Fabiano's game against MVL from the previous stop of the Grand Chess Tour, that explosive game. So definitely a very passive approach by Bogdan Daniel Deac, and we ended up in this position. Take a look at this structure, and this structure we're going to see for a very long time. This is move, I believe, something along the lines of move 20 after the move h4, and this particular structure lasted for the next 20 moves. No pawns were moved, but I have to say, I'm looking at the weaknesses in the position. You see the pawn on b6, that's a weakness for black, nicely defended by the knight on d7. You see the weakness on a4, that's nicely defended by the knight on c3, but you also see this imbalance between the e3 pawn and the c6 pawn, and you would love to attack the c6 pawn as white. The problem is you cannot get to that pawn because the knight on c3 is blocking the action of your rook. So at this point, it just feels like black has a blank page. He can do whatever he wants. He can wait and at some point improve the pieces to the maximum, which is what Duda did. Take a look at this. Shuffle the pieces a little bit. White doesn't have any active plans. You cannot really play e4 because that's going to create another weakness in your position. The pawn on d4. So let's take a look at what happened. Rook to a8, rook to e1, queen to f6, a lot of shuffling of the pieces, and this was the critical moment right now. Queen to d8 to defend the pawn on a b6 and free up the knight on d7. That is the one piece that you need to improve in this position, and Duda found the right plan, as we will see in the next few moves. Queen to b3, rook to b8, bishop to f3, and now finally the knight is going towards its ideal square in the position, the square c4, and that's where it landed. And by the way, take a look at this move. This timing of b5 was just absolutely spectacular, and I have to say this is probably the move that gave Duda the advantage, not necessarily decisive advantage in the game, but definitely a practical advantage. Once again, he was the one pushing, and you guys saw how this game ended. Take a look at this game between the two leaders going in, two of the leaders going into this event, into the second round, Richie Rapport and Radoslaw Wojtaszek. Take a look at what happened in this one. Another bishop to b5 check game by Richie Rapport. We've seen this type of, not Brossolimo because this is with d6, but this bishop b5 land in the Sicilian as well. Now we have the move a4. That's one of the options. You have to stop a6 and b5. How do you do that? By playing either a4 or c4 in this type of line. And Richie chooses the line with a4. It's very thematic. You just want to get as much space as possible on the queen side. Make life difficult for black on the queen side. But again, this is all theory, and you guys were mentioning that as well during the broadcast. Now, this is a battle, once again, a structural battle in this position. As we can see, white has the nice compact structure. Black has a lot of lonely pawns. The pawn on a4, the pawn on c5. But take a look at how this changes with the next few moves. Rook to e1, a3, a very good move. I'm changing one of my weaknesses in the position, and later on I will change the second weakness in my position, the pawn on c5, and right now it is white who has a weakness, a lonely pawn on d3. So everything changed in the last few moves. I have to say Radoslaw Wojtaszek probably outplayed a little bit Richie Rapport in this one, but Richie was very smart and he decided to simplify the position, exchange everything, and the players surely agreed to a draw later on. Exchange absolutely everything. Easy draw for Radoslaw Wojtaszek. The two Polish players are definitely feeling the energy coming from the fans in the first couple of games. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Cristian. Home court advantage indeed. But let's take a look at our standings after 2 rounds in the history books.
We have a sole leader, Polish Jan-Krzysztof Duda, with the perfect score. And closely following Wesley Saw, Levon Aronian, Richard Rapport, and Radoslaw Wojtaszek.
MBL at even score, and Magnus Carlsen languishing with my pick, Anish, Giri in a tie for 7th. And as we go to break, we have Cristian with our guest, Adam
Lementovich.
That's what I thought. Hope you enjoy.
We are here with Adam Lamentowicz, the CEO of Superbet Poland. Adam, first of all, welcome to the show. Tell us a bit about this growing connection between chess and the Superbet Foundation and Superbet.
Yeah, it's the fourth time we are running this show as Superbet Foundation, second time in Poland. But we are with Grand Chess Tour since 2020, so it's really a repetitive journey, and with every year it's really more fun and we are more engaged into it. So a really great experience and great to be here and great to host so many great players in Poland and also in other countries where the tour takes place. But in Poland we are really proud to host all these stars for the second time.
And it's not only repetitive, but I have to say you guys are getting better and better with each and every iteration of this Superbet tournament. And I have to say that big board in the middle of Warsaw is just incredible. And the QR code, everybody passes by, scans the QR codes and gets connected to the tournament. How did that idea come about?
Well, we are a growing business, and also, you know, we are quite good in activating not also our other sports sponsorships. We treat our engagement with Grand Chess Tour and Superbet Rapid Blitz as one of our big projects across the year. So, activating this event, the weather is great. It's good season in Poland. So people out on the streets, so creating a big chess in central focal point of the city, inviting YouTubers, young influencers from the chess world. I mean, this is definitely at the heart of this event, because this event is not only about, of course, promoting Grand Chess Tour, Superbet Foundation and our brand, but it's mainly about promoting chess as a game, and as connection with uniting people and exercising and improving our thoughts and minds. So I think it was a natural move, and as you said, I mean, we are getting better into it as we saw what has worked well last year, and we simply try to improve on top of that.
And how did you see that impact the numbers? Because yesterday we had that big chess game between the influencers, the YouTubers, as you were mentioning. How did you see that impact the numbers of young players joining chess?
I mean, we see basically the room is totally packed. There are over 150 people outside of POLIN Museum right now. This
waiting
moment,
to get in.
Waiting to get in.
Wow.
So I think also we have reached a completely different level of penetrating and reaching out to people, informing about this event this year. So, of course, we had lots of spectators last year, but this year the room is packed, museum is full, plus a huge line in front of the museum. So. I think it's great. It's great, and we take learnings also for the next year to prepare even better to be able to address all those spectators.
And it also helps that you guys have some amazing players in Poland as well. Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, the defending champion here in Warsaw, and also Radoslaw Wojtaszek, the local hero.
Yes.
I think he lives here in Warsaw. So
that's really great, and today both of them play with Magnus. So it's a unique opportunity. First day with both Polish players playing Magnus on the first day. And I think it's great collection of real champs, and of course Magnus is a great star. We could see it also during the opening ceremony, how many questions towards him. So yeah,
the stars definitely aligned with those first couple of games. Thank you very much, Adam, for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
And right now we are going to go to a commercial break. Don't forget, the games are going to continue. Stay tuned.
here we are in Warsaw, ready for the round 3 of Superbet Rapid and Blitz. And actually, there are so many people here. The atmosphere is so great. And if you want to go to the fan zone of this tournament, or if you want to come to the players' lounge area, you can follow our social media accounts and see all this backstage material. So please don't forget to come to our Instagram account, to Twitter, to Facebook, and be sure you will have so many extra material there. Yes, so we are really looking forward to the round 3, and now we are going back to the studio to Yasser and Nazi and Var.
Thank you, Anastasia. As round 3 is underway, I'm looking, and what do you do when you're Magnus Carlsen and you need a win with black?
You play Carlsen.
Absolutely, yes, sir. As he is up against Jan Duda, who has started 4 out of 4. I tell you what, look at Magnus's. Never mind the hairstyle, that's one thing, but just his body language is like, what am I doing? What am I doing? What's going on? The old variation, the classic variation with knight d7, Var.
Absolutely, yes, sir. He's not playing bishop f5. He's definitely trying to win this game. It's a very slow start for him, and we know from these rapid events, 2 points you get for a win. Usually players who do well in this rapid tournament end up winning this portion of the event. So it's very important to try to get some points in a rapid section as well. And yeah, he didn't play bishop f5, so he's playing the knight d7 line here. And so I think we're going to see the move knight f6.
Yeah, it's funny that he's pausing, because if you were going to play e takes f6, you wouldn't have committed your knight to g7.
Exactly.
If you were going to go g takes f6, you wouldn't have done that. But as Magnus is studying the situation, lay the table for our audience. Now see, what do we have for the pairings?
Right, we have Wojtaszek playing Shevchenko,
who has no points. Kirill needs to get back into the tournament.
Wesley playing Richard Rapport,
2 of our tournament leaders going head-to-head.
and our sole leader Duda playing Magnus Carlsen.
Right.
Vachier-Lagrave against Deac.
Once again, MBL looking at Deac across the board, saying, you have no points. I'm going to take advantage.
And Aronian against Giri.
Anish not getting off to a good start, so Levon saying, hey, with a win, I could be doing very, very well. And again, going back to Magnus did eventually recapture with the knight. Knight takes c2, c3, bishop g4 on the board, and this is just classic Caro-Kann variation. What has caught your attention, Var?
I was just checking this game actually just to see there's lots of theory in this position still, Yasser, about 200 games played.
200?
Yes,
yeah.
and this c3 move, and now h3 is very important to try to question this bishop, and I think the best option after that is just to take on f3.
Which has happened?
Yeah, let's take a look why, for example, you need to do that. Because if you go back bishop h5, if you say, oh, I want to keep my bishop, then you're going to get into some serious trouble after move g4. Bishop g6, and now knight e5 comes in. And oftentimes you're going to run into ideas like h4, h5, and you are behind in development, and moving the bishop so many times could be problematic. You do have a way to save your bishop here, but after bishop e4, f3, bishop d5, you're just losing lots of tempos, and white will be slightly better here.
Right.
Let's take a look at the Wesley game here. We see a Benoni type of position here, and Wesley plays really well this position, so I find this a little bit risky what Rapport is doing. And strategically here, eventually knight will land on c4 at some point, and there is a pressure on b6. At the moment, it's a nice advantage for white, and we are out of theory at the moment. So b6 could be played here for black, but then you play the move king h1. Eventually, you're preparing the move f4 and e4 immediately. Slightly better position for Wesley, I see, in this matchup.
Thank you for that, Var. I'm looking at the game. You know, it's strange. These old Indian variations that Radoslaw and Kirill are playing takes me back to some kind of teenagehood where I really studied carefully the writings of David Bronstein. Mm-hmm. And David hurt my brain. He constantly kept me thinking, and I always have this trouble looking at the game between Radoslaw and Kirill, trying to figure out if the pawn on d6 is a weak pawn, or untouchable pawn because it, like so many times, you think it's backward on an open file, and I'll just double up and triple up, and somehow Black manages, I don't know, through counterattacks against c4, he gets in a5, a4, and Bronstein made the positions work for him as Black. I couldn't. Did you ever try these old Indians, or did you just steer away from them?
I love playing against them.
Against them?
Yes, I prefer this with white.
Okay, and we just have this move h2, h3. Knight h5, maybe the bishop just drops back, and then you go all out with f4. But you have to be careful because, again, I have just seen so many times after ideas of a5, a4, and queen a5 that Black gets in his shots as well. Magnus, strangely enough, has just gone for the imbalance of the two bishops. You would think that from such a position you would be happy as white, but Magnus is basically saying, I don't think the two bishops are anything, and I'm going to just, I don't know, play for c5 and or e5. I would think that Duda would be happy. He's like,
for sure,
I'm leading the tournament, and I don't see how
no
I'm
risk
going to lose.
position.
Yeah, I don't see how I'm going to lose it. So Magnus
Duda can definitely press for more here. Play c4 and bishop c3, and
slowly.
Yeah.
The only thing is, don't leave yourself. Like you don't want to mistime your move c4. MVL versus Deac. Okay, very classical position. Not much to say. Both sides have put their knights on the king side and over. The board kind of tilted to the king side as the pieces all moved student body right. Levon versus Anish. Let's see. This is a little bit weird. Is this a Vienna? Yeah, with knight c3, right? A bishop's opening with knight c3 kind of turns into Vienna. When I was white and I played these positions, I was playing them for f4, not the way Levon has played it. By the way, just to point out that knight takes c3 doesn't win a pawn thanks to queen e1, and the pawn on e5 is hanging. This is all theory up to, and the lifetime scores between these two.
Well, Levon has quite a
2-1.
big lead. Yes, 20 wins, 9 losses, and 22 draws.
Which goes to show how Levon in Rapid is really a formidable force. h3, bishop h5, caught up with the players. Jump right in, Var. This position, it's theory, but what do the statistics tell us?
There was only one game played actually before the move rook a8, and after rook a8 I don't have any games in my database here. So at the moment I think white is maybe slightly better here, and I'm just curious why he played the move rook a8, because in this position knight b6 was the move played in that one game by Grandmaster Ernst, and after that the game ended in a draw. But the move rook a8 is actually allowing the move rook takes b7, so I'm wondering if there is something that Anish missed here, because he can.
Is he trying to trap the rook after
that's
knight
my
b6?
reaction, to play the move knight b6, try to trap it, but you don't have a good way to attack this. So of course we don't want to allow the move knight c4, so we'll just simply play the move bishop b3, and you need to attack it. But how to attack this rook here? That's the question. It's very hard to see. We don't have a way to bring the bishop back. So
what if I take a straightforward approach, like queen d7,
queen d7? Yeah, let's take a look at that. But then this runs into a big problem here. Knight takes e5, attacking your queen. If you take on d1, there's going to be knight takes d7. That's just simply winning. And if you take with the knight back, queen takes h5, and now your knight is hanging on e5. And if you play queen c8, there is rook takes b6 and simply captured on e5. So this is just winning for white. So I'm not sure what Anish missed. I think there is a chance he maybe mix something, because rook takes b7 just wins a pawn.
One more look. Rook takes b7, knight b6, bishop b3.
Bishop b3, rook a8. Okay.
Yeah, to try to trap the knight with a future knight d8 or knight a5.
But here actually white can play very aggressively there are two options I see here. One is to play with c4, but let's take a look at a very direct idea. g4.
Bishop g6.
Bishop g6, h4.
Really?
Just simply trying to trap the bishop. Yes.
Oh my.
h6.
h6, h5.
Bishop moves back.
g5
G5.
is what he wants.
Wow, this
And
is
just very direct.
But who's the king h8?
King h8.
If you take on h6, the g file opens. Maybe I'm the first to.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to take. He wants to now play the move c4, switch. And now play for c5 at some point. Now c5 takes, rook takes c7 ideas.
I don't know, this looks very risky for white.
Yeah, I mean, it's double-edged stuff. Okay, double-edged stuff. But rook takes b7. I'm with you.
Yeah.
That is definitely
I think Levon
the
should
question.
take the pawn, definitely.
And Radoslaw, Kirill, okay, that one we've seen. Deac, that one we've seen. Levon.
Wesley
Anish.
Richard game is quite interesting because we have Benoni, very.
Yeah, but this Benoni with e2, e3, as opposed to e4, has its own dynamics. And I must say that in this particular Benoni, White's king is much safer.
Yes.
In other words, put the pawn on e4, the white pawn on e4, put the black pawn on f4, and the dynamics on the king side are much more favorable for black. With the pawn on e3, you're not killing me over there.
Not at all. So
And-
it feels more of a one-sided game because I can play on the queen side.
Yeah, full
and
out, right?
No attack on the king side, at least not yet.
Exactly. So knight a6, by the way, you always, I'm looking, I'm supposing that queen takes, knight b4, with the ideas of rook b8 and knight c2 are sufficient. And
I have a lot of good moves here.
please, tell me.
Just rook a to d1 looks fine.
Rook
Bishop b5 maybe.
Bishop b5. I'm seeing from Black's perspective that he wants to plan a knight here and maybe on a good day here. So would you like to play rook d1,
Sure.
knight b4? Are you playing for knight c4? Let's see.
Let's try.
Where do you want to, or do you want to play? Okay, right here you have another approach. You have f4. So f4, it looks a little bit weird, but here's the thought that once you get an e4 with the rook,
It seems like I'm still giving black counterplay chances on the king side.
yeah.
And I would prefer to have it like one-sided
You
game.
want your cake and eat it too. Get it. I got it. Interesting. Sorry, and Magnus. Boy, that game sure looks like it's blistering its way to a draw. Over to you, Var. What caught your eye?
Yeah, I think this game is most likely we're going to see a draw after bishop takes f6 at the moment. In a Wesley Saw game in that structure you guys were analyzing,
Yeah.
I want to point out this move that is, I think, very important. Bishop b5 is a very, very good move for white here.
e5.
Bishop b5.
Oh, b5.
Bishop e5. Sorry.
Yeah.
Because
I heard
you
bishop
want
e5. I was like, what?
Yeah, you want to exchange the light square bishops in this position because, as we can see, there is a weak square on e6. And the dream would be at some point to land the knight there. Sometimes knight e2, knight f4 ideas. And again, if you play a move g5, that really weakens the position as well. So bishop e5 would be a nice advantage for Wesley.
Take us through it. Bishop b5, knight to b4.
Bishop b5, knight takes b4. And now
Bishop takes d7?
Bishop takes d7, yes.
Queen takes d7. I don't see a knight landing on e6 immediately.
Yeah, so here actually in this position, it's okay now to take already on e5, eliminate the knight.
Okay,
Because
bishop
the
e5.
point is now the knight is going to land to the desired square on c4.
Bishop e5, knight c4. And if I put my rook on e8,
Yes, you can play rook e8.
am I worried about f4 and e4?
At some point, yeah, I will start out with the move rook a d1.
And I can feel that f4 and e4
Yeah.
is on your agenda.
Yes, at
And
some point I'm planning to do that. 92 is another idea. At some point here, 92, perhaps even bring the knight to f4. Just the knight on c4 is just incredibly strong in this Benoni structures where you're always putting pressure on d6. So this would be a slightly better position for white.
All right, so thank you for that. Wesley versus Richie, very important game as those two players starting nicely with 3 out of 4. Again, 2 points for a win in the Rapids.
And I think also MVL has a very pleasant position. When we looked earlier, it was still theory.
Right.
But now it looks like white got everything they wanted.
Well, the classical central pawn duo, that is for sure. D4, E4, very nice. King looks a little bit funky on H7 here.
Right.
I mean, I don't like encouraging my opponent to come get me, right? And the king on the on that diagonal kind of encourages knight f5, queen c7, knight f5. Oh my gosh, this has all happened.
I think white's playing on the king side and in the center. And I can even play, I like rook c1 here.
Rook c1, that's a tempo. Well, is it a tempo?
Bishop
it's
E4.
not like, are you threatening
Possibly.
bishop e4? I'm not 100% sure you are, but okay, now you want to,
I will
understood.
be winning the pawn.
Now you want to just take and win the pawn. That was why you played rook c1. So I guess I have to stay with you. I'll get off the...
Well, now rook on e8 is unhappy, so
True.
I'm happy with what I achieved.
True. But could I be threatening e4 and d5? e4 and...
Maybe.
You know what? Can
You're
I
gonna
take
go
the
for
bull?
it now?
I'm thinking
No,
about
I
taking
think-
the bull by the horns, but no, I don't think so. I might even just go. No, I'm afraid to allow bishop h6. There are issues here. There's no question
We
about
do
it. There are
have
issues. And by the way,
a different
a3,
move on the board.
a4.
Yeah. Now can black play e4, d5 very quickly? Let's say start with e4.
Let's have a look-see. e4, okay. Knight goes back to h2.
Should I sacrifice on b5?
What? Sacrifice? What? Sacrilege. Sacrifice a pawn?
I'm just worried if I don't play d5 right away, is white going to play d5?
Maybe. So if, for example, we just throw in b4. You
I'm concerned about losing my e4 pawn.
True, but on the other hand, you know, as Bobby Fischer famously said, to get squares you got to give them, and you're getting a pretty good square.
That
you
knight
know,
is too good.
you know, even if you were to win the pawn, somehow this knight on
Okay.
c5. Var, very interesting game going on between MVL and Deac, but we kind of think this move a4 is an indication that MVL's happy with this position.
Absolutely, MVL is happy. I think the move knight f5, he perhaps rushed a little bit. At that point, the evaluation was quite big for him. He could have just waited on that. Let me pull up that game for a second.
Sure.
I was looking at another game. So in this position, after the move queen c7, I really like this idea, rook c1 coming in.
Open
Now,
file. Yeah.
Getting the open file, and now queen has to move, cannot sit there. And it's not so clear to see where you put this queen, because you put it on b8, then you don't have the connection between the rooks. If you put it on e7, at some point there might be some problems on the e file here.
No,
like here
knight
in this
f5.
case, knight f5, I really like, because now we're going to take advantage of the fact that queen is on that file against the rook. So this would have been, I think, a little bit bigger advantage for him, because after knight f8 capture, it's very important that this knight has this f8 square to go to, because now there is a blockade on the f5, and now he played the move a4. White is still better here, but the best option here for black to go is e4. And I think you might have mentioned this idea to try to play to attack this knight, and the knight goes to h2, and now rook e c8, putting pressure on the bishop. And if the bishop goes on b3, it's important to start with this rook, because we're going to take on a4. We want to make sure the rook is no longer hanging on e8, so we don't lose a tempo now to move the rook away. And here you can even, you have a few options. You can play this move, knight f8 to d7. Very slightly better here for white, but I think black can definitely defend this position.
With apologies, with the rook c8, rook c1, instead of moving the bishop to b3.
Rook
Var?
c1, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I want to tit for tat. You attack me.
Sure.
I want to attack you.
I think here queen d7 would be the best option now. Now
And
attacking the pawn on f5.
Knight g4.
Knight g4. And then knight takes g4.
HG.
It takes g4, and now just clump the center with the move d5. And
I was hoping that f6 and or g5 was going to get me something, but
yeah,
maybe.
g5, the f5 is hanging right now. So.
Yeah. And if, is f3 too clumsy?
f3 in this position is a possibility. I think in this case now b takes a4. We take on e4 twice.
Right. Exactly, twice.
And then rook a b8, putting some pressure on b2.
Fair enough. Fair
Yeah,
enough.
it's unclear actually, the position.
Okay.
Here.
Guys, I think Magnus is having some fun because after 29 moves, he has more time on the clock than he started with.
More time. Okay. By the way, Magnus's clock management has been stellar. Not necessarily his position's better, but his management has been stellar. But what I wanted to say was, once again, this crazy position between Radoslaw and Kirill, this is like one of those games again that confounded me, David Bronstein. Somehow, if you look at Black's position right here, right now, it's sort of like, okay, Black achieved something. I mean, his knight is like resting on this really nice square. Let's see
It's
what
all
exactly happened.
Temporary activity, I think, right?
I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes that temporary becomes longer lasting than you expected. Knight's on f3. Okay, again, so let's just go with the obvious. So I want to take the rook.
So I have to play rook e2.
Rook e2. And let's see. Gosh.
So I'm playing bishop g2 next. I still don't know how I'm going to continue after that.
Bishop g2 next. Yeah, knight.
Even
My
if White's
goodness.
position is still better, it's definitely easier to play for Black, maybe.
Well, but how exactly am I going to start sacrificing my bits and pieces here? Should I be putting my knight on e5?
Maybe knight e5 and pawn g5 if needed.
Well, this
Right.
one, right?
So
This one. Tricky stuff going on here between Radoslaw and Kirill. Help us out, Var. The knight on f3 makes a great impression. Is it temporary or long-lasting?
I think it's temporarily, and with accurate play now, White is going to remove that knight from
Okay.
f3, and he will have a slightly better position.
Yeah.
I can show you the next few moves here.
Sure.
So in this position, I think taking with the rook is the best. So rook takes e6,
Right.
rook e2, only
Right.
move. And now I think it's logical to double up the rooks.
Okay.
And now we play the move bishop g2, putting pressure on the knight. And the knight can retreat actually also on g5, but on e5 it looks a lot more logical.
Right.
So now you're putting pressure on c4. And here White has two options here. You can play the move queen b3. This is basically combining the defense of the c4 and also putting some pressure on b7. Also, you can play a move like b3 in this position too.
I was trying to avoid that because I was worried about knight c4
Yes,
and
knight
the discovery.
c4, b takes c4,
Queen c3.
queen c3. At the end of that line, the b7 pawn is hanging.
And you're
and
not
here-
worried about queen takes c4 and
Queen
that
takes
business.
c4. There is a strong move rook c2,
Yeah.
attacking the queen, and then you're going to lose your a7 pawn with another tempo. So probably queen
Gotcha.
a6, rook takes a7, then you go back to c8, and here
Not exactly what I
White
was
has
dreaming.
a crushing advantage after the move e5.
Wow, not what I was dreaming about, that is for sure. Cool, okay, interesting game to keep in.
I think we should take a look at Wesley Rapport game because Wesley was not afraid to grab a pawn on b7.
That was kind of a question, right? We played knight b4, and I was hinting at compensation because of knight c2, and Wesley said, "Well, show me." Bishop takes e5.
Very concrete line.
And
So after rook d8.
I suppose after rook b8, there's just queen c7. Like you're always wondering, when do I get in the tempo rook b8, right? Should I should I take the bishop? Okay, he took, bishop b5. Now he's saying, look, you've got a problem. You can't just tickle my queen right away.
So let's say rook d8.
Which one? I suppose.
F.
And that's the question, right? Now you have to agree to the trade of queens.
Queen takes.
Exactly. And here, you know, we're mentioning how beautiful that knight is going to be on c4. How should I do it, in a way? So
Knight c2
let's
is an immediate threat.
say I step aside.
So I could get the pawn back with knight d3, right?
Ah,
And
knight
knight takes
d3.
b2.
Ah, sorry. That was...
Might still have a good position, though. I don't know.
Yeah, but that wasn't... at the end of the day, what I wanted to, obviously, was to have a knight on c4. Okay, but we do have this position on the board. We do have rook d8. Can I...
Maybe white should make rook b1 now, because there's no knight d3 yet.
Ah, thank you for that. Thank you, Nazi. That's an improvement, much desired improvement. And after rook b1, well,
Does
again,
black-
you're a pawn down.
Does black have repetition with rook b8, queen
Well-
a7, rook a8? Or do I
Let's see. Do
escape
we-
somehow?
Exactly.
I don't think I do.
Queen c7.
Rook c8.
Oh, I
Oh.
don't take the pawn.
And then
Because-
hide on a5.
Right. I hide here only when the pawn is on the board. So in this case, yes, nice. Okay,
You have to
I have
resist.
to resist capturing a
pawn.
pawn. Are you kidding me? That, you know, that's hard, right? I mean,
I understand.
it's like backward moves, you know. It's just like, it's not what we do. It's not what we live
And
for.
it's strange because queen is still not really out. It's stuck on a5.
But
It just
somehow
avoids
that's a good-
repetition.
yeah, it avoids repetition, but somehow that's a pretty decent square. It is, after all, eyeballing things. And, you know, it's all about the knight getting to c4, right? Once the knight gets to c4.
But we
it's-
can't really get rid of black's knight on b4.
No.
So it feels like our queen's never getting out of there.
That's a long, yeah, never strong. But you're right. At the moment, it really does feel like we're stuck. And maybe even for a long time. But bishop takes b5, a takes b5,
Sure.
and then it's easy for us to become unstuck. Rook comes to a1. Looking good for Wesley, I must say. Levon versus Anish. We're a little bit mystified because Anish basically said, take my pawn on b7. Levon said, not interested, which is shocking.
But he played g4 and
Yeah.
so we have two bishops versus two knights.
Well, there goes the two bishops right there. And first impressions are that black is doing just fine. Anish last
No, I
move was
like
queen.
white because black's knight on b6 does not look very good.
Temporarily, but the black knight on b6 is blocking the pawn, thereby defending the pawn. It's not that I'm going to play c4 and take this pawn anytime soon. Is your bishop so great? Let's say I play f6 and g5, kind of stuffing.
That's a commitment to go f6, g5.
Yeah, well, it's I'm playing this to literally stuff the bishop. So this diagonal's not. If my pawn's on f6, you're not happy about that diagonal, right? If my pawn is on f6 and g5, you're not getting stuff.
Rook e4 here, guys. Rook e4 is a very strong move for Levon.
Rook e4.
Yes. Now threatening bishop b4 to trap the queen. And
Threatening bishop b4 to
Yes.
trap the queen.
And this is actually very, very bad position for Anish here. It's very difficult to defend now the pawn on e5.
What if I move the queen back, let's say to d6?
Safety.
So
And
let's,
then-
he didn't play actually, but let's just continue on that. Rook
Queen-
e4, queen d6,
queen
now
d6.
queen e3, and now I'm attacking the pawn on e5 and also threatening the move
So
c5.
knight d7?
Knight d7,
Take the pawn.
take the pawn.
I thought I had knight
Knight
c5.
c5, bishop to b4. That's a.
Oh, I see.
That's. That's awkward. Gosh darn it. Yeah.
So he actually missed opportunity for Levon, because now after the move Queen E3, I think he's not that much better, because there is, can exchange on E3. There is a Knight A4 move as well here. So I think a missed opportunity by him.
Maybe a big missed opportunity, actually, because, yeah, that move, Rook E4, it's like you're trapping the queen in the center of the board with the move Bishop B4, and your eye isn't looking for that type of a trap. Queen E3 does allow, like you say, both Knight A4 as well as Queen trades. Missed opportunity. Wesley versus Richie. Let's go again. Rook E1.
Rook E to D1.
Yeah, just sidestepping Knight C2. Again, Wesley is looking at this, and it's important not to take the A7 pawn, but to hide.
Unless you want to draw.
Unless you want to draw. But to hide your queen on A5, definitely advantage Wesley. Jan versus Magnus. Whoa,
Looks like
whoa,
a draw.
whoa.
Did anything change?
Well, it's a pawn, isn't it?
Oh yeah, there's an extra pawn.
I mean, that's all I do. I remember
but you're
Malinsky-
losing it because you don't have B3. There is Rook E3,
King C2,
Rook takes C2, and
King takes C1. I remember Malinsky saying to me, he says, Yasser, 90% of my chess is calculating who's a pawn up and who's a pawn down. 90%. Only. Bishop C1, probably still enough.
yeah, but that Rook endgame, just Rook G2 and.
Yes, I agree. So Rook E3 check, as well as Bishop takes B2. Pardon me, Bishop takes B2. On Magnus's agenda, nothing is happening for the world's #1 player.
The MVL game, Deac did get to play E4 and D5.
And
so quite
Knight
different
so A4.
structure we now have on the
Knight
board.
D7, Bishop D5, Rook C1. These positions, you're always mindful of these sacrifices, aren't we? And by the way, for those who are joining us late, first of all, shame on you, but Magnus, world's #1 player, he's in a galaxy of stars. How do we know that? He's tied for 7th.
Something you don't hear often.
No, not in a 10-player tournament.
No.
You know, like, could be a Swiss, right?
Yeah.
With
Even then.
even then, he tied for 7th.
And Duda is sole leader. He won both games, very nice games,
And
precisely, like
yes,
perfectly played.
yeah, his accuracy was really commendable. And by the way, Anish did play the move, find the move, Knight A4, kind of a present, if you will.
He still looks stressed, but Levon doesn't look so happy either.
Right, both players look
Both players.
unhappy. All right, Wesley versus Richie. And for Wesley, an opportunity here, Var. After all, should Duda draw Magnus? And by the way, that sounds so strange, right? Like, Magnus is playing poorly. Should he draw, Wesley could potentially go in day 1 and tie for first.
Absolutely, yeah. He's slightly better here, but there is definitely some compensation here. Again, now Rook B8 play. You cannot take the pawn on A7. If you take the pawn, then Black will do the repetition.
And
so you
immediately
have to play
Queen
the move,
C7.
Queen C7. Of course,
expected.
Wesley playing for a win here. Let's take a look at some of the lines now after Queen 7. So I think the best thing to do is to force this queen to go to A5.
Okay.
So Rook BC8. Now Queen on A5 again. It's out of place there, so it's not doing that much. And here, you can consider maybe to play the move G4 here, to go for some G4 ideas, because White doesn't have that many defenders in the position here. So one of the lines is Bishop takes D7, Rook takes D7, and some potential ideas of swinging a Rook to G7 as well at some point. So Queen B5. Now, you have ideas like Queen G7 here, threatening to play G4, and it's not easy because you have to now come back. You win a pawn, but you spend a lot of time, on coming back now on e2, and here you just continue with the move g4, trying to open up the position. If you take on g4, then f takes g4, and suddenly both rooks can go to the f file and try to put some pressure on f2. The bishop is very strong on e5 as well. Again, it's still a very complicated position, but I think something like this we might see happening in this game.
And just their head-to-head, they haven't played that many times, but boy, it's sure been one-sided.
Yeah, Wesley has 4 wins and 5 draws, no losses.
Wow. Yeah, I wouldn't have expected such a one-sided outing between these two fine players. Queen a5, g5.
Which is in Rich's style to play something like that.
Well, also, I always loved when I was reading these books, the Soviets would make these annotations. The move fits the requirements of the position. So with the queen on a5, no matter how temporarily displaced, you've got to do something. You're pawn down, and g6, g5 fits the requirements of the position and trying to open it up. I wanted to ask Var about the move knight c4 as opposed to bishop takes b5 and rook takes. I mean, I'm still leaving my queen high and dry, and I suppose we would continue g4? Is that?
Let's take a look. Queen takes a5 and
queen a5, g5, knight c4. Is this an overreach by me?
Knight c4. Let's see.
Knight c4. Sorry.
You can play this move, but I think Black will continue with the move g4.
Yeah.
And
I more or less I have to take, I guess, on g4.
Yeah. Take on g4. F takes g4.
Right, and that bishop on e5 is scary, but knight e2.
Kind of feels like White's being punished for having the queen on
Yes.
a5.
Well, that's what g5 does, right? I mean, it's sort of like it's a double-edged sword.
G3
yeah,
here.
and knight e2 can run into a move g3. Try to create weaknesses on e3. Yes.
Oh, that's grim.
See, if I saw this g5, g4 idea in this position, and I was Wesley, I would just go queen b7 and repeat.
Queen d7 and repeat.
Instead of queen a5, yes.
It's not very comfortable. Yeah, I played sometimes these positions as white, and the problem with the pawn on h3 is just a hook, and g4, g5, g4 comes in, and then you have to start reacting to it. So,
wow.
So there is definitely some counterplay here for Richie, but I think he needs to really find his g5, g4. Otherwise, if Wesley slowly consolidates, he's got an extra pawn.
Absolutely. Oh, a very, very important game to our standings.
We jump to our another leader, Wojtaszek's game. You were right, knight is still on f3.
Right? That temporary knight, right? And here when we left it, the knight, there was an inclusive move a7, a6, which I liked, because that move kind of suggests, first of all, we're getting our pawn out of hock, but it really suggests I want to play b5. And that was why Radoslaw played a4, and it was an inclusion of that move.
Knight left for a few moves, but now it's back.
It's back, right? Knight is back.
It's very unpleasant on f3.
Truly.
I can never take.
No, you don't want to allow bishop takes f3, queen takes f3. But the annoying part is not that f2, f4 was an immediate threat, but once you play knight f3, I can't even think about making a blunder like f4 because g3 pawn is hanging. In the meanwhile, knight is also eyeballing an opportunity to play knight d4. How do the engines evaluate this position, Var? Because I have to tell you, from a human perspective, it's very difficult. At first, you want to believe in the two bishops and your extra pawn in the center, if you will. But I'm reluctant to say it's so cut and dry.
Yeah, it's just equal at the moment. You don't have that control of the center that we see, White had earlier here, and especially this d4 square is giving Black enough counterplay here, and not an easy position to play for White because you have to watch out for this move knight d4. For example, here, bishop. He has to play like bishop b6 or bishop e3, and after let's say bishop e3, which is it's a logical move. Black can play a move bishop f8. And at some point, you want to bring the bishop into the game here as well. So it's not an easy move to find, bishop f8, but just trying to see the idea. Let's say you continue with a5. And now you can play the move g5. And the knight on c3 is very passive. You don't have that many squares to go to. The rook on e2 as well don't have any moves at the moment. So you really don't have that many moves. So white actually, is trying to now sacrifice the pawn here just to get some activities for the pieces with the knight to go on e4. And again, evaluation is just zeros at the moment.
Thank you for that. And by the way, we didn't see the move g5 by Richie, a move that we kind of felt fit the requirements of the position. Instead, he played the move a7, a6, asking white to declare, and Wesley traded. Bishop
Guess he had an option to drop back with bishop f1 and keep control of the white squares. Maybe that was better.
I don't know. VAR convinced me that the trading light square bishops left the e6 square weak. So, but I agree with you. Bishop f1, kind of keeping, an extra defender. Maybe not so bad. But I'm attracted to what Wesley did, which was to trade and put his knight on c4, something that we've been kind of banging the drum for some time. Not necessarily that I'm eager to play the move f4, but if I do get to play f4...
We're also threatening knight b6, so...
Oh, by the way...
Black had to move one of the rooks.
Right? Okay, so can I just see? Maybe I'm allowing knight c2 and knight
Maybe
e3.
weakening too much, yes.
Well, there is a problem, guys, in this position. I think we need to take the bishop on e5 because after, let's say, move f4 here, bishop can go to f6, and then, let's say, queen f8 and bishop d8. And the queen is going to get trapped on a5. So
you got to get rid of the
big danger. So I think it's very important to take the bishop at this point already.
Yeah, to get rid of the one piece that can attack the queen.
Yeah, queen takes a5.
And then maybe just rook d2 and just...
And now you can play rook d2.
Yeah.
And again, it shows about equal here, this position.
Well, again, the queen on a5, if you don't exploit her offsidedness, I do see f4 and e4 coming for white in the very near future.
But it's hard for black to start an attack now without the bishop on e5, without the other bishop. Like a lot of pieces have been traded, so it just feels like a pawn attack.
But you still play g5 here.
But
look for that counterplay with g5 here.
G4, and I can just still imagine that black isn't without attacking resources. Let's just continue around MVL for a second.
Wesley played knight a2, which I think was a good move as well, by the way.
Knight a2 in order. In this case, first of all, this is still slow, and we can take and get rid of this guy on a6, and then we're
I think
free.
Knight on b4 was bothering Wesley more than the bishop on e5.
Yes, exactly. Knight a2. Well, I must say, once you see the move,
Looks good.
Looks good. I mean,
and now Richie needs to find the only move, otherwise he's in really big trouble here.
What's the only move?
He needs to play the move rook a7 to protect a6, because after the exchange of the knights, a6 pawn is going to fall. So now, and if knight takes b4, then you can take back rook takes b4.
That is wonderful. I mean, I must say, it didn't occur to me that you have to defend a6, but I mean, it makes sense.
Because for the last 10 moves, we've been leaving the pawn unprotected on a7.
Right.
So we thought it's just fine to leave it like that.
Right. But that is,
yeah.
That's a remarkable conception. Wow.
And he's played it.
Rook a7. Bravo, Richie. I mean, alien chess. Rook a7. Wow.
So what's the evaluation here of our...
0, 0,
of
0.
course. Why even ask?
Right?
That's
exactly.
always the answer.
Wow. Rook a7, 0 zeros. remarkable. By the way, just jumping to the game of Magnus Carlsen, it's a draw. I understand 4 versus 3. It is now 3 versus 2. But it goes to show that, and Magnus's body posture says it all. It's like,
why am I defended?
Yeah, I'm suffering. Why am I here? I mean, he comes in as the highest rated player in classical, blitz, and rapids, and he is suffering. He lost his first game, drew his second.
Yeah, in the second game, he didn't have any chances to play for more.
Wesley just nullified him, absolutely. And now, well, suffering. Is time a factor? Sorry.
It seems like a simple draw. I actually don't have access to the time. Oh, there we go on the screen. Magnus has extra 20 minutes.
Say it again.
So Magnus has 22 minutes.
Right.
And Duda has 2 minutes. So extra 20 minutes in a rapid game.
That sounds excessive.
It is, but we also have this position where neither of them really have to think.
True, extra pawn and all that jazz, but remarkable.
Yeah, I think it will be a quick draw.
Well, I mean, I would play rook h5. I would agree to trade off this a5 pawn for this b7 pawn. And I agree that my pawns on c3 and d4 are likely to make a draw. But with my rook on b7, I'll play for c5. And I'll try to go after the c6 pawn. So he played king c7 very cleverly, ready to meet any rook check with king b8.
By the way, I think if we
Yes.
jump to another game,
Please.
I think MVL has a very big advantage now.
Okay.
And he can
when we-
also join the leaders, or no?
I think he drew 2.
He drew 2, right? So if he wins now, he would quickly jump
Yes.
higher in the standings.
Okay, when we saw it last, we kind of got the knight g4 in, and we thought that white was enjoying a little bit of a pull, but queen b5, that's posting up, rook c6, and so long as we're not losing this pawn on f5, we're really happy that we've got command of the c file. King f1.
And
we
Deac
like
has
that.
36 seconds, guys.
Say
versus
what?
36 seconds versus 14 minutes.
Uh-oh. And rook to c8. And why do we love open files for our rooks? Because we get to invade, and queen c2 to c6 looks like a wonderful invasion. Queen e6 quickly played. Sorry, once again, the times.
Time, so Daniel
Nancy?
has 49 seconds, while MVL has 14 minutes. So, in the crushing position.
That's joyous, and a crushing position.
He can play rook d8 here, I think, or queen b6 maybe. He can pick up some pawns.
For some reason, I was afraid that rook c7 was a threat, and you're skewering my rook, forgetting the fact that the bishops do move backwards, and the rook is defended. So your move rook d8 actually just threatens to just pick up a piece. So let's see. Do I have to
rook
play with rook d7
follow
box?
I'll take once.
Makes sense. And do something like
I want to
queen
pick up
b6.
a5, yes.
Yeah, and he's done it.
As long as
He's
there's
done
nothing on the king side, right? Black doesn't have some h5 ideas.
Well, that was the craftiness of MBL's king f1. It was almost like preemptive strike. You know, you're going to play h5, but I'm going to run with my king before it explodes.
I see.
And he's played, much nicer move. Queen c8, pinning the rook to the queen, intimating
Now, how do we
rook
pick up
check.
pawns?
Well, that's a
h6.
check and
I didn't
h6.
even consider that one.
Yeah.
Actually, he missed something even better, guys. If we go back one move, queen c8 looks very nice, but it's actually losing some of the advantage. Rook takes d7 here.
Yes.
And when you capture back with the rook, there is this beautiful move, rook c5.
Winning
Winning the a5 pawn.
with the rook.
Yes.
Okay.
Otherwise,
So keeping the
h5 is
queen.
coming. Some contra-play from black, but rook c5 would have been almost +5 here for white.
+5.
Oh. queen to c8, king g7 on the board. Again, one.
And let's jump quickly to Wesley Richard game, because I've heard some updates that now Rich is doing better.
Whoa, let's see what had happened. We've left it here. Rook a7, bravo. Take, take, check. Rook d2.
So maybe queen d8 check.
Have we left the b2 pawn on pre? Maybe that's the issue. Rook takes b2.
Can you help us out, Var?
Yeah.
We think Magnus is about to make a repetition and a draw. Yeah.
2 extra pawns, but...
We know this from the Philidor position.
Philidor position.
Yeah. Check, king c8.
Think you were going to see stalemate on the board? Is that how they're going to finish it?
c7, rook h6, c6.
I'll take it.
Rook takes c6.
No, if you take it, you lose. Rook g8 check.
Oh, right.
Oh, style.
Now, if c6, you just go down, rook g1.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, yeah.
Let's just show the viewers what we're thinking. We're thinking c7. And we're thinking this very nice move, rook h6, to stop the king from coming. So we go c6. Rook takes c6, genius move, offering a stalemate.
We don't see the board on the screen.
Oh, sorry.
But, Magnus is going for stalemate. He gave rook b1 check, and now on king c6,
he's going to play rook v6 check. Okay. But not rook to d6.
No.
No. So king c6, rook to b6 check, king to d5, and rook h6, right?
Yeah, don't play rook d6 now.
Yes. It's not a mad rook. You know, I'm familiar with mad rook from studies, but I can't recall having one in my own game.
Ever?
I had a similar endgame against Anish Giri long time ago.
Yeah.
I defended it.
With the stalemate
with
inclusive?
the same idea. Eventually I cut it on a 6th rank, and then it was a stalemate at the end.
I don't want to say ever, but it doesn't. A game doesn't immediately pop into mind. As we do expect this game to go to a draw, let's jump again to the Wesley versus Richie Rapport, because rook a b7 kind of threw some stuff away. We were the a6 a5. Oh, and MVL is much more exciting.
I think we have a checkmate coming. Oh, it's already over.
Oh, poor Deac is...
Tough start for Deac.
Terrible start. Rook h8, g6, bishop takes d5. Oof, that's a big blow. And beautiful. Queen takes h4.
In this game, Wesley versus Rapport, guys, there was a very important concept, I think, what Richie missed. If we go back to the move rook a b7, that's the inaccurate move.
Yeah.
Yeah. What he had to do in this position is to play the move a5. Because now what you're trying to do is you really want to trade queens in this position. So you want to play the move queen e7 next. And you go to this endgame where you're down a pawn, but you're actually much better. Because a4, b2, d5, all these pawns are going to be weak now. And you're forcing the exchange of the queens. And even instead of a6, he could have played the move queen e7, forcing the queen back on a5, and then queen c7. And this endgame, despite being down a pawn, is actually a big advantage for black. Because you have the open file, the pressure on the b2, a4, king f6, at some point maybe king e5, and you're the only one who is pressing.
Wow. Wow. Wouldn't have guessed it. Rook a b7, queen a8, queen a8, rook takes b2. By the way, Magnus has drawn. He will be very, very dissatisfied with his 2 draws and 1 loss for today. Conversely, Duda will be very happy. 2 wins and 1 draw, and that's the way the Polish audience loves it. Queen takes b2, rook f1. Wesley.
So many people watching them live.
Yeah.
People going in and out at all times.
Sure.
I bet it's not super quiet for the players.
No. C4. Could you just help me out here, guys? I'm a pawn grabber, so it's natural for me to ask.
C3.
Queen takes.
C3, just C3, and it's going to be
C2.
perpetual, I think, at the end.
Where is the perpetual?
So
Oh, Queen C6.
Queen C6.
Right.
C2.
And you
we-
got to go Queen B1, right?
Right.
Okay, so something like G5 takes, check,
Oh, I see.
right? Now, don't I have a perpet at the end of the day?
There's King H6, but... So if Queen D7 check, King H6.
G5
Where is the
check?
perpetual?
Not quite sure.
G5 I'll take. Oh, Queen E7. King H6, Queen H4.
Right, not Queen F8 because of King H5. But yes, exactly. G5 check, King takes, and this is the perpetual. Do not be seduced by Queen F8, but rather Queen H4, and this is the perpetual that Var was mentioning. And by the way, the
we're
players are
headed towards
very
it.
quickly. We got King H2. We don't have a G4 on the position, but. Sorry, let me just refresh my board.
So we have-
Apologies, I'll be right back.
Few moves played.
We do
Let's say
have
Queen B1 now.
King H2, C2, Queen C4.
And Queen B1, let's say.
It's a little bit
Queen
awkward.
B1, Queen C8.
Queen C8?
Yes.
So you
Oh, you're
take
taking
my
with a
rook.
check. But still, Queen F1?
No, I'll have the perpet.
Queen B7 check.
There's nothing I can do.
I know, it's weird, right?
King H6, right?
Yeah.
And Queen E7.
Queen takes F2 doesn't
Just
do
a
much.
second. Queen takes F1, Queen takes King H6, Queen E7. We're setting up the classical. And we've got
And
Rook C7, Rook B4. Sorry, Rook B4 was played. Queen C7 check on the board.
And King H6.
Rook B4, Queen, and King H6 on the board. Var, I mean, I'm tempted to say draw, but it's still Wesley who has to play accurately, right?
yes,
on
but
D6.
he's playing accurate. Queen D6 is an excellent move.
Oh, because Rook on B4 is hanging.
Rook on B4 hanging. You don't have time to promote.
Right.
And
Now, is time a factor?
Wesley
Nazi?
has a minute and a half, and Richie has 3 minutes.
Richie has 3
Yeah.
minutes.
Rook C4 played, and now I believe we're gonna see the move Queen F8.
Check. Forcing the king to take a walk up the board.
And then Queen F7 probably.
Queen F8 check.
Or Queen E7.
King H5. I mean, I don't
E7?
know. Wait a minute. Are you walking into a mating net?
Are you
What have I
thinking
done?
white might win?
Yeah. F3?
Oh.
Oh, F3 C1. Your G pawn is pinned.
Oh! I thought you were going to have to take with the queen on C1 so I could play G4. Okay. Wesley did not play F3. Instead, he went Queen E7, gift me the pawn on H7. And let's jump to Warsaw as one. Cristian is with Magnus.
Magnus, first of all, welcome back to the Grand Chess Tour. Always a pleasure to have you around. This is the first official games after abdicating the title. Give us your initial feelings after the first few moves.
Yeah, I haven't really, played or studied chess much recently, so it was kind of showing. But at least I studied the ship like a little bit in the last couple of rounds, so. It's not a disaster, but yeah, overall it's really rusty.
And you started with the Polish in Poland. How did you come to that idea?
Yeah, it was something actually Peter suggested. couple of days ago, and I was like, yeah, sure. So when you make such an opening choice, that obviously increases the variance quite a bit. I don't think, like, against an unprepared opponent, I don't think it's that bad, but unfortunately I didn't remember what I was supposed to do, and then my position was pretty bad early on. Like, I suspect probably after that I had some chances to come back a little bit, but it was always difficult, and he deserved the win. But Polish in Poland didn't work.
Definitely not the start that you envisioned, but in the second game it felt like vintage Magnus. You were pressing him in the late middle game. Did you feel like you had any chances at any point?
Well, first of all, I thought I was better from the opening, and then like 5 minutes later I was struggling to equalize, so I don't think it was vintage. But yeah, I did feel like I was starting to play well at some point, also from a psychological point of view, starting to put a bit of pressure. Then at some point he found a very critical move there, Queen C8, and after that I sort of have to exchange queens, and then it looks like could be promising for white still, but it probably wasn't. But it's typical Wesley that he usually defends pretty well when he's up against it.
And we know that you are a man that generally likes to do some physical workouts before your games. You go skiing occasionally. I saw you posted a soccer photo with Christian Pulisic. Was that from today, or did you get some exercise in?
I didn't know that I posted that. But,
okay, so it was a bit...
No, that was from London last week. That's good to know.
Okay, Magnus, go get your rest. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Magnus. Jumping into the game of Wesley versus Richie, because we have some really, really weird shifts. Shocking updates right here. Instead of the move D6, there is an incredible checkmating idea that starts with the move G4. And Wesley could have had the tables all in his favor.
I think he's still winning right now.
He's still winning.
Is that still the case?
But in a different way.
Yeah, and he did play G4, but in a different way. Takes.
Now, Queen F4 check, King H5. So when can he push D7? That's the key.
Well, I guess right now you can play D7.
Queen D2?
Queen where?
Queen D2.
And, well...
How do I continue?
Queen D2, Queen E5...
And Wojtaszek ended his game in a draw.
Yes, we do
so
have...
let's jump back to Wesley's game.
D7 on the board, and the point is Queen D2, I think I go...
D7 was a mistake. Now I think it's a draw after Queen D2.
So how was White winning?
Let me show you. Instead of the move D7, instead of the move D7, he should have played the move Queen F3 check first.
Okay, King G5.
King G5, and then you play this move King H3.
Oh, come on.
Threatening Queen F4 mate.
Keeping H1 under control and threatening mate.
Yes.
That's incredible.
Wow.
So Queen E5, right?
Yeah.
Only move, Queen
By
E5.
the way...
and then you play D7.
Wow.
And the rook cannot go to D1 and cannot go to C8 to stop the pawn.
Why can I play Queen E6 check?
Queen E6 check. And now you play King G3.
How is this still winning for me?
It's mate on F4.
And now
H4.
if you check on E5, I have Queen F4 check, and after we exchange, I take with the check and promote the pawn.
Let me just interrupt ourselves and to say that Queen D2 was played, and
I think they repeated a few times.
A few times of repetition.
So Wesley missed some winning chances, but not easy to see for sure. Oh, Queen E5 check. It continues, but wait.
Wait.
What's going on? After King H4, is it the king still getting mated?
King H4 looks like a blunder.
King G2?
King G4 was necessary.
He played Queen E4 check, but Wesley had King G2, didn't he? Oh my gosh.
After King H4, Queen F8 was the winning move.
Queen F8.
Oh, because you can't take on
Protecting
D7.
F2, attacking H6. And if you take on D7, Queen H6 and Queen H3.
Jeez.
I mean, those are impossible lines
King
with no
H5.
time on the clock.
And it
Maybe
does
he
look
will
like the
find it.
players have a repetition, but if he finds queen f8 here,
Wow.
that would be a wow. But queen
That's an
f8 is a
incredible move.
very, optically very pleasing move. It defends f2.
So I'm
It
threatening to
threatens
promote.
mate.
And he
He
finds it.
finds it.
He found it.
Wow.
What-
Wesley.
What
I'm
a
so
hero.
proud of my pick right now.
Yeah. What a hero.
That's
Queen
amazing.
f8.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. He's threatening the queen. He defends f2, but he's also threatening queen h6 and queen h3 mate. And
Wow.
Richie stopped.
Yeah, Richie
This move
slipped.
really-
Richie just slipped. He should have just played king g4 and
Yeah.
then it's actually none
A
of this
draw.
works. If the king is on g4 instead of h4.
Right. But this, the problem is that we're just threatening mate. Queen takes h6 and queen h3 mate. And that's what Richie is facing, and he doesn't like it. He's looking at the clock. What's the
Just-
times?
Wesley has 45 seconds and Richard has minute 20.
Apologies, we're being told that Levon is actually winning, and I'm sure that's an exciting game, but this game is huge because if Wesley wins
think
that
this is over.
he will tie with Duda for the lead going
I'm
into day
speechless
2.
that these guys can find only moves like this with like 20 seconds on the clock.
I know. It's remarkable. Their calculations ability defy understanding.
Not to mention, it's the last round of the day. They're also tired.
Hello, absolutely.
Wow.
But Richie's king h4 was the blunder, right, Var? King g4 would have been
King
fine.
g4 is a draw, yes.
Yeah. And sorry, once again, the time for
They
Richie.
both have about, Richie has 30 seconds.
And there
Wesley
goes
has
king
40.
h1, rook h1.
And now
Oops,
queen
sorry,
endgame, but
let
it
me-
looks pretty winning. After king g4. Is there a quick finish here with king h2?
By the way, this was the only way Richie could continue the game.
Right,
Otherwise, it just immediately loses.
right. And by
And,
the way, Levon
yeah.
did win his game.
And he's
So-
tied for first.
And he's tied for first. And
Nice.
once again, my picks are just, they're dropping terribly. By the way, I'm pawns up, but it's really strange. It's awkward, right? That I don't have a very, I don't want to play queen h2. I want to play something active, but,
No, I went to play king h2, still threatening queen h3 mate.
but queen c7 check is the problem, right?
He played
Queen a6.
Okay, looking good.
Okay,
Protected
so
a4,
check. We can just
king h2.
get out. We protect a4, but is king f3 an issue?
King
Black would
f3 is
be
the best
threatening.
chance for Richie.
Mate. King f3 threatens
little
mate
scary.
in 2.
I guess I have queen f6
6
check.
check.
But
By-
king e2?
And by the way, king f3 on the board, queen f6 check, just as you, and king e2, just as you predicted. Their check, no. It's,
This is
but that's
still
just a
unclear.
pet. It's still, no, I have king g2 now. Now I can walk up the board towards, or
I don't
king
think
h2.
so.
King h2, and I walk up the board towards the g pawn.
10
10
seconds.
seconds for Wesley, king h2, as expected.
So now if queen
Now
g4.
it's a draw. Queen g4. Queen g4 is a draw now.
Queen g4.
Yes.
This is impossible.
Oh, oh my gosh.
So what should have Wesley played instead?
Queen takes g5 was the only move.
Mm-hmm.
And king takes f2. It's probably technically winning, but it's not easy to win that
Right.
endgame.
Yeah, well, 2 extra pawns.
Wait, but
makes
after
sense.
queen g4, can I just play queen d4?
And then that's the idea. You take on
Oh,
d4, you exchange
king F2.
queens, and then you play king f2. And then you threaten
Oh, no.
g4, g3. And if you play king h3,
Queen check.
Oh, he didn't play that. He didn't play queen g4.
He has missed his chance there. Queen e4, and instantly f3 by Wesley. I thought he, oh, what am I
This
saying?
is- this
King
is just winning
G3
now.
would've- And now queen takes e3. I assume I've got a check.
This is going to be a long game.
Well, if you go Queen takes e3. Queen takes b2. What do,
He decided to take the a pawn.
okay, I
Queen
can
g5.
take on g5.
This should be easier to win with the two connected pawns, right?
One of the crazy things
not?
was John Nunn. He showed that in the table base, sometimes having two connected pass pawns was a draw. Two connected
But
pass
I
pawns.
think black king would have to be in front of the pawns, not behind.
Right. By the way, queen a2. What do the table bases tell us?
White is
Well-
winning, right?
White is winning, and e4 is the best move here.
E3, e4.
Does
Sure.
it matter if
Where the king is?
You can also play queen f4 here, but I think it makes sense
Mm-hmm.
to start pushing the e-pawn.
Right. Does it matter where the king is? If the king were on a1 or something like that?
or if black king was on e8, would that be a draw?
No, I think it's only a draw if you have a h and g pawn. That's the only, with the central pawns, I don't think you can make a draw because you're just not going to have that many squares. King will have more squares to go to.
By the way, queen g3, that just sets up the
Oh,
possible.
what a game.
Truly.
Yeah, Richie just pushed it too hard. He should have just allowed the repetition when Wesley was trying to just repeat, and now
E5, F4 on
That's the
Wesley's
thing,
agenda.
in time trouble, you don't have time to make a decision if you should just take the draw or push, and you just go with your gut. And
Right.
sometimes you pay for it.
Exactly. King E3, Richie was a little bit unsure, and F4 came, and that looks really, really a good move.
Yeah, this
As
looks.
the queen is ready after King E4 to go Queen F3, check.
Right, king d4 and
Then I can go King to G4, G3, start making steady advances over there, trying to
Right.
play for Queen G4. By the way, clock times once again,
40 seconds against 20 seconds.
40 seconds for Wesley.
Yes.
As he's just played the move King F2 with the idea of pushing the black king away with Queen E3 check, putting the queen on E4 so you can go Queen F5. Queen F5.
Queen d1. Yeah, cutting the king off farther. To the
Yeah,
queen
yeah,
side.
go away, go away, go away. And prepping King E3. Ooh. Sorry, at first I
Somehow,
thought Queen
yeah.
C2 check
Yeah.
was, but no.
It was king f4, right?
Yes, exactly. Richie's still in the game.
It's tricky.
yeah, Wesley needs to go King G3. This is very important plan
King
to get the king
G3.
Exactly.
and to prepare Queen G4.
I think
Exactly.
he'll figure it out because there's no other way to improve.
Right. You're tempted to throw in Queen E3 check for whatever reasons, but I do agree that King G3 followed by Queen G4 makes the most sense.
Still so much required, like the technical
Yes.
win to convert this. It looks like an easy win, but it's never easy.
These guys, they also always find
Yeah.
the way of making it practically so difficult. And King H4.
We'll see now a couple of checks from black.
Okay, Wesley picking up time on the clock. He's going to go King H4.
And then cover it with Queen H5? After
Yes.
Queen H7?
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, it's slow, but it is incremental progress. You can see that we're going up the board, we're making more inroads, and at a certain moment we'll be able to play E6 as well, right? So Queen check, inviting Queen G5.
Yes, Queen G5, Queen H7, King G4.
Yes, exactly.
At some point, black queen will probably drop to the first rank to try to give checks from behind, I assume.
White's queen or black's queen? Sorry.
Black's queen.
Will drop to the
The first rank to give checks from behind, but of course it's still completely winning for white.
How to get to the first rank though, Nazi? I'm
Not easy.
not sure how we're doing.
Wow, it takes 2 moves just to get to the first
Just to get
rank,
to the
yeah.
first rank, right? It's not so easy.
Yeah, and Wesley
Yeah.
gained time. He has more than a minute now
Yeah.
Richie still has 12 seconds.
Once again, we see very, very practical Wesley repeating positions, just, you know, to garner those extra seconds.
Queen F5 now?
Yep. Queen F5. Queen is one of the guiding principles in queen and pawn endgames is centralize your queen. Queen on H5 doesn't make a great impression. Queen.
It still looks like
F5.
we allow a lot of checks. Let's say Queen G8.
Can I walk towards your queen?
King H5?
Yeah. Oh, he's played. Oh, he's preparing Queen E6, F5.
Right. 'Cause on Queen E5
Finally, I can
Yeah.
get a king and pawn endgame. Queen E6, F5, and
maybe Queen A2, but
well, then I'll just go E6
right,
and
it should be winning.
yeah. It does look like F5's VAR. F5?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And Wesley says absolutely.
Yep.
And now your idea of checking from behind. But we do have time to get in a Queen F4 check.
Right.
Just keeping
And
our
then push
queen
the pawns.
and push the pawns. Although do I need it? E6 is the tempting.
Better to be safe.
E6. Let's get that guy going. Okay,
That's
King
King
G5 first.
Okay.
Presuming Queen G2 check is being met by King F6. And
I could do Queen G4 because if you exchange queens and take on E5, I'm
you
still
still
winning
have the same
with
winning
King
ending.
G5.
Good point. Good point.
Plays Queen.
Queen G2 inviting King G6.
Now maybe F6. Just because on E6 there's Queen G7, it's probably also winning, but
I'm telling you, I would be King G6 and thinking that I'll be able to meet Queen check with Queen G5 and, you know, just keep my king beautifully safe.
probably everything is winning.
Exactly.
Wesley making sure before he pushes a pawn because
Yeah.
it's something he can't take back.
Exactly. Such a commitment. F5, F6, VAR, agreed?
Yes.
That was a
yes.
goodie?
Yes, absolutely. He's playing very, very precisely here.
He's not allowing King E6 somehow?
There is King E6.
King E6, I guess.
But I can just
F7?
play Queen G5.
1 second.
Oh, he flagged.
And he flagged. Wow.
Good job, Wesley.
Wow. Well, what an eventful three rounds. Let's jump to Warsaw with Cristian and Duda.
Thanks, Yasser. We are here with the defending champion, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, after a dominant first day, 2.5 out of 3 or 5 points with the 2 for a victory, 2 points for a victory, 1 for a draw scoring system. Congratulations. Tell us a bit about your initial feelings about this day one.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's been for sure a very good day for me. Yeah, I don't think I could really expect more from the games. So, yeah, I'm very positive to, you know, start well in Warsaw.
And you really started strong with a big victory against Anish. Take us through this game. It felt like Anish came swinging. He was really looking for a fight.
I mean, he's like a bit sadistic and he's playing this G6, you know, all the time against me. Maybe not even in classical chess, but in classical chess he sometimes varies, you know, but in rapid, like all the time G6. And
Why do you think
he
this time
terrorized
is-
me with this Grünfeld, and I'm like switching lines and all the time. And yeah, I mean this time, I mean I have again played this F3-4, but just to get a game without any, you know, fury. That was the point. But I don't think this position is like, you know, maybe I'm not worse, but I can be possibly better in here because like black. Doesn't have a knight, so now his pieces are, you know,
Have more space.
Yeah, have flow. Yeah, I mean, he's not struggling with space, so.
But perhaps still struggling with the C8 bishop a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, also like knight H5, also knight D7 at some point was possible. Yeah, I think like, or I mean, yeah, here or even, I mean, you know, yeah, move the queen somewhere on leader knight d7. Yeah, I mean, everything is kind of okay for him.
When did you feel like he started going astray?
Yeah, I didn't like b5. Actually, I had missed it, so it was very unpleasant moment when he played b5 at first second. But then I realized that after knight takes b5, rook b8, he probably, that's my assumption, probably forgot about the a4 inclusion. Because if I play knight c3, then he has bishop a6, yeah, and like it's huge for actually winning, yeah, for
great
black.
Control over the
yeah,
squares.
but after a4 a6, I mean, he doesn't have an a6 square.
No more bishop a6, and now you actually force the trade of the bishop for the knight, which is probably good for you.
Yeah, I was also considering queen c2 instead of this queen a2 to give up the exchange in this version. Yeah, bishop takes a1, rook takes a1, f5. I sort of like my position, but couldn't quite, you know, see what to do here because black is very active also, like queen f6, fe, and there are some tricks like bishop h3, for example, in some positions like, I don't know, rook e1. Let's take, maybe. Yeah. Okay, knight takes. Well, okay.
Knight takes, sure.
Yeah, but I was considering pawn takes actually. Maybe he can also start with queen f6, and bishop
now
h3.
bishop h3.
Yeah.
That's very nice. Yeah. You cannot take because now you lose.
Yeah, it's the idea that you have to always to be alert about him as white. So
the opening of the f-file, very cool motif. And
yeah, and actually I sort of like my queen on a1, but yeah, I mean it was just, you know, like Benoni, just Incr Benoni game basically. So
yeah,
here I thought, I mean, because earlier I wasn't so sure. I mean, can we move rear a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, because this position is like very weird. Here, of course, started fishing for repetition. Yeah, with bishop d3, bishop a6. I didn't allow him to do that. I mean, I didn't play rook b1 back, and yeah, and this position is very weird actually. I mean, knight d3, okay, it looks logical. Yeah, to play the knight than before. But after knight f1, I thought f5 is very interesting actually for him, and ef, and yeah, knight b4. Yeah, that's, rook takes f5, queen b1 is an issue, I think. But
that makes sense.
Yeah, because rook b8 is also on the agenda.
Yeah.
And he can't really move his knight.
Pretty much
so
resign at this point.
yeah, but knight b4, and I mean this is just unclear position. I mean, of course, this f5 is a bit loose. I mean, his king is a bit loose, but you know,
he probably has to do it.
Yeah. He was considering it, but yeah, it's difficult. You have to, you know, pick something, and it's difficult sometimes to decide on one option. And here actually I was kind of liking my position, but yeah, I thought, because here I wanted to like play g4, bishop d2, bishop c3, and basically win the pawn f6, or at least, you know, make him, you know, defend this pawn all the time, not allowing any active play. But
I think bishop d2 was definitely the right decision.
Yeah, but I like sort of didn't see. I mean, misevaluated knight c2 because it's. I mean, here at least he has this, like, you know, this queen e8 move. I have to move back, yeah, and here it's like it's just unclear, yeah. I think. I mean, okay, the engine shows some edge for white, but you know, when you have 2 minutes, it's like
completely different story.
Yeah, anyone's game. Almost. And here I really like the idea of trading knights. That's why I played bishop c3 with the idea of knight d2. But I also sort of forgot about this queen d1, a4. Yeah, it was strong for him because after knight d2 there is a3, and yeah, and it's annoying actually, yeah, because this pawn is suddenly
very dangerous.
Becoming dangerous.
Yeah, that was his best chance, and you know, maybe even more than equality for black. He didn't find it, then he took over and very nicely executed the endgame advantage. Congratulations. One of the things that we really saw was the support and energy coming from the crowd here in Warsaw. Did you feel that as well after your second game against Deac? Everybody started applauding. We don't see this very often in chess, right?
Yeah, it's like old tradition, I would say. Yeah, it's very nice, especially when you win the game, not lose. Yeah, I mean, what can I add?
Do you feel like you have a home court advantage compared to all these other players?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice, yeah, but you know, when I'm focused on chess, I kind of don't remember I'm playing in Warsaw, so yeah, but I like the venue here, and yeah, I mean, you know, as said once, as I said in Bucharest, I think, yeah, once you you know, have a good tournament, then in some place, and you always like overestimate it. So
yeah,
yeah, it's the case for me, I think.
Well, there's definitely the good history following you in this venue. Congratulations for a good first day, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cristian. Congratulations, Duda. As we see our standings, Nazi, do the honors.
Right, we have 3 co-leaders, Wesley, Levon, Aronian, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda with 5 points.
Let me show my nationalistic colors. Go USA.
And then with 4 points, we have MVL and Radoslaw Wojtaszek,
who upset Magnus in the first round. He's very happy.
Then with, I think, 50% is Richard Rapport.
Yeah, having just lost to Wesley, that drops him to 50%.
And Magnus Carlsen in the 7th place.
Yeah, well, in Bucharest, we got used to saying world champions and challengers in the bottom half of the table. Now, world's #1 in the bottom half of the table.
And with 1 point, we have Kirill, Shevchenko, and Anish, Giri. And an unfortunate day for Deac. He didn't get any points today.
Yeah, that's a real challenge as we take a look at our choices. What?
Yeah, sir, you're
cursed.
You're
What's
off.
going on? And
I'm hearing that Anastasiya picked Duda, so...
wait a minute. Does that even count? Very nice selection. And again, I just want to say that for the first round, pardon me, for the first day, we saw an amazing number of results.
Absolutely, and I just love the opening choices.
Right.
Such exciting games.
Yeah, we're
from
not seeing
move 1.
Berlins and stuff like that. Some really good stuff. Let's jump to Warsaw. Cristian with a guest.
Playing at home, Radoslaw, definitely a great way to start with a game against a former world champion, Magnus Carlsen. And what a victory that was. Tell us a bit about that game and how did you approach the opening after he surprised you, let's say, with the Polish opening?
Yeah, actually he surprised me, but it wasn't a surprise per se, as I expected a surprise. I didn't really know if it will be some sort of a Benoni or something like that. But then when he played b5, I just thought, okay, let's play, let's do some normal moves. But my approach was to play active chess, and this is what I thought gave me a victory, because I played actively, especially this move d5. We can go through the game. Yeah, I thought that when he went bishop e7, if I don't do anything fast, he will just go d6 and castle, and obviously I'm better. But I thought that after d5, I'm the side which is playing for like
you feel
activity.
You want to punish, this opening.
Not like that, because he's very strong, of course. But when you see something like this, you don't want to go for some maneuvering game, because if you can go d5, and obviously it looks very nice at first. So I thought that why not? We had a full audience there, so I thought let's play something.
Let's go for it.
Yeah, for them. And yeah, after that I thought that bishop h6 was important to stop short castle. And when he went rook g8, bishop e3 back, because now there is no option to short castle, and this position was very bad. But but then
he was defending tenaciously.
Of course,
right?
he's probably one of the
best defenders.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, then after bishop f6, this position I really liked, but then after knight h5, I realized that I have to defend f6 pawn, and I didn't really see exactly how, and that's why I went queen c3, and after rook d8 was very important moment, because my move a3 looks like something which doesn't really strike as a good move, but I didn't really see a better one. And the idea is that he is threatening b4. b4.
So let's say you go g3 here.
Yeah, if I go something like g3, he goes b4, queen e5, and now he goes d6. And I have to go back, let's say here, and then after knight f6, at least he got his...
Things are not clear.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's why I went for this a3, which doesn't look impressive, but also it felt that Magnus simply here he doesn't have active moves, so that's why I thought I can afford it. And then after g3, he went g5. Around here I wasn't sure, because obviously with engine is very simple. Also, obviously I knew that I'm winning. So,
but you were also getting down on time, and that must add
that was a problem.
to the pressure, right?
Yes. Especially that after rook g5. This is the moment I really wasn't sure how to proceed, because obviously it looks excellent. Probably there are like many moves, but you have to go for one.
Yeah.
Which is
you have
winning.
options.
Yes. And
he's your enemy right now.
Sometimes it's not ideal.
Yeah.
And I decided to go for bishop d3.
Probably the best move. Yeah.
Yeah, rook e5 and knight f5. And the thing is that I'm losing f6 pawn, but there are so many threats after queen b4 that I didn't really see how he can defend, especially that after d6, queen c3, f6 is hanging. I thought during the game that maybe he could play something like knight g8, but obviously if you have to play knight g8,
you know things went wrong.
Very wrong. Yeah, but I thought that when he went b5, I actually made a very good choice that I should play active, because obviously if I would play some normal game, we would maneuver, and in the long game, obviously Magnus, there are not so many players who can play against him. Yeah. So I thought that I should go all in, and this worked out, and it wasn't that hard in a sense that obviously d5 is an idea which actually looks very nice. Yeah. So
that was a great decision, initial decision in game one, and that definitely gave you a boost of confidence. After that, I think you defended quite well against Ricci. Absolutely no problems with the black pieces. Definitely a successful day one for you.
For sure.
And we'll see you tomorrow with
Thanks.
day two. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. And indeed, the standings talk about an exciting day one. Once more, remind our viewers.
Right, we have 3 co-leaders, Wesley, Levon, Aronian, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, winning 2 games today.
Right.
Then we have MVL and Radoslaw with +1 score, 50% Richard Rapport, and
-1
-1 Magnus Carlsen.
Again, the rapid chess are double points.
But I will mention that he seemed in a good mood, even though he started with a loss.
Yeah, he just said that he hadn't been working hard on chess. It looked like he'd been working hard on a surfing, beach bum approach. But yeah, we'll see if he can climb back in the tournament. For final thoughts of a very eventful day one.
Absolutely, guys. Very exciting day. I'm glad my pick is doing really well. Levon, he's extremely strong in this format. Very experienced. So he's definitely playing good chess. And Wesley as well, winning that game against Ricci was very impressive. Duda is playing great, and should be very exciting games. We have a lot of decisive games. In particular, looks like White is winning a lot of games, and I counted at least 6 or 7 wins for White. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow's action, and hopefully we'll see the Magnus play much better. And we're gonna go to Poland to our friends Anastasia and Cristian.
Slow day for Magnus, definitely, but I have to say we've been having a lot of fun here in Warsaw, a lot of exciting chess, and the crowd is just absolutely incredible. And I want to ask you, Anastasia, about that. You've been hanging around the playing hall quite a lot. You've been spending some time with the players as well. Tell us about your day.
It was a really great day, and you're right, Christian, so many people show up today, and you know, it was very funny that all players, they have to give autographs after on the way to go out of this building. So it was so funny, like Magnus was walking on this red carpet, and then like huge crowd, you know, was waiting for him. Hundreds of people wanted his autograph, and of course he couldn't make it all, but he really has spent like maybe like 10-15 minutes doing signing the postcards and, you know, everything we could find, they could find, and I mean, it was really nice, and so many people were waiting for him. It was also a nice simultaneous exhibition which was given by Kirill Nezhentsov, Ukrainian boy who won yesterday the game in the simul, and today he was given the simul to local players. So we have this very nice fun zone nearby, and many people just come and play chess and enjoy their time. And I wanted to remind to all of our viewers not to forget to subscribe and follow our social media accounts of Grand Chess Tour, St. Louis Chess Club, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. Of course, you should you will find lots of materials there. Some short interviews also with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and which I have done just after the third round, because you also have quite good tournament. So it was really nice. It was a fun day. What about you, Christian?
And speaking of Magnus, we discussed this at the beginning of the show as well. It definitely felt like he was happy. His energy was definitely positive. And even after, you know, not starting as his usual self with victories, he lost one, drew a couple. He was still happy even during the interview. He was relaxed.
I believe that actually I remember him losing first rounds in World Rapid Championships before. So I think maybe it's like he has this short, like slow start, but it's still it's just the beginning. I'm sure that tomorrow he might show a completely different result. Remember in Croatia also he started slowly, and then, you know, step by step it was getting better and better. So I still kind of believe that he might do really well in this event.
He definitely knows how to handle this type of slow starts. We have a lot of fun and exciting chess ahead of ourselves, and yeah, I cannot wait for this tournament to unfold. Guys, back to you, St. Louis.
Chess fun in Warsaw. That's what it's all about. Nazi. Very impressive day one, and once again, it was great fun calling the action with you and Var. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out, and in the meanwhile, we'll see you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.